This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
This is Landrake, nestled in the east of Cornwall, just over the Devon border from Plymouth. It's round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. The track's ready, it's a hill track with great viewing, and after the sand of round 4, we are back to what will certainly be a hard-packed track as the day goes on. It's been here a long time, but it's great to be back.
Welcome everybody, here we are for round 5 of the MXGB at Landrake down here in beautiful Cornwall. I can say that because it's sunny, and it often is sunny down here.
It is.
Glorious. My name's Jeff Parrott, I'm joined by Phil G. As always, Phil, we love our sport, but particularly on a day like today, the track is primo. Look at it. Well dressed. We've got people flooding in through the gates to watch some brilliant race action.
It's busy today, and the weather is absolutely on point. Track prep's been going on all week, and hopefully we're going to have some fantastic racing here on MXGB TV, brought to you by Dirt Store. As always, all the action from all 6 races here today. Yeah,
without wanting to sound too much like a broken record, we say it every time, big up Dirt Store. If you're into this sport, go and check them out online, purchase stuff. The more you purchase, the more that the guys can help us develop this live stream and the British Championship in general. So do your bit for King and Country and our sport.
Definitely. And don't forget to like and subscribe wherever you are watching this. And we are live on our YouTube channel, MXGB TV. Here we are, Jeff.
Here we are.
Wonderful studio.
Now, it might look, we got backdrop here, all those kind of things. We're actually sat in a large Tupperware container.
We have everything we need to do the job, mate. That's all you can say.
Get the violins out. The motocross, the riding part's easy, Phil, isn't it? That's the point. No, we're fortunate. We're right by the side of the track here, so if you do pick up ambient noise when they come off the start line, you might hear the bikes in the background when 40 riders go screaming over this big tabletop behind us. But we're in a fabulous spot. I mean, look at it.
That's the view from the top of the hill then, and you can see the track dressed lovely. It's nice and damp. We've had some really warm weather this morning. There's our schedule then, and we will be going live with our first of our RFX 125 races at 12 o'clock. That's been an absolutely great series so far. And then MX2 will be on at 12:45, and our Apico MX1 will be on at just after 1:30, and then our second group of races 25 past 2 for the second of our RFX 125s, 10 past 3 for MX2, and 4 o'clock for Apico MX1, assuming that everything runs according to plan.
Yeah, set an alarm on your phone, or sit and watch all of it. Obviously, that's what we recommend. But if you want to watch a particular race, there you go, that's your race times. And remember, we've set a slightly new format for 2025. We've kind of stripped out some of the youth racing. They've now got their own youth championship with 65s, 85s, etc. Just the 3 classes, but 3 brilliant classes. The 125s have been amazing, which they always are. MX2, if qualifying's anything to go by, which we'll get to in a while.
We'll get to that when the time's right.
Is going to be off the charts. And, of course, MX1, solid, as always, with Conrad and Adam Sterry and the guys. So, really looking forward to this.
It's nice to be back here at Landrake. Been off the calendar for a few years as well, Jeff. So, not too bad a run now with the nice roads and stuff, and a good enthusiastic crowd coming in this morning, and I've got a few mates who've rocked, who've come north to get here.
Blimey.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So you think that you're right down the bottom end, but we're only just into Cornwall, just over the Tamar Bridge from Plymouth, and obviously being nice next to a nice big city like that, we've pulled a few in. There is the Apico loop. We just use that little bit up into the second field for British Championship, the Motul ACU British Championship then, and it is round 5, and all of a sudden we are staring down the barrel of, in a month or so, we will be crowning 3 champions.
Oh, don't say that, Phil. It goes so quick. But what I would like to say is, while we've got this opportunity where it's a bit quiet, big up to Phil Congdon and his team, Justin, his son, and all of the Landrake Motor Park team, because it's an unusual kind of dirt here, and if they didn't prep it, you just go, you got to be kidding. I'm not right on that. But it is a super technical circuit, and they just do a great job in prep. So big up to them.
Yeah, just looking there at the Phoenix Tools Fantic team there. Obviously, that's a local team for down there, and they're sponsoring our Phoenix Tools Fastest Lap. And Conrad Muse currently the lap record holder then with a 2:02 on this circuit. It hasn't changed significantly, so that will be. We'll certainly see whether he's going to lower that here today. And,
well, if anybody's capable of, I have to say, I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag. Let's wait till qualifying to see if he beat that lap time. All right?
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of suspense here. We're going to play at it a little bit. And like you see, the track is looking absolutely prime. And the thing that I like about it, Jeff, with the amount of water that's been put on it and the way that it's been ripped, we haven't seen big bottomless ruts straight away this morning. It's ridden in really, really nicely. There's some nice berms. There's choices of lines all over the place. And I'm expecting some top draw racing out of it. And like I say, with the weather that we've had over the last few weeks down here, then like I say, Phil Congdon and his crew been working tirelessly to get this prep purely for this one day of racing, and I think that everything that they have done is going to lead us to a good day.
Now, I know me and Phil could sit here and sound biased, and you'd think, well, of course you're going to say this, but the championship this year, like I said, the new kind of format, the new personnel running the series, it has gone up a notch. There's a different vibe. If you don't believe me, there you go. There's proof and put in. There's all the people in the crowd rocking in. Get to an event. That's all I'm saying. Get on the website and get to the event. This is what happened in qualifying.
Yeah,
this is the championship.
So this is the championship. Charlie Richmond, currently the red plate holder, then the number 30 on the S. Briggs Commercial Yamaha. Now, he went 1-1 our last round and took his first victories of the season with this RFX 125 championship. We've had 4 guys go 1-1 in the first 4 rounds. 4 different guys. We saw Ryan Waggett at Hawkston go 1-1. And then we saw Jamie Keith, who's no longer with us through injury. He went 1-1 at Canada Heights. Drew Stock went 1-1 at Blacksall. And Charlie Richmond last time at Preston Docks. Who is going to be the next guy? Is it going to be Hayden Statt? Can he step up? Youngest guy in the class. We've got Harry Lee, Lucas Moncrief. Whether those guys have got the speed, but they've certainly got the chance to be like knocking on the door of podiums. Alfie Gettysgreen there in second. Local man Zane Stevens there. He's the second of the S. Gibbs Commercial Yamahas. He's there in 8th. Jack Evans 9th. And Chris Brindley in a solid 10th. Yeah,
and again, there's a mad stat, that is, to think that we've had 4 rounds and we've had 4 different winners. But like you say, they've all just gone 1-1. Nobody else is so that's got to change, surely. Surely we can't go 8 rounds of 8 different winners. So somebody's finally going to surely put back and go more than winning 1 round.
Somebody's got to double up. Our MX2 Championship, and again, this one's crazy as you like. Tommy Searle didn't race at Preston, still held on to the red plate. Billy Askew leading the Jude Morris Racing Foundation Under-21 Championship, had an absolute mare, and he's missed out on the red plate. But bearing in mind that Dirt Store Triumph team have red plate in the main championship and red plate in the Jude Morris, so I don't think they're up there. They're crying into the coffee over that one. But Billy had a good chance to take a points advantage out of Tommy and didn't take it. Charlie Heyman then on the SC Sport Homes Husky, he's there in 3rd. He's there or thereabouts, as we will see a little bit later on. Ben Musto on the AC United Gas tied on points in 4th. There's still realistically 5 or 6 guys within striking distance of the points for the championship, and like I say, who's to say that Doonson isn't going to win a race? We haven't in the top 10 there. We're not seeing Auriel Oliver because he's not done enough rounds to be in there, but he's going to be at the sharp end.
He will climb back up because we know he's capable of winning. And yeah, look, go far as down as Nichols. That's not a big points gap from 6th to 1st after 4 rounds.
No, it's not.
It's wide open, that. So, the MX2 class Jude Morris with the under-21s as well. We keep an eye on that and we're bringing up the speed as we go throughout the day.
Yeah. But that's your MX2 Championship standings as they are at the minute. Like I say, 6 points separating the top 4 after 4 rounds. You cannot ask for any more than that, really, for close racing.
So we're going to be bringing up the MX1. Here we go. Well, that tells you what you need to know there. Red plate at 200 points. That is the maximum points available at this stage. So there you go. You don't need me to tell you that Conrad is dominating the MX1 on that Honda there, Honda Racing Machine, Crendon True 7. Can Adam Sterry, Josh Gilbert pegging back. Well, Josh Gilbert in third. He's got a good chance because he's turned more laps around here than anybody. This is his local track. Kind of knows it like the back of his hand, coming through youth motocross racing down here.
Yeah.
It's a track he knows. So,
and he travels north to come here. Let's not travels west. He's further along even this. Was talking to his dad Andy last night, and obviously Josh. We saw him tip out of the lead at Preston a couple of times, just I would say trying to, but he was the man at the front and he's trying to set the pace. But he's been struggling with injury, or struggling with illness, should I say, for the last few rounds. Dips out on the last run of GPs to try and get back to some level of fitness. And I think while his health is generally somewhere where it needs to be now, obviously he's got to ride himself back into fitness with that. Again, Adam Sterry, he's had a couple of good breakout GP rides, but talking to him and his dad yesterday, didn't have the greatest of Lommels, and obviously it's one of the tracks you either have a good time or a bad time, and he just didn't get the rub of the green. But they're optimistic about this weekend. And Tristan Purdon, the man from South Africa on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, again, he's been on the podium plenty of times this year, and he's shown good speed, and he's come, he's chased from the back. I did not see Jamie Carpenter in practice this morning.
Jamie is sitting this one out. His crash on the opening lap at Preston, you saw it on the live stream. We didn't see it, but we saw him on the floor. I think he's got quite a nasty knee injury. Could be some ACL damage, a dislodged kneecap from that incident. So that's what I'm hearing. I don't know the full down, but it's a knee injury, and that's why he's not participating this weekend. So he's going to drop down the leaderboard. Yeah,
shame for Jamie, because he's again another guy that's shown great speed. 6th place in the DRT Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill, another man who's finding his form on the 450 as well. So that is your top 10 for your 450s, and the next thing that we need to look at is our Planet Moto first lap leader.
I'll explain what that is, Phil, and you can rattle off the actual leaderboard. So the Planet Moto first lap leader, here you go. We award points for the first rider in every class in each race that comes across the finish line on the opening lap. The winner gets 5, 5th place rider gets 1, just the top 5. Then we top those points up. The winner at the end of the year will get a trip down to Spain with the guys at Planet Moto. Go and check them out if you want to ride holiday in Spain. And that's the prize. They get all their bikes and equipment sent down there. They get accommodation, and they can go and train down there for a couple of weeks, courtesy of Planet Moto.
And as we can see on the graphic there, Ryan Waggett, our 125 RFX rider, he is currently leading that with 31 points. Second, then our MX1 rider, the Chambers KTM of Adam Sterry, and in third place, the S Briggs Commercial, also RFX 125 rider of Charlie Richmond. So it's all tight there at the top. Lots of other people in with a shout. Conrad Muse is in there on 24 points, so he kind of keeps his powder dry a little bit.
We've been doing this a couple of years, and this is the tightest this has ever been, by the way, at this stage of the season. We've only 1 point separating the top 3, so that Planet Moto is really up for grabs.
So next thing then is our Phoenix Tools fastest lap, and obviously fairly self-explanatory as to who's done what throughout the season on this one so far. And there you go, Jeff. There's the graphic.
Yeah.
And at Preston Docks last time it was Richmond. Let's not get Cader Wolf came and showed everybody the way around in MX2, and Conrad Muse rattling off yet another perfect score.
I think that's quite damning in MX1, isn't it? Like, there it is, just Muse.
But looking at that time, Jeff, Charlie Richmond 4 seconds slower than Cader Wolf on a 125
at Preston.
In
Sant.
Is impressive.
Yes, it really is. Because if you're not aware, obviously Cader Wolf is the current MX2 world champion. Charlie just cutting his teeth in EMX 125 this year. I think with a view of actually maybe moving into EMX 250 next year and having a bit of a proper stab at it.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I'm guessing that's not official, by the way, but I think that would be his natural progression, because he's going to age out of EMX 125. So, yeah. all looking good for them. So,
and thanks to Phoenix Tools, as I say, local race for them. They're your local tool pusher down in this part of the country, Jeff.
Yep.
And been a supporter of the sport. I didn't see Josh Vale under their awning first thing this morning, and I'll have to have a look and see where he was in qualifying. But notable mention to Carlton Husband from Preston Docks, because he was ballistically fast after crashing in the first turn in race 1, and then I think he had a bit of a mare in race 2, but he was really quick, and I think he's going to be good round here.
And last time out at Preston, he also bought his one of his celebrity school friends, because what a lot of people don't realise is that he actually went to school with England goalkeeper.
Jordan Pickford.
Jordan Pickford was there watching.
And he just wanted to come and enjoy the race and sat in the stands.
Yeah, and he did, and nobody harassed him, and he had a really good day. So
and that's the beauty of coming to motocross. It lets you turn up and do what you want. We'll just quickly run through our manufacturer championship points then, as they stand at the moment. Our 125cc, no surprise then, it is Yamaha on 192 points leading that one. Obviously with Charlie Richmond, Drew Stock, and a couple of others, all on Yamahas. KTM there second on 163, only 30 odd points adrift with Fantic on 117. For our MX2, KTM currently leading with 171 points, with Triumph on 157 and Kawasaki on 148, and Honda obviously maximum points to them, courtesy of Conrad Muse on the True 7, Crendon Honda with 200 points, KTM on 169 and Husqvarna on 129. So still everything to play for in that. Everyone was like, halfway distance in the championship last week. No, it's this. With 4 rounds down and there's 4 to go. This one I think is going to be interesting, because we've got lots and lots of different stuff going on with regards to the track being a hard pack track for the first time. There's our 125 riders then lining up for their first race of the day in what is pretty much beautiful conditions. And there's Archie Congdon there on the 221. I think he's the grandson of the landowner, if my memory serves me right.
You are absolutely bob on. He is indeed, but he had an issue in qualifying. He actually blew his bike up, so his race bike. So he's out on his spare bike, which is not quite as good as his race bike, but he knows the track well. But actually, ironically, he doesn't get to ride this track as much as you would think.
No,
because they still got the planning constraints and all that kind of stuff. So although Grandad owns the track, he doesn't. He's not out here every week tearing around the place.
Okay then, so as we run down then towards the start of our first RFX 125 moto of the day, we will take a short break. We can have a word from all of our sponsors and supporters who help make this championship happen here on Dirt Store MXGB TV. We will be back in a few minutes with the first gate drop of the day.
Perfect.
most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Welcome back then. Here we are looking down as our 125 RFX riders go out on their sight lap, Jeff, and we can look down on the on what is a beautifully prepped track. Everything all ready and raring to go. Big thanks to all of our local sponsors down here. Steve Oskin Construction, who's brought in some absolutely fantastic fencing and got the all of the spectator barriers all looking really nice, blue and white. Looks really nice and professional. And also Hawkins Motor Group, who are here helping out locally. They've got a nice display on just next to us with all trailers and stuff.
Yeah.
A big company down here into their motocross for many, many years.
Oh, yeah, the whole family have been racing. They used to, the family used to lay on the Cornwall Supercrosses down here.
They did.
Amazing.
So it's our qualifiers then, Jeff.
Yeah.
And it is, I wouldn't say a surprising Charlie Richmond pole because he's the man on form at the moment, but the fact that he was 3 seconds clear of Ryan Waggett absolutely blew me away on a 2:06 this morning. So Waggett second, Lucas Moncrief on the three-flow Crescent Yamaha in third. That's a good performance from him. Drew Stock fourth, Hayden Stapp fifth, Harry Lee sixth, Zane Stevens seventh. Then it's Pickering, Brindley and Jack Evans. And then the South African White McGregor there, he's there in 11th. Joe Granger in 12th. Oakley Kettle, Cole Nally, Oakley Skinner, Charlie Hobden, local man Archie Congdon, and then Ollie Rees-Jones, Corey Gordon and Ollie Burridge rounding out the top 20. But that's an absolutely outstanding qualification from Charlie Richmond. Obviously they were out first. Track was at its I won't say at its flattest, but he obviously made hay while the sun didn't shine first thing this morning at 9:30 and nailed that lap.
Well, he did, but then about another 7 minutes into the session, he went quicker again. So it wasn't just a case of he nailed it first lap, as often the case with a sand circuit or whatever. No, he absolutely executed it, and just to rub salt in the wounds, went, well, I can go even quicker than that.
But as we've seen, not always qualification doesn't mean everything.
No, but it doesn't mean everything, but usually it's a good indicator. But of course, without a start, I mean, he's got pace. Clearly, he's got pace if he made a bad start to rip through the field. But no, you can never. It's a good way to start the day, obviously, but there's no extra points on qualifying an R Championship. It doesn't. No more than just a gate pick. That's what it means.
And I'm kind of a fan of that as well. I like the racing to be. I like the points to be about the racing.
Totally agree.
But so they will start from down there. You can see all the banners there at the back of the start gate, and these boys are just going to go back into the holding area, and then they will be sent out to the gate.
There is a huddle of hard-working various media team out here, all ready for that gate drop and that brilliant shot. You'll get 40-odd riders, nearly 40 riders, and that is much steeper. I mean, looking at it on a TV screen, that looks flat as a pancake.
It doesn't look very steep at all, but those 125s, you will see who's got a quick bike up there. Now, I'm expecting a whole shot from Ryan Waggett simply because he's probably one of the smaller guys in the class, and he's proved that he can get. There's the view from the other side, and you can see
it still doesn't look that steep.
But no hill looks steep on TV.
But maybe it's the fact that I'm knocking on a little bit and got a gammy ankle that I'm out of puff by the halfway I get up there.
Yeah. But so we're just going to take another quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back with our gate drop of the RFX 125 Moto 1.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me. Through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, one above me. Stepping through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me.
Welcome back after that short commercial break. Thanks everybody again for supporting the series, both our series partners and you for tuning in. Remember to keep liking and subscribing. Spread the word. Don't be shy.
Spread the word indeed. Facebook then, MXGB-TV. Instagram is also MXGB-TV. Then our website, mxgb-tv.co.uk. And obviously on YouTube, MXGB-TV. And we are also going out live across Europe and the rest of the world on FIM-moto.tv. So plenty of places to watch the racing. A great crowd in there, Jeff.
And Phil loves to do the continental theme, gets the flags out.
He does.
I'm not sure if he actually irons them himself and does all that, but every year immaculately presented. So it's a nice colourful vibe here at Landrake. There's Charlie, Richmond.
So where do you think he's going to be going on the gate, Jeff? I mean, he's not taking the inside gate.
No, I'd say he's... Well, I don't know. I'm trying to gauge where we are. Well, he looks like he's to the right. As you go off the gate, he's actually on the left-hand side of it.
He's
right as you look from
he's
the top
all
of
the
the
way
hill.
to the outside now.
He is. Interesting.
Now, the reason, and I will say this as somebody that's never raced up this hill, but I would suggest that the reason for that gate pick is the track goes up the right-hand side of the start straight.
Yes.
So by going up the left-hand side of the start straight, he is going to miss all of the bumps on the way into the turn, all of the ruts on the way into the turn, and he's looking to have a big sweeping line round into that top right-hander and maybe run all the way around the outside of that turn and miss the ruts.
As first corners go, this, although it's a right-handed one, and we often say about it be motocross is better left because the rear brake's on the right-hand side.
Oh, don't give me that.
This is one of the biggest sweeping corners in British motocross, actually, in regards to the first corner. It really is a nice big sweeping first corner. Also, I think the hill is a little bit firmer on the dirt, right on the left.
It is.
Because the power harrow won't go right out to the edge of the track. So I think that's another reason why Charlie's opted to go out there.
So there's the number 80 of Zane Stevens, local boy as well. He's there on the second of those S. Briggs commercials, Yamahas. He had a decent qualification. He was there in 7th, which I wouldn't say is a season's best for him, but he's certainly been there or thereabouts inside the top 10. And so good to see him backing that up.
I mean, the championship's tight in this class. We've already covered it. He's currently in 8th in the championship, but he's tied on points with Elfie Geddes Green on 90 points.
Right. Green flag at the back of the grid then, Jeff.
Here we go.
Ready. Anticipation then of the 5-second board. Here we go.
Oh, that seemed a long 5 seconds, but there we go. Let's see Charlie on the outside. Look at the
massive
drive.
starts, whole shot down the inside and through the middle, though.
And Zane Stevens right down the pipe. He's ridden around here many times, and he's light, he's tall, but there's nothing to him.
Yeah, lovely lad as well. Got a chance to chat. Ryan Waggett in there in second, Richmond third. Not sure who that is in fourth, but the whole shot then for the local man, Zane Stevens, number 80 on the S. Briggs Yamaha. He will lead them across the line to start lap 1. Waggett's going to take a run round the outside and take the lead off the step down, Jeff.
Oh, this is going to be good because Waggett's in there.
Oh.
Richmond, look at that, making it light work. Zane just messed it up a little bit, missed his line, and it allowed the other two riders through. But the best thing he can do now is just charge and hold on to their coattails.
So Waggett then, this is the Planet Moto waves. He'll go double, double, double. 6 of those. It certainly looked like from where I was. And then they're going to drop down the hill.
It's a fast circuit. It's running a bit faster today because of the conditions and the dry weather that we've had. So, but they've got the track mint, by the way. As I said, they'll stay on top of it with the water in. So this is going to be some great racing. It's going to come fast.
So it is Ryan Waggett on the Rajirai Racing KTM that leads them away. With Richmond there in second down. This a lovely jump down the hill, and they've already started to gap out. Still Stevens there in third. Cole Nally there, I think that is on the 24 in fourth, with Harry Lee fifth, Lucas Moncrief sixth. The number 69 is Ollie Burton. Oliver Burridge, he's had a good start,
hasn't he? Ever?
Burridge qualified 20th, so he's definitely got a wriggle on off the start as they jump back up towards the spectator area, and then this drag along the bottom through a left and then right, and then we will join up and come back down the side of the start straight.
New for this event, they've actually put a little spectating area in the middle of the circuit, like they're all in there like caged cattle.
Now, we were talking about that. There was somebody this morning was saying, oh, it would be great if you get over in the middle, and I'm like, I don't know if that's not been arranged, but fantastic that they've done that. But it is Ryan Waggett, the man that, again, he took 2 race wins at the opening round at Hawkston Park, and I won't say against the run of play, but he wasn't one of the guys that people were talking about at the start of the season.
Well, I've got to say, he's absolutely on it at the minute. The way he went down that sweeping corner was like, railing his foot peg all the way round there. Okay, it looks to me like after completion of 1 full lap that Ryan Waggett is going to get the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award, and he's already leading that championship. That's another 5 points in the bag for Ryan Waggett. Planet Moto First Lap Leader, 4 points to Richmond, 3 to Stevens, Nally with 2, and then Harry Lee with 1.
So there's Richmond in second, giving chase. And let's have a look. Not seen Hayden Staton. I've not seen Drew Stock either across the line in the top 10. So he's the man that needs to be the man on the move. Stock currently in 12th.
He's got some work to do. He really has. That's a long way back, really. On a fast circuit, he's going to have to get a real lick on if he's going to get into the top 5 here.
Yeah.
Drew Stock.
And Richmond then up round that left-hander and up into the Apico loop. And that looks like he's taken a little bit of time out of Waggett on that quarter of a lap as they drop down back into the main field.
I personally feel, and again, personal opinion, he's so confident at the minute. I think he's just like, let's just let the race bed in. I don't think he's going to push too early to try and put a challenge up against Ryan Waggett. He's just going to sit there for a bit, suss him out, see where he's going. And I expect after about around the 10-minute mark, Phil, I expect him to really lay it on and see if he can actually close that gap on the race leader.
But let's not forget, Ryan Waggett did give him a run for his money at Preston Knox.
Yeah,
he didn't roll over. But last lap then, Zane Stevens then still holding on in third, but he was a full 7 seconds slower than these guys at the front, which shows you the pace that they are setting as they come down the dirt store hill and round the back of our start gate. This Motul loop behind the start gate, and then they will make their way back up to the top of where they've just blasted up 5 minutes ago. 15:40 plus 2 left on the clock. I like to say, this corner does look like it's gone on forever.
It's fun to ride though. It's brilliant. Honestly, it's so much fun coming down that hill. You're just kind of on it all the time. Charlie Richmond sets the quickest lap of the race. The quickest sector per second. So he's started to step it up. You don't have the sector times on your screen. We do. We're bringing you up to speed.
That's something that we're hoping to deliver as time goes on. But that hill does not look anywhere near as steep as that.
But that second time around, Charlie Richmond setting the quickest lap of the race. He took just 1.1 seconds out of Waggett that last lap around. So he's starting to... These two have got... They're actually 15 seconds already ahead of third field. That is mind-boggling. Lucas Moncrief. Oh, no, sorry. All the positions are wrong on my screen.
Ah, right.
That's why.
I'm like, really?
I was like, really? Yeah, sorry. But the other monitor we got here is doing it on their lap times and not their race position, so I'll have to get that amended.
So Waggett then still leading by 1.5 seconds. Stat now up to third. Harry Lee fourth on the 17. Stevens back to fifth. Moncrief then on the 5:31 free flow Yamaha. He's there in sixth place. Stock now up to seventh, and the 1:42 Chris Brindley, he's there in 8th. Like I say, track conditions absolutely perfect. Just a little bit of dust as Wagger. Whoa, Richmond's off the side of the track there. Nearly collected one of our advertising hoardings. Just ran a little bit wide. No advantage given, but that is going to give Wagger a chance just to pull another couple of bike lengths.
Yeah, we're focusing on these two for now. We're going to look trying to find some other battles further down the field, and we'll come back to some other riders in a minute. At the minute, though, obviously this is a good scrap, so we don't necessarily want to break away too much, but we are now going to go and look for a few more battles further down the field, because it has. I think it's starting to actually sharpen up quite a bit for around the 4th, 5th, 6th position field. Looks like there's some good racing going on there. Wagger being cheered on. He's got his fan club down here.
Yeah, he's from up north though, Ryan Wagger. Oh, rear end lit up there. He properly started to slide. Jump faces look really nice, Jeff. No ruts or anything on those. No lips so far.
Do you know what, Phil? I wasn't far off. Hayden Stat is 12 seconds behind, so
I'll let you off.
Yeah. I mean, these two are absolutely shredding this circuit right now. They've pulled a 12-second gap over Hayden Stat in 3rd.
So there's the other battles coming through then. I think that's a rider who's a lap down, not sure.
Now that's Harry Lee, number 17. He's in 4th and he's got Moncrief. Oh, sorry, the other Yamaha is.
Yeah, so this is the battle then.
This is the battle for 4th.
This is Moncrief and
Harry Lee.
We'll keep an eye on the battle at the front between Wagger and Richmond as well. So just trying to give all these other guys props for what they're doing.
And these two are tight in the championship as well. They're actually battling for 5th and 6th in the championship.
Oh, big muck kick there for Moncrief. I tell you what, Zane Stevens has not fallen away. His initial, I think the initial shocker lead in the first lap, he's settled down now, and he's still holding a decent 6th position.
I saw Drew Stock charging down the hill. He's an angry young man after a bad start, so look for him. He is closing in.
Yeah, there he is in the
7th,
background.
number 418. He's closing in fast on these two. Moncrief is currently 9 points behind Harry Lee in the championship. Last round, we wondered what happened to Lucas in the second race. He was up the front and then with a seat come off.
Oh, did you not?
On that one.
Did you not train him to ride without a seat, Jeff?
I do, I should. But in the end, he came in to try for a seat replacement.
Yeah.
So he was a bit gutted about that.
To be fair, around Preston Doctor, I would not want to be doing that. But there's Harry Lee on the Fantic again. Another rider who's been really solid this year on that number 17. There's Wagger, the race leader. Still, you're seeing that's just cupping out a little bit. That KTM looks really soft on the rear, Jeff. He's getting some real good grip with the back end of that KTM on the polished surface down that hill. This is where he took the lead on lap 1 from the Spencer Briggs.
You could see how shiny it was there,
yeah.
Couldn't you? Like, you know, shredding, leaving almost like a mark when they get on the gas. So it is slick out there.
We're coming up to half distance, +2, and Richmond, like you say, Jeff, is he just sitting there, taking his time, thinking he's got Ryan Wagger covered, or is he just, or is he having to hang on? What's the lap times doing?
I think he's. Initially, I thought he was just sort of sat there, but I think after the first couple of laps, I think he's realised actually Ryan is going quicker than he imagined. So he's had to go with him. Can't let that gap get too far away because, and it looks like now he's starting to ramp up and plan an attack here, Phil.
But if he's going to make a pass, he's got to make it stick, because as we've seen before, the number 55 Raji Roy Racing KTM of Ryan Wagger is not afraid to get his elbows out. And this is what 125 Racing is all about, learning your craft.
Different line choice as well. This will obviously start to kick out. We're going to get some pretty sharp edge bumps out there as the racing goes on.
So as you just stood up a lap ago, Richmond over that jump ran the wrong side of the things and nearly nailed the pallet at the side of the track there. So that was a real let off for him. Only one offline by a foot and a half.
I have to say, the racing for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th is getting incredibly tight. There is hardly anything between Harry Lee, Lucas Moncrief, Zane Stevens and Drew Stock.
You can't take your eyes off this battle at the front though, Jeff.
There's a lot going on back there. Not for the minute, no. We'll stick with this because Charlie is getting ever so closer. Little by little, there's not much between it. It's currently 1.4 seconds. That was last lap around. Let's see what the gap is this time around.
He's not showing him a wheel anyway. Is he just sitting back, keeping clear vision? We'll see how long it is before our third place rider comes up the face of this jump. And
Tell
that
you
will
what.
be Hayden Statt, and it's a long way, Jeff, in it. It's a long way. There he is, the 5:48 of Hayden Statt. He was nursing an injury from Preston Docks. Had a bit of a jarring landing as we went down into the back loop on one of the laps. I think we did pick it up on Coles, but he struggled with that for the rest of the day, and they had to get that looked at. But he didn't do the EMX round at Lommel, and so he's had a couple of weeks to recharge his batteries.
Credit to Ryan Waggett here. He is riding a blinder and he is handling the pressure brilliant.
He doesn't get flustered, does he?
No, neither of them do, and that's what makes it such a kind of cat and mouse thing we got going on here. Charlie took just 1/10 out of him that last lap, so they're pretty evenly matched.
That's just fluff in this in the context of this. But Waggett is a little bit older than these guys, I think, a little bit out of shape there. I think he's got a couple of years on Richmond, and whilst they're still youngsters in terms of their place in the sport, I know that Waggett has been on this bike for a couple of years now, and it's great to see him back at the sharp end of the British Championship. Again, they run up that nice little dry bit of wall there, but the lines will change as the day goes on.
A little bit of a track change there. That used to be a drop off there that was actually really quite difficult, but they've removed that, so it's just a clear run down the hill now.
And what you do find when they put stuff like that in, Jeff, it very, very quickly becomes one line as a result. So all of that top bit of the circuit then free to be used as Waggett then finds his way past one of our
good work,
slower riders. Looks like he's out there on a
borrowed bike.
Yeah.
Whoever that was, he'd done a good job in getting out of the way of the race leaders there.
I did see them frantically pushing that down to the holding area as
clearly he's on a borrowed bike, so we don't know exactly who that is until we see the number on their back. But
and again,
good.
Richmond seems to be able to get out of the inside line on that uphill, whereas Waggett has to go a little bit more mid-circuit, and it looks like Richmond's just picking up a little bit more grip.
Oh, this is too... I mean, we've got great racing going further on down the field, but this is so close. I don't think we can cut away from this at the minute, because you know what will happen.
Well,
the very second we do, there'll be a change for the lead. So
6 minutes coming up left on the clock, plus 2. What we're going to have left, I think we're probably going to have maybe 5 laps left.
It's getting hot out there as well, Phil. It's going to be... I mean, obviously they're not feeling it right now, but... come second moto they probably will. Okay, I would say this is probably the closest that Richmond has been to Ryan Waggett all race, and they are coming into a bit of lap traffic. Never easy for the race leader, even with blue flags, you know, but again, some of our slower riders are switched on, staying well out of the way.
And let's not forget, these are not slow riders.
No.
They're still good lads in their own right, but we are looking at the cream of 125 racers in the UK here today at Landrake. And fair play to everybody who stepped up and entered this round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship on our RFX 125 class, as Richmond just catches a crab a little bit then as he accelerated up the hill. And Waggett's he's not got closer than a second. He's not showed him a wheel. 5:17 left on the clock, and as the K-Tech tower shows then stop, then he's there in 6th, 3 seconds adrift of Lucas Moncrief. Lee 4th, Moncrief 5th.
Yeah,
Hayden Statt's a lonely 3rd there, Jeff.
he is, because the 4th place rider Harry Lee is actually 30 seconds off the lead. So and like you said, so Hayden Statt is just kind of in no man's land. He's in 3rd, but he's got like 12 seconds either side of him to work with, so he's just going through the motions right now. It's all about who's going to take the race win here as the clock is winding down. He just needs and that's why I'm going to praise Ryan Waggett again, because he is riding faultlessly here under pressure. He hasn't made one mistake, and that is exactly what Charlie Richmond's looking for right now, applying the pressure. But Ryan Waggett is, if anything, got away a little bit that lap.
Yeah, so they're just coming up on the TM of Colnally, and Nally dawdling a bit on the racing line there. But again, there's only so many places you can go. You can't disappear instantly, and that does kind of go left and right a bit at the bottom, and that has allowed Richmond just to close the gap a little bit.
That was just enough. He just had to back it down, the race leader, going into that corner, and then on a 125, if you kill your momentum going into the corner, you lose it all coming out, and that allowed Charlie Richmond to just get back that little bit. So it's back on. They're kind of pendulum at the minute.
Yeah, it was 1.8 over the line last time, Jeff. So there we see they come up the hill. This is again another little bit of a mistake from Richmond. I think Waggert's stretching this, you know.
Yeah, that last lap was a good one for him. Yeah, definitely. It went out a little bit. I'd say about another couple of tenths there. Taking it almost right to the edge of the track, those white pegs. So you don't want to be little wooden stakes we got in the ground there.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Charlie Richmond, red plate holder on the S. Briggs Commercial Yamaha, 13 points the advantage over Ryan Waggett at the head of the championship. So this is a big deal. This is kind of like a 6-point swing, if you will.
Yeah. And as much as you got a bit of a championship lead to pad out, it's not big enough to start going. I'll start taking seconds now.
No.
We're only just past the halfway stage.
Exactly, yeah. So again, Waggett has to find his way past the back markers of 2:07 that time by. He's really aggressive in these turns, Jeff, isn't he? Really. He's not giving this to Richmond. In fact,
he's gapped it that time. He's gone out. Yeah, he's put another 3 tenths on him that time. It's nearly up to 2 seconds now. A 1.9 second lead, or as you can see on screen there, ahead of Richmond. So Richmond again is going to have to regroup. While those two are battling at it, let's give you an update. You can still see on your screen there, Hayden Stat, a lonely third, number 548 on the Yamaha. Then there's this battle continue going on between Harry Lee on the Fantic and Lucas Moncrief on the Yamaha, and closing in on them just marginally now is Drew Stock. So we have a 3-way battle. Actually, Drew Stock's been dropped a little bit by those two. So
maybe he's had to buzz himself to get through from that bad start. He's just running out of steam a little bit. Again, it's a warm day out there, Jeff. It's warm in the booth, so those boys are going to be feeling it. It's midday. The sun's been beating down on us for a good few hours now. So it was 1.9 across the line last time by.
He looks good. He looks really good. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder. I don't think Charlie's got enough in reserve to bridge this gap with the amount of time left.
Are we going to get 2 laps next time by? It's going to be close, you know. It's going to be very close. Blue flags then from our race officials. As always, thanks to all of the MXGB crew who've been down here for most of the week putting this event together. Our back marker then.
That was Ollie Burridge who made a good start.
He made a good start. He qualified 20th and
doing well. 17th for their lapping. They're getting close to lapping to inside the top 15 here, which they probably will.
Yeah, and that's still points. So 41 seconds. So Waggett's going to get across the line again. So it'll be 2 laps to go next time by. I think he's broken, Jeff. I think that Waggett has he's kept himself strong, and that gap is definitely starting to stretch out.
Yeah, like I said just a moment ago, I think he's done enough. You never can tell, because obviously Charlie's got blinding speed. We saw that in qualifying, but qualifying speed and then replicating that at the end of a moto, it's not so easy. So
4 seconds is the gap, though.
Yeah, that's really gapped out.
He's got the complete length of the Planet Moto waves there, and that's the biggest the gap has been since the start of the race, as the clock ticks down to zeros, and we'll get 2 laps to go next time by in the first of our RFX 125 races here at Landrake for round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship up round the Apico loop. He's not even had a look, Jeff. He's just kept his head down, and
he is. Well, I mentioned it a little while ago. He's ridden, regardless of handling the pressure, he's ridden an immaculate race.
He has. Not so. We were kind of sitting there thinking, well, Charlie's coming off the back of a 1-1, and he's had some good results in EMX and stuff, and his confidence is there. But Waggett he's got to the front quick, and he's kept his head down for the whole of this 20-minute plus 2-lap race.
I would say this as well, Phil. You picked up on it earlier on. They've got the suspension on that thing dialed great to the track.
Yes.
That rear end is soft. It's down. It's getting traction. It's not high in the air.
No. And props to him and his team for getting that bike working as it is on these loose conditions. Sometimes it's really, really easy to lose sight of the fact that grip is everything.
Actually, the Phoenix Tour's fastest lap of the race is not the rider you see on screen. Charlie Richmond set the quickest lap of the race. That is still a 2:05.318.
Yeah, we're getting some international races.
We are,
here.
yes.
Come say
I'll let you
in Michigan. So hats off to you, mate. Watching over there in the United States.
Hi, Oz.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you got your name from Ozzy Osbourne or whatever it is, but hi, Oz in Michigan.
Yeah.
Michigan. Good to have you tuning in.
We were tuned into Ironman last night. Nice to see that people are doing the reciprocal thing.
Do not tell me any
Oh,
results,
no.
Phil, or I'll have
no.
to get you in a half Nelson.
No, well, I just said we're tuned in. This is not my first rodeo. Waggett then 4.6 away at the front. And he's got the 2-lap board as he came across. So,
Yeah. I think Richmond's thrown in the towel, but, you know.
and rightly so. Look,
Yep.
I haven't got what it takes in this one. We'll take the points for second. The gap will come down to 10, and when we'll go again. And of course, what this means is to keep our numbers nice and even. Waggett has got to win the second race.
Yes, for those of you that are new to our sport, it's on an aggregate score over 2 motos,
Yeah.
over 2 races. So, and basically, if they go a second, often in the case in the first moto is as good as a first, because if Charlie Richmond goes out and wins the second moto, no matter what Ryan does, he's going to win the race meeting overall.
Yeah, they just put in a lap on the 4:33 of Oakley Kettle, and Hayes is trying to look see where he is in our top. I think he's about 16th or 17th, maybe. But I think this has been a really good showing from Ryan Waggett. Whether Richmond is coming back at him, I don't think so. And if you've sat within 2 seconds of the guy for the whole race, you're not suddenly going to let it go out to 5 seconds and come back.
Just to give you an update as we wind this thing down, it's all settled down basically now in the top 10. That's what's going to happen there. So it's Hayden Statt, as we said, a kind of lonely third. Harry Lee has now got a few seconds over Lucas Moncrief, who in turn has some seconds to work with, and 3 seconds over Drew Stott and Zane Stevens. So the top 10 doesn't look like it's going to change much.
No.
I want to give a shout out to Finley Pickering as he continues to work his way back.
Yeah, he's come back
he missed
after an
most
injury.
of last year.
Yeah.
And it's just great to see him back out there.
Oh, last lap flag is out then. Well, that was difficult to see, but there he is up over that table for the final time. And obviously you've got a chance to go and chat with him and see how much of it he actually knew what was going on, because we've not seen him even take the slightest bit of a look behind for the whole of this race.
Well, he looked very calm throughout, but I should imagine his track crew were letting him know exactly
He's got some-
what's going
yeah.
on. But he's handled the pressure incredibly well, and he's got some nearly 5 seconds to work with, and with all his experience, even at this young age, that should be more than enough for Ryan Waggett here to just bring this in nicely. No heroics, just gives him that little bit of opportunity not to panic in this last half a lap. If he comes up to lap markers, back markers, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, as 1-2-5 races go, this has kind of been one of the calmer ones.
It has, yeah.
It has. I mean, it was a great battle at the front between Richmond and Waggett. Like I say, good to see Hayden Statt bouncing back, because that's a good result for him. Like I say, he's the youngest rider in the class up off a big wheel 85, and he's finding his feet really well out there doing EMX as well. And so he's going to be a force to be reckoned with later on in the year, and certainly in 2026. But it's this man on the number 55, Raji Roy Racing KTM. And there's literally got a few corners to go, and he will be taking victory in RFX 125 Race 1 here at the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship at Landrake on what is a beautiful August day.
He has. He's gone with a textbook of like not looking behind him at all. There's a lot of people, coaches will tell you not to look behind. Some do because they're just confident enough to gauge where the riders are. He has had tunnel vision. Not once have I seen him look behind to see where his competitor is.
But there he is, across the line then, take victory. A good victory for Ryan Waggett then. That was fantastic. Richmond comes across the line in a hard-fought second. As Jeff and I were saying there, we thought that he was going to have something for Waggett at half distance, but the number 55 KTM kept the hammer down, and as a result, he takes victory by 6 seconds in the end as the rest of the riders come across the line. These are the battles as they're all coming in, and this is what we're seeing. Further back, these guys have all absolutely checked out. Third across the line, Hayden Stat. This looks like the battle with Zane Stevens. In fact, that is the numerator of Stevens, so he's there. This is 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. I should agree, what a fantastic race that was. That's the 142. That's Chris Brindley, he's there in 8th, chasing Stevens as they go up the hill, up the start straight for there. We've got Harry Lee across the line in 4th and Lucas Moncrief in 5th. Drew Stock is at the front of this battle in 6th. And here is the 142 of Brindley, currently 10th in points. So Stock across the line, 6th, 7th for Stevens, 8th for Brindley. And then we wait for 9th and 10th. But what a fantastic opening race. Jack Evans will be 9th, and it should be Finley Pickering across the line in 10th. And I think there they both come. I think that was the 167 of Evans on the KTM. Pickering just a little bit further adrift. Right, we're going to take a quick break with a word from our sponsors, and we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
We are in a sunny victory circle, winner's circle. Ryan Waggett, what a ride. I was commenting on just how you handled the pressure of that. You knew he was there the whole time. You must have.
Yeah, I heard him behind us a couple of times. Just thought if I rode my own race, it'd be much easier than trying to keep him off.
Yeah, you didn't ride any protective lines as well. You weren't trying to think, right, blocking back, just head down. I didn't see you look behind once. That's textbook stuff.
Yeah, you don't really want to be looking behind. That's when you start panicking.
So how was it out there? We know we've had an incredibly dry spell, summer for once. I think they've done a really good job with the track. I mean, you know that. I mean, it's hard ground, so it looks like it's riding pretty well at the minute.
Yeah, they put a lot of water down on Saturday. Made it nice and damp for us. Good ruts, nice and grippy. And
that was a bit of a point swing there in the championship. It's on. I think that's down to 10 points now, maybe. I know you might not be thinking about it now, one race at a time, but you got to be pleased with how that went.
Yeah, I just got to keep picking them off. Try get more points as I can on them.
Well, good luck next moto. Clearly, again, your colour scheme is out of control. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, Blues tyres, G-Force suspension, 91 motor clothing, Dirt Store, and that's everyone else helps us out, please.
Keep up the good work, mate. Hopefully see you back here in the next moto. Okay, we're going to bring in who was next? Okay, Charlie. Let's bring Charlie in. it's hot. The lads have basically just getting a full hose down, as it were. Let's get Charlie and the bike in. You can tell that he's been receiving roost all race. Charlie, again, that was a hard-fought moto. This championship is obviously going to go the distance, I think, between you guys. Talk us through how it was out there, because looks like you get a couple of pushes, but just couldn't seem to find a way past.
Yeah, the riding was good. It's very one-lined out there. Like, it's kind of a bit follow leader, but Ryan was riding really well. But I just struggled to get past him, and then I hit a wooden post, and I think I dislocated my finger or something, so I couldn't really hold on for the rest of the race, but it was good.
It's a mad sport, isn't it? We got to question why we do it. I can see your finger there, actually. I don't know if we can see that. That doesn't look overly healthy. So toughen it out. You got a great team behind you. Again, we got to give them an honourable shout out, because I know how much they're doing for you, and you in return are delivering the results.
Yeah, the team are really good. They've really helped me this season with the bikes and travelling to the EMX and stuff like that. It's been really good.
Well, good luck the second moto. I would definitely go and get that looked at. That doesn't look great. See what the medics can do with that, but I'm sure you'll be out in the second moto. So there you go, Charlie Richmond. He's going to move out of the way, toughen it out. Obviously, if you're going to win a motocross championship, it's never straightforward. Let's bring in Hayden Statt. Again, just bringing his bike in, going all like he's just come straight from the beach in LA with the hat on backwards. Looking mighty fine. Come on round, Hayden. Again, mate, I know how much you lads want this championship. You know, you're young, you're enthusiastic, you're learning your trade. I know third's not where you want to be, but again, you had to work to get there. And by the time you got there, that gap was already too far gone.
Yeah, it was a rough start. Span off the grid, but still managed to get about top 10. Just pushed way forward, but by then it already went.
But are you happy with how you're riding? Because obviously second moto, if you execute that start, you know you're in with a shout.
Yeah, I believe I have the pace to be up there, like further up, or even closer behind them than what I was there. But yeah, we'll just have to keep pushing on and try and get there.
Keep doing that very thing. So there's Hayden. He got a third. Okay, that's the first RFX 125 race done. Credit to the lads again for delivering a great race. We're going to go to a quick ad break on the live stream. Don't go too far. We'll be back soon with the MX2 opening moto here at Landrake round 5.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are in our lovely little studio here, Phil. Burning up.
Air conditioned.
But we have got these very nice RFX tops on. Thanks to the guys for decking us out in these, keeping us cool. They're a lovely bit of kit. So
yeah, nice to be sitting here in something that isn't strangling us all to death, and we look quite professional as well into the bargain, which is
glad you
always
said
good.
Quite. Not very. I don't know why they keep putting this camera on us. We've both got a face for radio, so let's get off us and see what's happening out on the track.
Let's
you
not
don't
even
even
the pudding
see
there.
us. But yeah, it's as you can see out there, a great area. We can see for the first time ever they've just put that little pen up the top with some crowd in there. That's cool. So hopefully that will catch on. Because normally we keep everybody along the fence line here, and you can't get access out into the middle of the track. But for this event,
they've opened
it up.
Yeah, it's a cracking view from wherever you are on the circuit, and it's been pretty decent. And let's have a look at the qualifying results then, Jeff.
Yes, let's do that. Well, there you go. Talk about rider full of confidence.
Yeah, Charlie Heyman taking pole position then, 0.3 of a second. He took pole from returning from injury Joe Brooks. Not a shock, Joe Brooks is a performer, but to come back from injury and go second. Kai Karsmakers then on the DRT Kawasaki, he slotted in third position from the SS24 Gabriel KTM Juniors team, 574 of Game Doonson, and then GMR Championship leader and second in the main championship, currently by a point, Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph. Then it's the 163 of Ben Musto with Searle, Oriel Oliver, Max Werner and Liam Garland on the SRE Garland Motorsports KTM, rounding out the top 10. 11th Josh Vale, so he is out there, his bikes must have been round the back. Callum Mitchell, Ollie Coleman, he had a great GP at Lommel. Glenn McCormick, Jake Nichols, Adam Collins, Freddie Bartlett, Henry Williams, Rafe Broadley and Tyler Westcott. It's a stacked MX2 field.
Yes, it is. It is. It's a tough class. A lot of young talent out there. Definitely that. And, of course, some wise heads out there, notably Tommy Searle, who said in our little prelude yesterday on social media, if this round would have been anywhere else other than Landrake, he would have sat it out. Now, for those of you that don't know, Tommy had a back injury from the World Tour, Arena Cross World Tour Finals. And because he loves the track so much, he said if the championship had gone to any other track, he would have gone, I'm going to rest up a bit longer. But because he loves Landrake that much, and he feels like it's not so punishing on his back, he's here.
And also he's here with the championship red
Of course,
plate.
yeah.
So let's not forget that we're going to have the Prox Pit Pass after this event, which will drop later on in the week, Jeff.
Yes,
with a roundup of everything that goes on here at Landrake behind the scenes. We can't bring you everything that's going on live, but we will certainly bring you up to date with all the backstories on the Prox Pit Pass. And obviously a big thank you to MXGB TV and Dirt Store for providing this coverage. Thanks to Neil Irwin for all his hard work behind the scenes to keep this going, and obviously we are greatly happy to be part of it.
Yeah, and to all the other brands that get involved, manufacturers, let's talk them, because the majority of them are involved. Of course, we've got Honda, Kawasaki involved. We've got Triumph stepping up, supporting the series. Then we've got some amazing kit brands, and everybody like that. We've obviously got Bell, Fly, Fox, FXR. The list goes on. We'll rattle them off as we go throughout the day, because without these people, we wouldn't be doing this. We're going to go to another quick advert break because of these people getting behind us. Let's show them some love by giving them some adverts, commercials. Watch them, purchase from them. Let's keep evolving this thing. We're going to go to a few ads. We'll be back shortly.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level above me. Stepping through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another level above me.
So here we are then. back enjoying the sunshine. And as you can see, a few people basking in what is glorious sunshine here at Landrake.
I'm going to put it out here now, Phil. I've got a good idea. If you're watching this live stream and when we cut to the crowd, come to the future rounds, and I want to start seeing like plaques and like at a football match, you know, get your name out there. More people that come to an event, you know, put your favourite rider's name up, and as long keep it clean.
Keep it clean.
Otherwise, we won't show it.
Yeah.
But if you're coming to an event, let's start getting some flags so you can get yourself on TV.
Tommy Searle, then red plate holder there on the number 100. His teammate, the 441 of Billy Askew, also has the right to run the red plate as the under-21 championship leader, but currently decides not to. They're just on the standard plates there. But both of the Dirt Store Triumph guys heading out the top 2 positions in the championship. There's the 592 of Freddie Bartlett on the Ultimate Wheels Kawasaki. The 494 Gabriel SS 24 KTM of Gian Dunson. Now he's another man who is made his MX2 debut at Lommel. I think he should have been at Lockett, and for some reason it didn't happen, and he decided to do it at Lommel. Being a Dutchman, that's probably why. Fancied himself a little bit more in the sand. He is going to be somebody that's shouting for race wins.
Well, I don't recall him ever. Of course, he's never raced here, by my recollection.
I would have thought that obviously all of his team would be.
Yeah. And exactly that, Oriol Olivier, he's definitely not raced here, which might give a slight indication on where he was in qualifying.
He was 8th, and obviously he's coming back from illness. But let's just keep an eye open with 419 of Joe Brooks, because he was the man. As much of a shock as it was to see Charlie Heyman taking pole, and I mean that, you know, it was great to see. Not completely out of character. He's been up there or thereabouts, and he is currently 4th in the championship. But Joe Brooks back from injury as we wait for the gate to drop. There we go. Break from the middle. That looks like one of the Dunson. Is that Dunson?
I think it is. It's Ben Musto on the inside. On the Acer. Tommy Searle loves this venue, a championship leader, and he puts himself right where he wants to be, other than one place. But he can manage that from there. Let's see how his back holds out.
Yeah, indeed. He looked like Heyman there in 3rd. There was a Kawasaki there in 4th. That's going to be the 33 of Kai Karsmakers on the DRT Kawasaki as they come across the line. And then it is indeed Dunson, then Askew, Oriol Olivier in 8th. But it is the AC United Gas of Ben Musto, the man from Cheltenham, who leads them away on that first circuit. Tommy Searle then on the Dirt Store KTM. He'll be using a bit of old age and treachery to try and keep himself in front of these guys.
Tell you what,
Musto's, Karsmakers almost out the front door there.
That's what I was going to tell you. I was literally going to say, it looks like it's going to get tight in the whoops, and then right on cue, that happened. This is also, I know it's very early in the race, but this is a real opportunity for Ben Musto. He's already gapping the field. If he can lay down 3 or 4 really good laps here, he's got a shot at this. He's already, look at him, he's gone already.
Now, this may sound a little early doors, I know, but if the right things fall into place and Musto hangs on to this lead, he's got he could be the red plate holder. He's 6 points down. That's all it is, 6 point down. Tommy obviously second, he's leading the championship. Is he going to be able to hang on? Heyman is tied on points with Musto, and if Heyman finishes behind him, then by that maths, Heyman will drop behind him. And obviously Billy Askew currently in 5th.
I'll put it into context. Currently the riders in the you've got 4 riders in the top 5 that are separated by 6 points. That's the crux of it.
It is, isn't it? As they go past the spectator area on the top, Heyman then holding that tight inside line.
Oh, Tommy nearly got his rear wheel off the ridge there. That would just about kept it on track. If he'd have gone over the edge there, that could have been quite a pitch to high side.
Look over the shoulder from Tommy, and he will see Heyman there in the background. Brooks there in 6th, Dunson 7th.
This is
Johnny Roderick Evans in 9th on the 252 stroke, and Ollie Colmer there in 10th. He had not a great qualifying for him, but he's definitely a gate drop man rather than a qualifier, Ollie Colmer.
We know that Tommy loves this circuit. We know he's got all the experience. What he hasn't got is bike time. He's been off the bike now for a couple of weeks, really, and let's see if that catches up with him. And of course, he's no spring chicken anymore.
We're not even going there. He's been the class of our motocross riders here in the UK for an awful long time as Tommy Searle. And like I say, old age and treachery is going to get into 15 minutes maybe, but he's got a whole race of youngsters breathing down his neck. Heyman needs to get a pass made quickly.
Just like the highlight, Phil, youngsters that are hungrier than ever because they're all in with this championship shout.
Indeed they are. And ACU then is he's there in 4th, Brooks up to 5th, who we've lost. So we've lost Karsmakers has gone back to 7th. So the DRT Kawasaki man, who has been retained by that team for the rest of the season and will be doing the rest of the GPs, Jeff.
Looks like Musto's made a mistake. We forgot to mention there that Ben Musto was the Planet Moto first lap leader, by the way.
Yes.
We missed that. Our apologies. We're so engrossed in the race. So Ben Musto is your Planet Moto first lap leader. He gets 5 points. Searle gets 4. Heyman 3. Askew 2. And Brooks 1. Okay, so...
Yeah, well spotted, Jeff. Like I say, we were getting giddy over the fact that... Because I don't think Musto's led... I think he may have taken a whole shot in one of them, but he's not been somebody that's held the front of one of these MX2 races for any length of time. More than capable, though, as his points tally suggests.
What a championship this is going to be. As we said, just 6 points. Ben Musto's in 4th in the championship and only 6 points off of Tommy Searle, the championship leader. Billy Askew is 1 point behind Searle, and Heyman is tied with Musto.
Charlie looked like he was having to go around the outside of Tommy yet as we swap to this other camera view. We might see a change for 2nd place. Oh, lovely bit of body English there. Over the tabletop to complete another lap. 20 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, got high side a little bit, yeah.
Heyman up to 2nd then. I thought I saw that in the background.
Yeah, Heyman looks good. I mean, I think he's always been a class act.
No, it's not.
No, he's still behind there. That was Askew, obviously, behind him.
Yes, it was Askew making a move, getting close, yes. You're right, indeed.
And big up Brooks. I mean, Brooks is there. If anything, I thought so. And also, he set the quickest lap of the race. Joe Brooks, currently in 5th. We haven't seen him all season because of injury. Here he comes out, and he is absolutely ripping.
Callum Mitchell in there as well on another triumph at the sharp end. So it was Askew and Heyman together. Then I thought it was Searle that had fallen to 3rd, but no, it's still the 163 AC United Gas of Ben Musto. So
your Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race thus far, it will probably change, is Joe Brooks, the rider in 5th, 4:19 on the Triumph. He set a time of 2:04.51. So yep, he took nearly half a second out of all the riders in front of him, and he's actually pushing Askew along. This is soon going to be, well, it is already, but what I mean is it's soon going to be an even tighter 5-way battle, I think, for this race win. I've got to say, though, the AC United rider Ben Musto looking very good on that gas. Again, like we saw Heyman, his confidence has gone up. If Ben can win a race, I don't care where you race, when you get your first race win in any championship, be it a club championship or a national, whatever it is, as soon as you get that first race win, it just everything goes up a level. And right now he's doing a grand job of it.
So here's the battle then, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. All of these riders then, Musto across the line, then Searle, then Heyman just starting to fall away by a few bike lengths.
It looks like Brooks is going to get the drive up the hill. Askew went wide, no, a bit too far.
Yeah.
Look how low he kept it though, Joe Brooks over there, 4:19. And let's see, Karsmakers I think is starting to get used to the circuit and step it up.
Yeah, Boyle Oliver in 8th, Coleman 9th, Jake Nichols in 10th, and it's Josh Vale and the number 5.
Again, Phil, to highlight how strong this championship is at the minute, Oriel there as Brooks makes a bit of a mistake. Oriel was running top 3 at Matterley at the GP.
It was leading,
you know what I mean?
He was leading and fell in the waves.
Yeah, and I know he's been poorly and all those kind of things, but here he is, like not even, I know we're early in the race, but he's not even closing in on these guys. So it shows the talent we've got in the UK.
Do not underestimate the speed of our boys on their own track. Here is the battle then. these Triumphs line astern. There's Karsmakers and Auriel Oliver.
It's hard going out there. Obviously, we don't get the kind of heat that the guys get in Eastern Europe or in America or whatever, but it's a hot day. There's not much of a breeze. It's intense, it's fast. There's not much respite on this circuit.
But props to Ben Musto, 2.3 across the line last time. He's not hanging on at the front here. He's controlling the race. Only 16 minutes left to go. But nobody is charging through the field towards our race leader at the moment. You know that Tommy Searley's just sitting there in second thinking, I need to get to the end of this race and not let anybody else by. I don't think he's going to be looking to put a move on Musto unless Musto comes back to him.
Musto is stepping upfield because last time around we've got sector timing at this event. You guys can't see it. He set the screens purple in the first sector, so he set the quickest time in the first sector of the circuit. So Musto is on it. He's fit enough. He's a strong lad. He trains hard. He can absolutely go the distance. I'm telling you that.
3.7 now, Jeff. So it's going out at the front. I think that once this gets to 5 seconds, he's going to be able to manage this.
I thought as much. Ben Musto has stepped it up and has actually set the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. So Musto, quickest rider on track, leading from the front, as in controlling the pace of this race. He has just done a 2:03.478 to be the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race.
There's a bit of a slam for Tommy there in that berm. But there you see Musto up in the Apico loop. He's already starting to come back down the hill. Our fastest qualifier on the SC Sport Homes, Husqvarna, Charlie Heyman, still there in a very, very good third. And let's forget, he's still a youngster, Charlie. So he'll be... I don't think he'll be disappointed with third, but after putting in the fastest lap this morning, he will certainly... Oh, that was nice. He will certainly be wanting to put one across the number 100 championship leader.
Now, by my own admission, I might be speaking for you here as well, Phil. We always say our maths is not the strongest point. If it stayed like it is, this championship is going to be so tight. Musto's obviously going to gain 3 on Tommy. Tommy would still just about hold on to the championship lead. Heyman is going to be basically ahead or closing in on it. Oh, it's going to be so tight. I don't even want to work it out.
No, it is going to... I think we're definitely going to have 4 riders within 3 points.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant. If it's not already.
And let's be honest, first race of the season, it can only be as close as that. Yeah. So it's been fantastic racing, this MX2 car. Jokes with people in the paddock, it's the one that nobody seems to want to win, but it's been so up and down. My expectation that Auriel Oliver would come back and be at the sharp end of this one was kind of tempered with the fact that we needed to see how he qualified, and he's obviously still riding himself back into health. But he's still there in 8th behind Karsmakers.
Obviously, we never want to see riders injured and all that thing, but for Tommy, obviously a devastating blow, injuring his back. But for the sake of the championship and making it exciting, Tommy, thank you very much, because you've done exactly that. I mean, he missed a bunch around, lost a bunch of points, he had a nice lead, but now he's got to fight, and he knows how to fight. But it's made the championship so exciting.
So Brooks then, he's there on the back of Billy Askew. Brooks on the, it's a private entered Triumph that Brooks is on. Not got any team details for him. And then Callum Mitchell, his Triumph is there as well.
Yeah, they got a great team over there with Work Scaffolding Total Triumph. Yeah. Really, really nice setup. The guys always do a good job with presentation, and obviously they've got a good rider in Callum Mitchell, so and Lennox Dickinson as well. So,
and I think that team based down this neck of the woods.
Yes, they are. Yeah, the Oakleaf guys are obviously, the guys there doing a really good job putting that team together along with the Works Scaffolding team. So well done to them.
Jack Nichols in 9th, Ollie Colmer in 10th, Roderick Evans in 11th on the 252 stroke. That's a good showing from him. In what is a decent field, although he's in 21st, so that was 11th. He was up there though. He was up there at the beginning.
Interesting to see some of our riders that have never raced here at Landrake. As we said, like Guillaume Dusson, really probably trying to work his way around this circuit. It's obviously very different to what he's been brought up on.
Now, where is Dusson? Because he was kind of top 6 or top 7 for the first couple of laps.
I think he's about 11th. I think, yeah, he is. Yeah, Guillaume Dusson there riding for the SS24 Gabriel team. just outside the top 10 in 11th currently.
With Maxi Werner, his teammate, there in 13th. But there is Charlie Heyman, the man who took pole position this morning by 0.3 of a second on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He is still trying to chase down Tommy Searle. The gap then to Askew and Josh Brooks and Callum Mitchell, all of which are Triumph mounted, just starting to spread out a little bit. But this is still very, very much anybody's race with just under 12 minutes to go here at the 5th round of our Motul ACU British Motocross Championship here at Landrake in Cornwall, brought to you by Dirt Store MXGB TV. So this is our MX2 Race 1 for the Jude Morris Racing Foundation Under 21 Championship also taking place in this one, which Ben Musto are currently lying 3rd in that one. It's been led by Billy Askew, so the top 3 in that, Askew, Heyman and Musto in the Under 21 Championship are 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the main series. But Tommy still holding on to 2nd place. He's running a good pace. Heyman then close enough if Tommy makes a mistake, and Heyman has managed to put some time into Billy Askew. So Askew not moving forward, and again the expectation that he would. He's first year on a 250F, and he's been solid so far all season with good performances. And like I say, aside of the mare that he had at Preston Docks, Jeff, I think the team will be really happy with the way his season's going.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they'll be pleased with that. Remember, 25 minutes plus 2 laps. So if you can count the 2 laps when the time elapses, we are pretty much about the halfway stage of this, just over the halfway stage. And I'm super impressed with Ben Musto. I know he likes these conditions as well. He would have ridden down here enough times as well. Cheltenham, relatively close, a couple of hours up the road, straight up the M5. He's turned some laps around here. And I have to say, he set the quickest lap of the race. He's gapped it out to, 4 point seconds, something like that.
Yeah.
So, looking good. But that last time around, I think Searle just took a little bit out of him. And, of course, Tommy...
No, we've got a yellow flag down this step now as Gav Stevenson makes his way down the hill. Quite sure who that is.
We can't see that. That is just out of our view there.
Oh, that's
Henry Williams.
That's Henry Williams on the FUS Honda. He's off the side of the circuit. This looks a little bit like he's rung his belt.
Yeah, I think winded he looked like there.
Yeah, he's just knocked the stuffing out of him a little bit. So that's unlucky for the number 15.
Great to have him with us, though. I mean, I know it hasn't worked out for him because obviously he's been doing the AMCA Championship, stepping in to do this race. Hasn't quite gone to plan in the first moto, so we hope to see him out there for the second.
So 3.8 last time, so Searle just starting to come back a little bit at Ben Musto. This next couple of laps is going to be a big deal for the 163 AC United Gas. If he can keep it at around 4 seconds, I think that he's got every chance of bringing this one home. But if Tommy starts to close him down, and if he does, you've got to say, with all that time off the bike, that is impressive. That's going to be a great result for our championship leader.
Closing the deal is never easy. I've never been in a position to win a British Championship race, but obviously I've won other races, and particularly when you have that breakthrough race, beating established riders. As that clock ticks down, it's almost impossible. It's human nature. You just fight in the anxiety. Like, come on, will the bloke with the 2-lap board, will you please put it out? Yeah,
but that's a nice team that Ben Musto's on, and he's what I consider to be he's also a journeyman racer. That does him a disservice, but he's always been there or thereabouts in every class that he's been in. But he's been waiting for this moment. It's not something that's been expected of him all the way through. But you know that on his day, he's got the speed to do the job. He got a good start, found his way to the front, and he's just literally knocked the laps off and put quite a bit of time into some riders that you would normally expect.
He's gone out again.
4.5 seconds, yeah. So the gap then, Tommy back to Heyman, he's 2 seconds, and then 4 seconds splitting the rest of him. Callum Mitchell, Brooks there in 6th, Carsmaker's 7th.
Yeah, he's a big, strong young lad coming into his own. We obviously, these are all young riders. They feel like they've been around for ages because
we've grown up.
We're old, and we've been watching them since 65 days. I was fortunate to have a season working with Ben when he rode for us at Team Green. And as I said, his work ethic, absolutely second to none. Back then, he would just keep going. Even if it was a mud or his goggles came off, if he lost a glove, whatever, he wouldn't pull in, he would go the distance all the time. So he's a real grafter.
Yeah, and I'm sure his dad is absolutely doing his fruit there in the signalling area at the moment. But this is a cracking ride from the man on the AC United gas. But props to Tommy Searle coming back off the injured list on that Dirt Store Triumph. He's still got Heyman close enough to be more than a nuisance should he start to fall off the pace. And Heyman got a nice little cushion behind him to Billy Askew.
Joe Brooks, I think, starting to feel the effects of not racing for most of the year. Just starting to just drop down the leaderboard. He's been picked off by Callum Mitchell. That's no surprise, and that's no injustice to, if you don't get him ready, coming off the couch is one thing, but if there's no substitute for racing, we say it all the time, you just, it's going to take him a little while to get up to race speed. So he's dropped down a position to 6th. Cars Markers is now up there to 7th, closing in on him as well. So,
but in this situation at this time of the season, Jeff, when you're coming back from injury, you don't have the luxury of the prep. I'm a great believer in you come back and you go as fast as you can for as long as you can. And he will be buoyed by the fact that he qualified 2nd this morning, and so he knows that the speed is there. He's just got to keep himself injury free and ride himself back into race fitness. 2 seconds then between Searle and Heyman. That's a nice view. We don't normally. That's a lovely jump down that hill, Jeff. You don't get the full joys of that from this side of the valley.
What makes it cool as well is it's slightly, as you're coming out the corner, so you're already a little bit cranked, and it kind of naturally makes you want to just give that little scrub, turn off the top. And as always, you don't need massive jumps to make them fun.
No.
So a good course layout here.
And and you say Phil Congdon and his team, this track hasn't changed massively. Like, it's certainly not there's not much of it changed since the last time I was here a few years ago. And it's a tried and trusted layout, as we see Musto then over that jump in the centre, Tommy now down, and then this lovely nice little step.
Still turning quicker times than Tommy last time around. It wasn't the quickest lap of the race, but Ben Musto was the quickest rider on track last lap around, so he's still edging out.
I'm assuming that I'm correct, and this is going to be Ben Musto's first MX2 win.
Well, I'm pretty sure. I don't recall him winning a MX2 event. No. I mean, he's obviously won British youth races.
Yes,
but not in adults. No, not in pro racing. He hasn't.
So this is a battle here. This is like 15th, 16th, 17th. That's like Gav Stevenson in that battle there.
Yeah, as they all get. Is that Callum Mitchell? Yep, that's Callum.
Yes, it is. Yeah, so this is
I'm sure. No, it's Lennox Dickinson's teammate.
Yes,
it's his
Lennox
teammate.
Dickinson. Yeah. So they are. That's for the last. That's for the last points.
Coleman. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's down there towards Stevenson.
Yeah.
And Coleman's just behind them on a 2-stroke as well. I think. And there's Ollie Bubb coming into view as well, chasing down those final points. So it's tight towards those final points, scoring rides. Okay, Tommy Searle gets a couple of tenths, but 1/10 back. In fact, they are stepping it up. Phoenix Tools, fastest lap of the race, now goes to Tommy Searle, has set the quickest lap of the race with about 3 minutes plus 2 to go. He's put in a time of 2:03.103. All of a sudden, the anxiety under Ben Musto's crash helmet is going to rise. It wasn't much, but Tommy is pushing them, using all his experience, pushing Ben right to the flag on this one.
Are they going to start getting into lap traffic as well? As we look at the 72, Fantic and Rafe Broadley on the 252 stroke. Broadley then...
on the 723 Fantic. So Searle stepping it up. He jokes about the dad bod all he likes.
Yeah.
He got those fat reserves that he's relying on right now. He's not fat, but he makes out that he is.
And there he is, Tommy Searle, with the Phoenix Tool fastest lap of the race, as Jeff said. And there's his Young's teammate and the current leader of the Under-2 Morris Foundation Under-21 Championship. The 441 of Billy Askew. Like I say, first year on the MX2 bike, Jeff. And he's learning his craft very nicely. But got caught napping by the old man at Blacksall, if you remember, in race 1 by the narrowest of margins, Arthur Nobley. And like he said, Tommy says, I'm not giving him anything.
Damn right, exactly that. He's got to earn it.
It must be fantastic to have Tommy Searle as a teammate when you're Billy Askew. Having all of that knowledge, all of that, been there, seen it, done that. 3.5 seconds, so Tommy is coming back. Musto is in sight. We're going to flick round now to the Planet Moto waves, and we will see Musto. There he is.
He's coming down. Ben's got to be feeling the heat, literally, under that lid. It's hot, it's fast, and he's got the pressure of...
It's going to be 2 laps, though, Jeff, because they're a minute 13 out, and I think that is it going to be close? Oh...
No, I think it's going to be 2 to go. I don't think they get 3 out of it. Musto's praying for it to be 2 to go, and I should imagine all the Acer team, his dad, everybody down there are like, oh, come on, get that 2-lap board out and let's get this thing in. So,
and this race, it's almost reminiscent of what we saw in RFX 125. Guy gets the gate, gets his head down, doesn't give anybody else a sniff, and eats out a gap at the front. And Musto has just done that. He's not looked even slightly ragged, and he's just chipped away and done his laps.
Yeah.
Tommy makes his way past
Ezra Blackwell.
Blackwell, yeah,
number 40 there. It's coming down, but I don't think it's coming down at a rate.
Oh, mistake there from Tommy will have cost him a little bit of time down the hill.
I really do think it's going to hinge on the first of the last 2 laps, basically. If that 2-lap board comes out and Tommy puts in an absolute heater, I think Ben will really feel it going into the last lap. If he keeps the gap marginal, if Tommy's only gained like the 10th, I think Musto must start feeling good at that point.
Right, time's up then, Jeff, so it is going to be 2 laps this time by. There's Musto just landing off the downside of that jump. Searle on the chase. Let's see what the gap is this time by. Still 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, I think let's just see that times he gained another, half a tenth basically. So really next to nothing. Musto is keeping control of this race right now. The number 163.
There he is, just going out of shot. Here's Searle then through the waves. Oh,
I'll tell you what, Ben, our race leader, 163 in the red as he goes out of shot.
Yeah,
he absolutely has to execute the back markers on this next lap.
Well, he got that one perfectly down the hill, Jeff.
If he gets through them cleanly, he's got a shot. If he gets held up just margin, he's got 2 riders in front of him. Those riders, by the way, are battling for championship points. As he tries to squeeze, I bet you Ben Musto is absolutely yelling at the top of his voice under that lid, get out of the chuffing way, or something like that. He'll be shouting. Oh, he's got held up a little bit there by, I think that's Luca Pegg. Luca doesn't know that that's the race leader. They're trying to get on it with the blue flags. He needs to get by.
Oh, he's managed it. Is that Tommy right behind him now, coming down the hill? It is. Searle's closing in, so all of a sudden, just with 2 corners, that gap has evaporated, and this is going to be a run to the flag. A lap and a half to go. There's the 100 red plate in the background. Musto getting absolutely done over by the back markers there.
Give Tommy a bone, and like you said, we saw what happened at Blacksall. He never gives up, and he literally pipped his own teammate by
no mercy.
Yeah,
no mercy at all.
And that was his bloody teammate.
I know. So Musto again, he's got to be more brutal, but to be fair, he had no choice. He couldn't.
This is all in for Ben Musto. This is your time to shine, kiddo. He's coming in a lap traffic at the worst possible time.
He's going to get down the inside of Lennox Dickinson there. Dickinson moves out the way. Here comes Tommy. Well, I told you that old Adrian Treachery are getting to 50. They're getting to 15 minutes, and here we are now at 25 done and 1 lap to go. And Ben Musto has got a 1.3 second lead to defend from Tommy Searleys into the waves. Who's that there? On the number
That's
4.
so close it is. That's Harrison Greenoff going to get way out of the way.
Greenoff gets out of the way. Oh, come on. This is what we come to see. There's no favourites here.
No.
But if Musto gets mugged on this final lap, that will be a fantastic ride from Tommy Searle.
Well, we're following Tommy. I think we should rightly follow the race leader in red just ahead of him, because if he gets this done, he's earned it. This is no lucky race where other riders
It's 10
went
lengths,
down.
Jeff. It's 10 lengths as they come back out of the Apico loop at the top of the hill. Are they going to get a clean run to the finish? They're definitely going to get a clean run for the next couple of corners. Musto on the AC United gas, giving it everything to try and stay in front.
Oh, he made a bit of a mistake there.
He plugged on landing there, didn't he, Jeff?
Oh, he's feeling it. He's so feeling it. Every corner, it's getting closer and closer. Remember, this will be his first ever pro race win. Oh, Lee Tolan must be down there. If he's got a vape on the go, he's probably sucked the entire thing down his throat.
Musto takes the tight line.
This is
Tommy round the
unbearable.
outside. I hope Musto doesn't start trying to defend at this point, because he just needs to ride his lines. Here comes then Searle closing in for the kill with literally a quarter of a lap to go. I think he's got enough, Jeff. I think he's got enough.
You would like to think if he can get down the bottom of this next hill, he's there. From there, it'd take a miracle for Tommy to pass him. Okay, Coleman, we don't need to see him. We need to see Ben Musto.
There we go.
He's going to...
2 corners to go. Musto, this is the tricky one. He's got to get it over this tabletop. He gets over, he gets on the gas.
Ben Musto, there it is, takes the opening moto and his first ever pro motocross race win in the British Championship.
What a race, Jeff. You get yourself out to winner's circle and enjoy talking to him. What a fantastic race that was. Props to Tommy Searley, pushed him all the way. But an awesome ride then for the man from Cheltenham, young Ben Musto. He will move to second in the under-21 championship, but he takes his first race win here at Landrake in the MX2 class here at the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Tommy Searle takes an excellent second, pushed all the way to the end. He finished 3.5 seconds down, but it was literally a few bike lengths at the end. A great second for Tommy Searle. Third, a good third for the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna of Charlie Heyman. Fourth, Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph, and a great fifth place for Callum Mitchell on the work scaffolding Total Triumph. He came home in fifth. The rest of the riders come across the line. Sixth then Kai Karslakers on the DRT Kawasaki. Seventh Oriel Oliver on the Gabriel SS24 KTM Junior Team KTM. Eighth, a great ride for Joe Brooks. Ninth for Jake Nichols on the Crendon True 7 Honda. And 10th place, rounding out the top 10, the Chambers KTM of Ollie Coleman. What a fantastic opening MX2 race that was. I hope you all enjoyed that at home. We're going to take a quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back with Jeff with our race winner, the magnificent Ben Musto.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Always brilliant when we get somebody new win a race win. Ben Musto, You don't look very happy, but of course I know you are. That's been a long graft to get to this point. Your first ever pro British Championship race win. How does it feel? Probably hasn't quite sunk in, I should imagine.
No, yeah, I'm super happy. All I've had this year is just fourths, loads of fourths and fifths. So I haven't had any podium trophies yet, and then to just go first is pretty amazing. So yeah, I'm pretty speechless at the moment. You made a good start, and it was quite evident straight away. You're like, this is it. I'm going to grasp this opportunity. I mean, you laid down some heaters early doors. Was always the key? Just try and break them, you know, with the track like it is, get out in front? Because you controlled the race so well, setting quick lap times as you went through. Yeah, obviously I got a good start, whole shot at it, and as soon as you get that whole shot, you just got to go, you know, put in some sprint laps, try and break that that gap, and, you know, it's pretty tough to pass around here, and I think a few of the boys got held up and whatnot, but I just kept my race, spun my laps, and yeah, brought it home. You've got a good team behind them. You've got to give them a shout out, because I know Lee has put a lot of effort into you, and you've got to be thankful of that support. Yeah, I've been with Lee for 3 years, and I haven't really had any results yet. So to win this is just like a thank you, to be honest, because he stuck with me, I've stuck with him, and yeah, it works really well. I think you need to go away, give Mum and Dad a hug. They probably need calming down, like, because that last few laps was getting. Did you feel Tommy getting closer? Yeah, I'm glad I stopped Tommy, to be honest. He shouldn't really be winning races, but yeah, no, I'm glad to beat Tommy. He's a great rider, and I know he's pretty good round here, so to beat him is pretty good. Well, let's go and see, take a break, see if you can get it done, and actually go a step further and win your first overall as well. There you go. So Ben Mustoe taking the first race win. Yeah, quite right. Yeah, make some noise. He's going to move out. We're going to bring in Charlie. I don't think we've got Tommy Searle down here at the minute. I can't see Tommy, so we're going to bring in the third place rider. Tommy's probably in a bit of discomfort, truth be told. Remember, he's coming back from a broken back, so Charlie's stalling it on the way to winner's circle. Glad he didn't do that in the race. Come on in, Charlie. Can see the damage here of being roosted at a lot of the race. Your confidence is up. We've said that after Preston. You've gone to another level. Didn't get that one done, but you are very much in this championship mix. Are you happy with that opening moto?
Yeah, it was definitely a good moto. It's a pretty consistent race. Just sat where I started, but I think it's hard. Like, this track, it's really good today, but it's so fast, so everyone's kind of similar speed. It's so hard to pass as well, especially like Tommy. Like, you're not going to find better lines than Tommy, really, because he's already on them. But yeah, it was a real good race. Hopefully a good one like that again, and even better start next one. I think we can win. Yeah, that's the key thing. Again, you've got an incredible team behind you, and as we mentioned last time out, your confidence seems to be growing all the time. And although you didn't win that, you've got to be feeling good, because we're just past the halfway stage of the championship, and you know it's really close. This is there for the taking. Yeah, feeling really confident at the minute. Like, I feel not like people can say my old self, but I've kind of, the starts lately, I've just been working on them. I've got them dialed, and I've always had the pace. Like, qualifying, I've always been there. Just if you're starting in 20th, you're not going to catch the boys what are as quick as you. Like, it's kind of impossible unless you're going a lot faster than them. So yeah, I'm feeling really good at the minute. Just carry on like that. Good luck in the second moto. He's going to go and get ready. So that's Tommy's not come down here. Like I said, it's understandable. He's probably in a lot of discomfort with his back. We're going to go to a quick ad break on the live stream. Don't go too far away, because we are coming back with the Apico MX1 class to see if Conrad Muse can continue his win streak. We'll see you in a short while. Don't go too far away.
We all ride for the same reason. We all race for the same goal. But we all need our own identity. Do it your way. Ride.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Well, welcome back then to a gloriously sunny Landrake here down just over the border in Cornwall. That was a fantastic MX2 race, Jeff, wasn't it? Just
yeah, you know, speaking to Ben there, I think he was a bit like rabbit in headlights, like not really acknowledging, not really fully sinking in.
No,
what he just done. You know, he was still in maybe the adrenaline of it all, and just like still in focus. But I'm sure as the time goes up between the next moto, but he's got to rechannel that energy. He can't get too ahead of himself because he's got a shot at winning the overall.
He has got a shot at winning the overall, and he's also got a shot at going away with the red plate. But
yeah, that's what I tell you, that would
anyway,
be, wouldn't it?
It was a great race, but here we are then, our first MX1 race of the day at the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship here at Landrake, and a shout out to the ACU for again being the governing body and keeping everything all nice and ship-shape behind the scenes.
Yes, with a fresh focus. I think that's the way to word it. New chairman, Tim Lightfoot, is really embracing the sport. Obviously, Tim used to ride dirt bikes and enduro racer, but you know, he's been coming out to these races, which is just great. It's great for us to see our federation's chairman coming to the events and taking it all on board. And I know he's making so many mental notes of what's going on, lots of conversation with the series director Paul Irwin. Lots of conversation with the teams, the riders, etc., to try and really make a blueprint to grow this championship. Like we said, this championship is one of the most prestige in Europe. It's the British Motocross Championship's been going for like 70 odd years, 76 years or something like that. You know, it's got so much history and heritage.
Yes.
More than a lot of the others. So that's what we want to bring that back, build on it. There we go. There's the top qualifiers. Phil, I'll let you fire it.
Yeah, so top 40 qualifiers today, and it was Conrad Mewse by 1.2 second from the man from down here in Cornwall, Josh Gilbert, a man returning from illness. He's been suffering a little bit with a virus, and he's back qualifying second. Adam Sterry, then the man on the Chambers KTM, he took third, a couple of seconds back. Then a good qualifying from the number 23 of Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki. Tristan Purdon on the SC Sport Holmes Husqvarna, he was there in 5th. Grimshaw in 6th. Carlton Husband in 7th on the Phoenix Tux Fantix. The 212 of John Adamson in 8th. Martin Barr 9th on the Apico Honda, and 10th Dan Thornhill on the Chambers KTM, fresh back from a trip to Lommel, where he I think he went he finished 15th or 16th overall in the EMX 450 class. 11th then Joel Rizzi on the Dirt Store Triumph. 12th then the FUS Honda of James Dodd, the AMCA rider. 13th Chris Mills. 14th a welcome return, so 162 Stewie Edmonds, he's there. Louis Kessel in 15th. Charlie Putnam 16th. Tom Murphy 17th. The Enduro rider Dan Mundell on the KTM UK Triple D Motorsports KTM Enduro bike, he's there in 18th. Liam Knight in 19th on the SRE KTM, and Jack Beniston in 20th.
Rules are rules. They have to be applied and issued. I'm a little bit disappointed that, unfortunately, the ACU officials wouldn't let Dan Mundell keep his registration, his vehicle, because obviously he rides that bike on the road.
Yes.
They made him take off his vehicle registration.
They did.
Maybe it's probably better for Dan, because he might have not even actually taxed it, and we'll get the DVLA checking up on him. So he's actually in full enduro bike.
Yeah,
he's got the lights on it. He's had to take all the lights up. Yeah, good on him.
I've been up there and had a chat with him earlier on, and obviously he's backed by KTM UK and currently riding through Triple D Motorsport up there in Kendal in Cumbria, run by Neil Crayston, a good old mate of mine from Supermoto Days. So hats tip to you for getting involved with Dan Mundell, and a thoroughly nice bloke to follow on YouTube, because he does some great stuff on there, and he is going to be representing Great Britain in the ISDE.
Well, he's a current British champion.
He is indeed, and a fantastic rider. And that bike is painfully in enduro spec, as he pointed out, but that's what he's here to learn. So good to see him out there. But Conrad Mewse, maximum man so far. Nice view, look out over the hills there. Maximum man so far. Been the class of the field. Are we expecting to see anybody give him a run for his money today? I think Adam Sterry has got to a point where if he gets a good start, he can do something. But I think Conrad is just he's in the zone.
Yes, he is, and he kept that. He had a wrist injury early doors that he kept very quiet. We only really picked up on it once we saw him riding around with wrist braces on. We're like, what's going on there? So he kept it that quiet. That was the real reason, because he was obviously scheduled, as many of us will know in the sport, to go and race some AMA rounds. That's why he didn't, because he felt, I'm not going to travel all over there with a bad wrist. I really wish he had, because we could have really seen where he is.
Yeah. So we're going to take a quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back then with the opening Apico MX1 race here from round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We'll be right back. So Conrad Mewse then comes to the gate for the first time today. And is he going to go next to the doghouse? It looks like he's going to go right down the middle. Now, we saw in the other two races, Jeff, that people were kind of inclined to come down the outside here. And then we saw starts from the middle in both classes. Zane Stevens in 125. And you'll have to remind me who, and obviously Ben Musto in MX2, came from the middle of the gate. So that early, we'll go down that side of the track because it's a bit harder.
But I think, obviously, they walked the track quite heavily between qualifying, and I think that was another reason for Charlie Richmond's thinking of, like, well, the start straight's watered and quite heavy. Now that's dried out, and of course these bikes have got even more power just to rip through shorter distance. So Tom Grimshaw there on the Apico Honda. Big shout out to the guys at Apico for continually supporting the championship and this class, of course. This whole MX1 class brought to you by Apico. Tom, he got injured in the Arena Cross earlier on in the year, but he's come back strong, feeling good. He does like a bit of hard pack. It's a bit of him. Yeah, he's had a few races back now. He came back to British Championship. I want to say at Preston Docks. He saw him. He was walking around at Blacksall. There's a 95 of Dan Thornhill, another one of the Chambers KTM runners. I would say that I think we'll do Dan a favour and call him a sand specialist. He's a good all-round racer, but he likes the soft stuff. He was good at Preston Docks, good at Western. He always does the Western Beach race. Yes. So there is the 326 of Josh Gilbert on the Lexa MX Honda. And like I say, he's a local man, second in qualifying, and he's starting up the inside of Conrad Muse. The 811 of Adam Sterry, the 50 of Martin Barr, the 91 of Charlie Putnam. Then there's Hamill, the 220 of Josh Canton, and the 300 of Charlie Hamlet there down the inside as the last few riders come to the gate. Good to see Simon Booth out there. We were talking about him earlier on, Jeff, and he's been around the championships a long while, and good to see him here lining up at Landrake. It is for the MX1 championship. These are the guys that we need to be coming and sitting on this gate. 100%. And good to see him out there. Looks like the Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill is decided he wants to start a quarter of a wheel in front of everybody else. I'm sure he'll pull that back. That's too close, Taylor. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, if you don't pull that back, I think that gate is going to very much close to hitting your... Well, he's really cutting that fine. So here we go. 5 second board is up. The revs are up. Oh, he was good. He got away. Let's see who's going to get it. Did get a good reaction time. Or was it Sterry? No, it's Gilbert. Gilbert up the inside. He shuts it down. Muse right there, up on the pegs like some enduro rider. Oh, John Adamson round the outside. So Lexa 1-2. Lexa 1-2. Herndon shuts down Conrad Muse into that third turn. So Muse is back into fourth. But it is a Lexa MX 1-2 as they come across the line on the first lap. It's Purdon, then Muse, then Sterry. Hamill there as well. Not sure who that was in. It's Rizzi on the Triumph. It looked like a Triumph. Rizzi on the Triumph then. So the Dirt Store Triumph for Joel Rizzi. That's a good start for him. I think he just got picked off there though by Taylor Hamill going up that hill to the top of the tabletop. And they're just starting to fly a little bit now, Jeff. They're going to get some, hopefully get some water on that between races. But here they are, leaders through the Planet Moto waves. Everybody safely through by the looks of it. Number 7, Louis Kessel, his local event, of course. We forget how young Louis is. He's a man mountain. He's about 6 foot. He is. And I had exactly that conversation with his dad. Or whatever he is. His dad in the pits on Friday evening. But it is Gilbert then breaking away at the front. Muse then up to third. He's already managed to dispatch the number 41 SC Sport Homes Husky of Purdon, but he's not going to find his way as easily past now the 2-1-2. Phil, we know how good Conrad is. That over effectively nearly a 30-minute moto, we see how he just paces it and grinds it out. I don't think he'll be so patient this time because although Josh has had the illness, this is Josh's local, and he knows he can't let Gilbert get too far ahead. Yeah, definitely, and good to see the man from just down the road here. He's cheering on from the side of the track. Looks like Adamson's still there in second. Josh will have a lot of support here today. He's supported as well from a company down here, Hawkins Motors, that are also here helping the event. Yeah, they provided him with the vehicle, Hawkins. Then got some great stuff here for us to look at. Trailers that are tempting me, I must admit. They're a massive Get that checkbook out, Phil. They're the massive dealers down here in Cornwall for all sorts of cars, Peugeots and Fiats and Hyundais.
dotted all over. But our Planet Moto first lap leader, Jeff, is going to be the 326 of Josh Gilbert.
It is 5 points in the bag for him in the quest for the overall prize, which will be 2-week accommodation and the opportunity to ride all the tracks down there in Spain.
Conrad now up to second, so making light work of John Adamson. But both the Leinster boys then in the top three as they make their way down the far end of the circuit through the Planet Moto waves. They're a lot further apart than you think when you look at them from the side as well, Jeff. Those, a bit of a spin up there in the background from Adam Sterry on the 811 Chambers KTM.
I noticed the Conrad was tripling, not out, but the final four, he was tripling and then singling out, gaining a bit of time there. John Adamson, who's been doing John Adamson things in qualifying. Me and Phil were there watching riders all go by, and all of a sudden there was a mighty crack. And then, he nearly joined us on the other side of the fence, basically, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he'd just come across the line, putting in a hot lap. As we look at Purdon trying to put a pass around the outs. Oh, that was... I think that was optimistic from Tristan Purdon. But yeah, Adamson had put a fast lap in, and he literally, I think he just got over the top of the hard outside edge of the what they call the crown moulding on the outside of that final turn, and he found himself in the fence. But a good qualifying from Adamson. He was 8th, and he's not usually a qualifier, Jeff.
No, he's still right there. So the best time, Phoenix Tools' quickest lap of the race thus far is Josh Gilbert, your race leader, with a 2:03.825. As this race goes on, I would expect that to come down as they get a bit of clear track. Gilbert taking a long look over his shoulder.
Yeah, he knows that Conrad is going to be there or thereabouts, no matter what happened off the start. So he's just going to be
these two
riding a wide bike. See, it's dried out a lot here, Jeff.
It has, yeah. These two know each other really well. Ex-teammates, of course, good friends. A lot of respect on the track between these two.
Yes.
I can't see Conrad doing anything desperate move to overtake. If he's going to get past, he'll do it nice and clean.
Is he going to come back to the inside here? Oh, what a move.
Oh, did you see the power slide up the hill? Actually just left like a power drift slide all the way up. Great throttle control there for Conrad Muse. He goes into the lead.
But that's what I like about the track prep here. It's not pick your rut. Gilbert had to take the inside line there. He couldn't leave that open for Conrad Muse, and Conrad squared off underneath him and then just popped out in front of him going up the hill and put the red plate back to where it's been for pretty much most of the season, back into first position in this first of our Apico factory racing MX1 races here as we go around the Apico Terrell. That looks a lovely lonely corner, Jeff.
What I would say as well, I've been to Conrad's practice facility several times. It's very similar ground as well, so he is honestly going to feel so at home round here. Very similar hard packed dirt to his own practice track. And also, just very quickly while I'm at it, for the sake of a championship, what I love the fact, which is what a motocross track championship should be, variation in terrain.
Yeah, I love me a bit of hard
We
pack.
should have a little bit of everything, not this like perfectly groomed, like loamy dirt all 8 rounds. You've got to be able to ride everything to be a solid motocross racer. And I like the fact that we get a few hard pack tracks, some deep sand, somewhere in between.
Yeah, and the track prep here, like I say, Phil Conlon's been working his socks off all week to get this track in a condition that's going to give us some excellent racing. As we now look at the 23 of Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, putting John Adamson under pressure around the back of the start, and they'll go up the Motul dragway up the top here to the first turn.
I noticed most riders riding hand guards this weekend.
Yeah,
don't blame them for that.
So Adamson just taking the wide line there around the outside, staying out the ruts, and Hamill not able to cut back. Here he is, then he squares off underneath him. Is he going to get a run up the outside as they come to complete another lap?
It's a bit like road racing here. He's going inside, outside, and he's trying everywhere. I think he might get a run down this hill. No, he's gone too far wide. He's going to go wide again, is he? No.
So this is what Conrad did to take the lead, and Hamill does exactly the same.
Not quite. Not yet, he hasn't, Phil. Oh, I tell you what, look at John looking over his shoulder going, come on then.
Oh, nice move by Hamill, squared up the inside, and he'll show the outside of the track to John Adamson as they come into the waves.
Read that well.
He did, didn't he? But Adamson not getting silly trying to ride a wide bike, because all that's going to do is cost them both time. So Hamill then moves up to 4th on the DRT Kawasaki.
As I expected, the lap times are going to come down. New Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race goes to Conrad Mewes with a time of 2:00.407. Now, we said in the intro the lap record round here was Conrad Mewes with a 2:02. That it just goes to prove how dry the track is running this time around with the dry weather that we had. Phil's done his best, got so much water down, but it's just been such a dry summer. The track's riding faster, and Conrad clearly beat his own lap record in qualifying, going 1:58.
Yes, it was, like I say, it was as good as you'd ever hoped for this morning. But you can see that the dust is starting to kick up a little bit, but perfectly raceable.
Oh yeah,
and obviously sometimes the cameras make it look actually worse than it is, and in other cases they don't. But Hamill then starting to gap out a little bit on John Adamson. Adam Sterry then 6th position. The Chambers KTM man, that's him going down the hill. He's now starting to look for Adamson again. I tend to think of Adam as more of a man that enjoys the sand, but I've seen him put in some good rides on hard pack as well.
Yeah, sand is definitely his preferred condition, but of course, loads of experience. Been to a high enough standard to win British Championships, represent Team GB at the Motocross of Nation. Adam knows what he's doing out there.
Yep, he's definitely a solid performer and one of the one of the best that we have in the country, and he's out there doing the GPs with his Chambers team around the outside.
Now, is John sussed onto this line here?
Oh, he cuts across.
I don't think he meant to do that, but it worked a charm.
It did, didn't it? Now let's a shout out, 7th place, excellent 7th to Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda. So good return. Rode himself in last time as Sterry makes a move around the inside of Adamson. Rode himself in at the last round, and he's there in the background. And then 8th place, Dan Thornhill on the 95, the second of the Chambers KTMs out in the Apico MX1 race. Martin Barr there in 9th, and Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tool Fantic. He is there in 10th place.
So Conrad taking about approximately 10 minutes to get into the lead. Now with a clear track and the pace that he's running, we've seen it before. If we go all the way back to round 1 at Hawkstone, we didn't think he was in a shout of winning the race even. And then he got into the lead with that 10 to go and ended up winning the race by close to 30 seconds. So
he motored through, didn't he? But
yeah, he's already starting to gap Gilbert out front. It's up to 4 seconds. The way he's currently riding with all the confidence, expect that to stretch out. I'm really intrigued to see how Adam Sterry's going to handle this to try and get up through the field, because obviously a comfortable second in the championship, but he's losing a bunch of points here.
He's losing a bunch of points to Conrad Mewes, but more importantly, Josh Gilbert will be closing in. There's a 25-point gap between them, and let's not forget that a stone derailing a chain at Blacksall gave Gilbert a DNF when he was running a solid 3rd, I think. So if it wasn't for that, these two would be definitely fighting, point for point for second in the championship. I believe that they still are. And Gilbert will be like, well, Conrad's gone, I just need to make sure that I don't lose any more positions and don't let Tristan Purdon close up and nick 2nd place. But Purdon's been really good at the last few laps of races at some of the previous rounds, but he's currently just under 4 seconds adrift of Gilbert in 2nd.
And he's going to be the benefactor more than anyone of Jamie Carpenter not being here today, because Tristan Purdon on the SC Sports Home is currently in 5th in the championship. He's just I think 8 points behind Jamie Carpenter, so clearly you would imagine he's going to bump up to 4th in the championship.
Yeah, it is a shame for Jamie Carpenter, and again he's shown some great speed. He was really quick at Blacksall, even after ending up on the ground a couple of times, and yeah, for him to miss rounds, that's a shame. And I would say we do always see it this time of the season. We're getting into the thick of it, and riders managing to stay fit for a whole season. It's what you need to do to win championships.
Yep, you absolutely do. The old saying, of course, it's good when it's going good, but championships are often won on those days where you're just not feeling it, and you have to dig that little bit deeper, make it happen.
So digging deep then is John Adamson, trying to hold off the number 16 of Tom Grimshaw. And again, Tom, another guy's been around a long while, did MX2 GPs and EMX and all sorts of stuff, finding a good home in the Apico Honda team. And he is, again, another good solid performer that's been hampered by injury. but he's chasing down Adamson, and he'll be looking to make a pass for what I will think will be certainly his best performance of the season so far, Jeff.
Yeah, Tom destined to be an MX1 rider. He was big. He was quite big at 65s. He was, he was quite big as a youth rider coming all the way through. Yeah, the MX1 bike is the bike for him.
I've just seen the gap in the background then. Taylor Hamill. It's a couple of seconds behind Tristan Purdon, and Adam Sterry just trying to get onto the back of that battle, but we'll stick with this Grimshaw battle, because I think there's a pass coming here soon, Jeff.
I agree. I think what we'll see, I'm going to give it about 2 laps, I reckon, and then I think we'll see Sterry, Hamill and Purdon all start to tighten up for that 3rd spot.
Definitely.
Muse is not, he's not exploded away like I thought he would, but does he need to?
No,
is he just doing enough to win, save a load of energy on a hot day? We might see him put a big spurt on at the end like he does. He openly admits he just, even when he goes training, it's training mode. He always races the stopwatch. Rob Bosley is mechanic. Guaranteed every lap like clockwork. The lap time's on his board.
Yeah.
And he races the stopwatch all the time.
Down the bottom end of the circuit then, also nice view. We've not seen it from that angle before. Plenty of air as they come up the hill. And Grimshaw's right there. Is he going to try and get around the outside, around the inside? He is. And down the hill. Oh, it's going to be a brave move down the outside. And Adamson moves across to shut the door. But Tom's down the inside.
Little bit of a love tap.
Over.
Yeah, nice. That was nice. You know, John had nowhere to go. It wasn't an overly aggressive pass, but it done the job. It didn't punt him off the track. It was hard and fair.
Yeah, I would say that maybe he might have got back on the track a little quicker, but it's difficult to judge how high that grass bank is, and it's difficult to get back over it when you're going parallel to it. So he just rolled his way down to the turn and then rejoined the track where he could turn down onto it. And Tom Grimshaw then moving up to 6th position. And let's see if he's got anything left in the tank. There's Purdon going in the opposite direction at the top of the straight, so there's a decent gap for those guys.
Enduro champion Dan Mundell. Oh, there he is. Look at that. I literally like that was planned.
Yeah,
that wasn't. That's just happened. Perfect timing. He's in the 20s.
Yeah,
he's top 20.
He's there with...
there he is with his lights on.
Josh Canton, the man from Haverfordwest, who I seem to remember the last time I came here for... to commentate on a race. I think he won both of the MX1 races, Josh Campton, so he's a decent performer. And I looks like the 300 of Charlie Hamlin on the back of those guys. So I think Dan's riding a 350, but obviously an enduro motor suspension, so it'll be way more mellow. I won't have the punch out the corners, but actually on this slick ground, that could be beneficial as the day goes on, and he's all over Hampton here. Yeah, but that bike is it's a road legal machine. It's and it's pretty decent up the inside of Josh Campton. Just looking at the time and scoring there, Jeff. We lost Joel Rizzi. He looks like he's a retiree from the race, the man on the Dirt Store Triumph. So that's a shame for him, and also the FUS Honda James Dodd. So not quite sure what went on with those guys. But yeah, anyway, good to see Dan Mundell here and giving himself a run out on that KTM UK Triple D Motorsports KTM.
Styling it as well, look at that.
So Dan Thornhill, he's now up to 8th, Martin Barr 9th. So have a look and see whether we've got a battle in the middle then between Hamill, Sterry and Grimshaw. And I think it's Sterry and Hamill that are going to be the guys that are going to be closest, Jeff.
Well, there's a big gap actually. Hamill has got 6 seconds on Sterry, believe it or not.
Well, we'll stay with this. It's racing.
Yeah. So I thought Sterry would bridge that gap to Hamill, but he hasn't. It's all a bit spaced out. Purdon in a solid 3rd on the SC Sports own machine.
Charlie Hamlet's made the pass on Josh Campton as well, so that will move the Gas rider up into the points. And again, these are the guys. These are your decent expert riders who are banging around different championships week in, week out. You need to get yourself to the British and come and be this guy that's battling for the points, because that is what it's all about. Here is our race leader right on cue, Conrad Muse, making his way through.
Settling down now. He's not tripling anymore.
No.
Doesn't need to. He's in the lead. Why risk it? You know, he's clearly fast enough around the rest of the circuit. I'm quite surprised. He's got the gap out to 9 seconds now, so he is little by little, as we always imagine, just pushing it out, but not at a rate that I thought he would. But you know, we don't know if he's just got another moto, top.
From what we've seen in interviews, Jeff, that you do with him after the race, though, he races himself in the clock at all times. He's not a guy to go, well, I've got a 6-second lead, that's good enough.
Yeah.
He's always battling himself in the clock, and I think for Josh Gilbert to stay within the regions, how close he is, with, like you say, 7 minutes to go, based on where he is fitness-wise, I think that Gilbert will be not particularly unhappy with that, especially with the fact that he's got 2 riders between himself and Adam Sterry to help close that gap down for second position in the championship.
This is getting a very technical circuit out there. Look, it's not littered with a load of like Supercross style, like big tabletops. Yes, we got roofs and things like that, rollers. But right now, the track conditions, I was watching him come out of that hairpin corner before they go down that long middle straight. Conrad is really fighting to get the power down. So technically, this track is becoming like you've got to really be good on the throttle. What will happen now, between the next block of racing, they're going to go and water the tracks, and it's going to get really technical. For the 125s, it's going to be a little bit greasy.
Yes, the sighting lap is going to be everything for those guys. But Conrad then 2:03.4 that time, just clicking his laps off again. That up nice, getting the bike straight to go up the hill, not drifting out wide. We saw a lot of the MX2 boys running right out to the right-hand side of the circuit there. But Muse mastering the conditions here. I'd say he will jump through the waves.
Just there's not much of a hook, not much of a rut there to get into as that, you know, as it drops away down that hill. So he's, you know, Conrad's obviously as good as anybody in the UK and, well, world class as well. We know that. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I should imagine he will be on the Team GB Motocross of Nations team, because he rode really well at Matterley last year, even with that ankle injury. So I really hope he's in good shape. He does get selected, and we can see what he does, how he performs at Ironman.
Yeah, definitely. I wasn't at Matterley last year, but my lad was there, and he said it's one of the best rides he's ever seen Conrad do. He came from way back in the first race to sort of like a 5th or a 6th, or certainly a good well inside the top 10, and he was absolutely on a rip. Here is Tristan Purdon on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, and he's coming under pressure from Taylor Hamill. There's Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki in the background with 5 minutes to go, Jeff. This is important for the points for Purdon. He's currently sitting there in 5th position.
This is a bit of Taylor Hamill as well. Taylor loves hard pack conditions. I often thought, you know, that Tristan, coming from South Africa, would prefer hard pack. I was quite surprised when I asked him that at one round. He says, well, actually, no, sand's more my thing.
Yeah, he did say that, didn't he?
Yeah, but Taylor loves a bit of this. His local circuit growing up would have been Cuss's Gorse, you know, very similar to this.
Very
hard
similar,
pack,
yeah.
loose stones. A lot of hard pack where he lives down in the Southampton, Eastleigh area.
But he's making... He's certainly making Tristan Purdon work. He's staying out of the roost and doing everything that he can on that DRT Kawasaki to get himself up into 3rd position, and that would be his first podium of the year if he manages to do that. We've seen Tristan Purdon make the top 3 on a number of occasions this year, but here's Hamill then.
Oh, he's carrying the speed. I mean, he's caught him really quick, isn't he, actually?
Yeah, down the inside.
That was an intelligent move, because I thought he was going to roll the dice there.
Yeah, he did.
And if he had done, he would have come off worse. So he just pulled out of that move, Taylor Hamill, in time.
But he's letting Tristan Purdon know that he is there.
Gilbert,
and they are catching Gilbert. So with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, all of a sudden this 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle is starting to tighten up. And all down to the fact that the 23 off Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, Steve Dixon's man, is putting on the pressure onto the 41 of Tristan Purdon, and they are getting onto the back of the 326 Alexa Honda.
They've closed in fast on Gilbert. This is going to be interesting, because Taylor is the one pushing the other two, well, basically pushing this all together. It looks like Gilbert's starting to drop his lap times. Taylor's stepping it up, and somewhere in the middle getting squished along is Tristan Purdon.
But we've seen him come good at the end of races. He doesn't drop off speed-wise. And whereas Hamill looked like he was a man making a move a lap ago, he's now all of a sudden a second and a bit adrift, and he needs to shut the gap down again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what the lap time out front. The race leader has now got it out to nearly 12 seconds, so pulling about, I don't know, just about a second and a half, close to that each lap on Josh Gilbert and the rest of the field. The gap is now 11.359 for the Honda racing rider out front on the Crendon True 7 machine. Dave Thorpe's team, just solid, super professional team. Obviously, you know, amount of championships they won with all of Dave's experience.
And they're local here, based out of Exmouth, down at just round the corner. He was here yesterday.
He was here yesterday helping us with the Michelin Youth Academy, and I've got to say, great to see his dad Keith coming out to an event as well.
Yes.
Integral part of obviously Dave's success. The Colonel is out. I've had a good chat with him in the hospitality earlier. Just great to see Keith out.
Yeah.
Still loves it.
Yeah.
Obviously doesn't get to so many races anymore, but yeah.
But
good to see him in.
It's certainly part of motocross folklore in this country.
Oh, absolutely.
So they come to put a lap on the 447 of Simon Booth. Hamill still pushing on, but Purdon now 1.9 the gap to Josh Gilbert as they come into shot. Up the hill, and Kawasaki hooking up really nicely.
Back marker getting out of the way there quite rightly, because Taylor Hamill was coming in hot. It looks like Josh Gilbert has kind of either read his pit board or realises that he's got to step it up. You've got to say it's not as much of a gap as I thought it was. Actually,
are you watching the same
Yeah,
races,
sorry,
mate?
I was like, maybe I was looking at another rider there, Phil, but
I kind of get where you're coming from, but all of a sudden, you can't think, oh, is he really catching him? And then the gap just kind of, it seems like it's ebbing and flowing. I think that Gilbert's got a place on the track where he's just got a little bit more than Purdon, but Purdon's faster, I think, down that bottom section, and this is where we've seen it catching up. I don't think Taylor Hamill's got anything for these two, and it is going to be with 2 to go, because although it's a 12-second lead, there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. There's Conrad Muse going in the opposite direction, so he will get the 2-lap board.
Well, I don't know. That will be close. That will be close, Phil. He might not. I don't think he will. I don't think he might be over. That was him, I think you could hear in the background. Just go over the line. So we couldn't see Conrad going over the line, but 3 laps to go.
Yeah,
so no, he didn't do it.
Yeah, so he just got over the line just in time, or not just in time, depending on which way you look at it. So this is going to give Tristan Purdon another lap to chase down this man, the 326 Lexa Honda of Josh Gilbert.
It's right there, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a nice line from Gilbert. They've dropped Taylor Hamill about a second on that lap, I think, Jeff, and I think that for as much as Hamill was pushing on and looked like he was going to be part of this battle, don't think that's going to be the case as we wind down with 3 to go. There's a race leader on the Crendon True 7 Honda.
Everything looking good. Little scrub off that corner. Oh, I can hear our track announcer, Ben Rumbold. Somebody, I don't know if you heard that through our mics, because he's just behind us. I heard him say somebody's gone over the handlebars. We don't know who that is, but whoever it was, it sounded spectacular.
Yeah, but it's Conrad Muse then. Again, he's just such a joy to watch. The Muse from Gilbert, from Purdon, and it's Hamill. Sterry in 5th, Grimshaw a good 6th, Adamston still in 7th, an excellent 8th from Dan Thornhill. Martin Barr 9th, Louis Kessel in 10th place. That's a great ride from the youngster. I'd say talking to his dad, saying that you know, his time will come in this class, and a top 10. That's a great showing if he can bring that to the flag.
Yeah, obviously Louis, home track advantage. You know, he has done a lot of laps around here, riding regional club events and whatever. This is their local track, obviously regards of national track.
Yeah.
So it's a track that Louis knows well. That would have helped, but still a great performance.
Yeah, definitely.
Conrad just comfortably bringing it in, so now he's going to get the 2-lap to go board.
Yes.
I don't think it was any of the top runners that maybe went over the bars out of our view, because they still seem to be where they were last lap around.
A little bit of a bobble there for Conrad Muse, but in the big scheme of things, he's just absolutely ripping these laps off.
Purdon is definitely, it's as close as it's ever been between Purdon and Gilbert. Maybe we should get back to those guys in a while, because obviously Conrad's got this one. He's got nearly 13 seconds as he cruises around with 2 laps to go. It's all about this battle for second place between Josh Gilbert, 3:26 on the Honda, and Tristan Purdon, number 41 on the SC Sportstone Husqvarna. There's Dan Mundell. Where's he? Is he still inside the top 20?
Yes, I think he is.
He is 19th. Yeah, 19th. So he's picking up points. Blue flags are waving. Let's see if we can pick up this battle for second. As Dan,
they'll be going up the hill, Jeff. I think.
Dan gets safely out of the way. That's no injustice being lapped by Conrad Muse.
It will be interesting
for an enduro rider.
It will be interesting to see how Conrad went on an enduro bike, because Dan Mundell is an absolute beast on an enduro bike, and no mistake.
Yeah, I could see Dan was lacking.
So it's the battle for second then, and there's Gilbert still hanging on from Purdon as they leap their way down. And I think if Josh Gilbert can hang on to this, he will consider that a job well done. As we go back to our race leader, Conrad Muse.
Yeah, doing everything right. You can see there his riding technique, his foot position on the balls of his feet. His heel, it was lower than his toes. We're giving that flexibility through all those braking bumps, Phil. Textbook stuff.
So over the final little bobble there, and look, over the tabletop.
It's going to get one to go, is it?
One to go, yeah. Is it? Yes. No, do we go? Yes, one lap board just there. So he is going to be just really missing. But this is the battle for second, and it looks to me like Purdon has made a mistake, because Gilbert's got as much real estate between him and the 41 as he's had for about 4 laps. They've dropped Taylor Hamill by quite some distance, so the Kawasaki man gave it everything that he got for as long as he could. But he's still going to hold on for a decent 4th. 5th will be Sterry, 6th Grimshaw. His final lap of our first of our Motul ACU British Motocross Championship, a Pico MX1 races. Don't forget to like and subscribe wherever you are watching. It all makes a difference. Helps control the algorithm and get us exposure where we need it most as we watch the 426 of Conrad Muse. He's just going to come down and put a lap on Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools Fantic.
Lovely, just coming out of that corner and almost just hitting the braking bump or the acceleration bump, using it as a little lift off to jump the others. Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure that some of the riders will be going back and watching this afterwards, but for anybody who wants to know how to ride motocross, watching Conrad Muse, the way that he uses all of the bumps, and seems to make it effortless. Boy, he is the class of our field here today at Landrake. Fantastic weather, Jeff. I wouldn't say we're boiling up here, and I think we've actually got a nice breeze here in the comms box, but those boys have been out on track for the best part of 30 minutes now, and as a result they will be more than happy to get a nice cold drink and a bottle of water. But here he comes then, Moto 1, and he will continue his unbeaten streak.
Looks happy, Phil. Give it a little finger point. He doesn't often do that.
He doesn't, no. He has his own way of going about his business. Gilbert comes across the line in second. That's an excellent result then for the local man on the Lexa MX Honda. Jeff is going to scurry off to interview our top 3, but it is Conrad Muse that will take the race win in a Pico MX1. Race 1. Looks like we lost Charlie Hamlet towards the end of that one, so he will not finish in the points, but it's Gilbert, Purdon, Taylor Hamill across the line. That is your top 4. They lapped up to 15th. A little bit of a battle down here. Not sure who that is. That's obviously Purdon and everybody. That's Sterry coming across the line now. And then next it should be the number 16 of Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda. That'll be a good result for him. Definitely, he'll definitely be happy with that. 7th place then, John Adamson, after that. I'll say running first and second with his teammate at the beginning of that race, but that's still a decent ride for him. Again, another rider suffering with injury and illness, so he'll be happy with that. 8th place, Dan Thornhill. 9th then, Louis Kessel. And this is a run to the line. The last few points, that's Stu Evans and Charlie Putnam going at it for 11th and 12th. So, a fantastic MX1 race, I'm sure you will agree. We're going to just take a quick break, and we will be back in a couple of minutes with Jeff down in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Okay, we're down here in the winner's circle without being nonchalant. Another day, another race win. Of course, it doesn't come easy. We know that. You put the work in, Conrad. You look pretty elated with that one. We know that you know, the wrist injury early in the year, you kind of kept that quiet, quite rightly so. Looks like you're now over that, and everything's ticking along nicely.
Yeah, definitely. Just wanted to take my time in that one. You know, the track is it's tough out there. It's very edgy, quite slidey. So. Yeah, I experienced that a couple of weeks ago at a midweek race. I was a bit impatient and chucked it down the track. So I learned from that, and I just rode my race then. You know, I've got to take a little bit of a different approach to what I normally do on these sorts of tracks. You know, you can't go 110% effort for the whole race because this track will bite you. So, yeah, fantastic job by the guys, and looking forward to race 2.
And, of course, I said in commentary that you probably knew the guy that you were chasing down knows his way around this track as well, clearly. So you probably had that in the mind as well, that, you know, he's going to be a tough nut to crack. And, you know, he was riding well as well. So patience was the key there.
Yeah, definitely. I knew he was going to be good at this round. You know, he's coming off the back of his illness now, so he's getting better and better every race. And he was good that one. So, yeah, it was nice to start behind him and see where I could go a bit faster and where I couldn't. And, yeah, piece it all together and made the pass nicely. And then... yeah, just managed the race from there. So, no, good job to Josh, and Tristan also rode really well. So I'm looking forward to battling them guys in race 2.
I know, you know, you've got a lot of respect for these guys, a lot of respect in the paddock. So you can't take it for granted, can you? You've got to keep your eye on the ball. Yes, you're winning all these races and all that kind of stuff, but you just can't be complacent.
No, definitely not. You know, like, at the end of the day, a motorbike can only go so fast, and we're all on that limit. So it's just putting it together in the race and finding the right lines, and yeah, each of these guys can snatch a race win off of me. So yeah, it keeps me on my toes, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Exactly. Good luck second moto. We're going to move Conrad out of the way, bring in Josh, whether you just want to come in with your bike, Josh, or let's make him push his bike in after a hot race. Somebody just grab Josh. Okay, bring it in anyway. Just to rub salt in the wounds, we're going to make you push your bike around.
Sit down now.
Yeah, you can sit down now. As I just mentioned there, Josh, obviously this is your hometown circuit, done a lot of laps around here, but we all know that you've been suffering with an illness. Just very quickly, everybody here and everybody at home, just tell us more about that and where you're at now.
Yeah, it was after Germany, probably about 3 months ago now, I reckon. Just felt really tired, and I thought I had a bit of a virus, or like just a normal illness. And I tried to race Blacksall 2 weeks later, and to be honest, I thought I was going to collapse. It was not good. So I went for blood test the Monday straight after that, and it come back that I had Epstein-Barr, which is the glandular fever virus. So I literally had to have. I did 4 weeks of absolute nothing, and when I mean nothing, I cycled on an e-bike like twice in the whole 4 weeks, and that was about it. And that was only towards the end. So I got the all clear the week before the last round at Preston Docks. Managed to get out on the bike like twice. Did like not even 2 hours of riding before it, and rocked up at probably the toughest race on the British calendar. And just ached from the minute I got onto the track to the minute I went home. So since then we've had what, three weeks I think now, and I've just been trying to get in as much bike time as possible, and I'm feeling better. I took a good start there, whole shot. I'm on a roll with the whole shots at the minute. We've got the bike dialed for that, and I just kind of almost know when I line up, I'm just like, yeah, I know what to do here. So it's a good confidence thing. Just wasn't overly happy with how I felt out there then to what I should do around there, really. I'd have liked to have tagged on to Conrad for a bit longer than what I did. I didn't. He just sort of edged away from the minute he passed me. So I want to go back, and we'll try and adjust a few things and get a bit more comfortable, because from the get-go, I didn't feel comfortable there.
Well, if you didn't feel comfortable, you got a second, it's good. And you've got a load of local support. So good luck. Yeah, exactly. Make some noise. Anyway, we get Tristan. Good luck second moto, mate. Hope, like I said, you're feeling good about that. We're bringing Tristan. Another podium. It's, that you're clocking him up, and obviously with Jamie Carpenter out as well, you looks like you're going to elevate up in the championship. But I know you want more of that. Talk us through how that was out there.
Yeah, it's my first time to this track. I've never been here, so it was good to be with the boys like that. I've been putting the work on the hard pack back up in Scotland, so it's been paying off. And I want to be known as the top three. Not when I read the write-ups before the weekends, Tristan's fifth, this and that, but I've been top three most of the time, so it's nice to keep that streak going. So yeah.
Do you feel really established now? Like obviously you've come over from South Africa. You've had a few years now. Does this feel like home, and like the quest to try and be a British champion? Is momentum growing?
I think the momentum is growing. I'm getting used to everything, getting used to the tracks and the bikes, and that's the goal, is to be a British champion one day. I'm not at the end of my career, but I can just keep trying and just keep working away.
You got loads of years left in the tank, yeah. Everybody give it up for Tristan Thorne. He came in third in this first one. Good luck second moto. We're going to go to a very, very quick ad break on the live stream. Again, so don't go too far, because coming up next we have the RFX 125 second moto, their final moto of the day. Let's see what's going to go down in that. Don't go too far away. See you in a bit.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
one. The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Welcome back to the magnificent Landrake Motor Park here down in Cornwall. Literally, just as you cross the Tamar Bridge through Saltash, Landrake's the next destination. Turn right, and you're here in this beautiful sunny weekend. You can see anybody living in the UK. Of course, we've got people viewing from all over the world. We finally had a British summer of note. We've had a lot of dry weather. Heading towards the dreaded hosepipe ban. It's not been easy. We can't complain because us Brits always complain about weather, but it's not been easy for Phil and his track crew to keep this track in condition. It's been so dry. You can see in the foreground of your picture there just how dry it is off track. So credit to them, and the wind's picked up, so the track crew doing what they can to keep this track in good condition. Coming up next, we have the RFX 125 class. Are we going to get a different winner again? Probably not. So the 4 rounds we've had so far, we've had 4 different winners, all of them going 1-1 on the day. Is this the day where somebody's actually going to win 2 championship rounds? Who knows?
Definitely not.
If you go on the first race victory, that's the qualifying this morning. Charlie Richmond was nearly 3 seconds quicker than Ryan Waggett, but that didn't translate into a race win because it was Waggett that took the first race win with a wire-to-wire win. Although Richmond got close, it wasn't close enough. Hayden Stack came in a kind of lonely third, but still solid points. So start is critical here. You know, it's going to be interesting to see who gets what done. But Charlie Richmond, second in the opening moto. He knows the maths. If he goes out and wins this race, regardless of if Ryan Waggett finishes second, they're tie on points. But due to the way we do the rules in motocross, the second score gets the decider in a time break.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a great race for the first one. We saw Ryan Waggett absolutely nailing it for the whole race, and didn't really give Charlie Richmond a chance to show even a wheel.
Yeah, just solid. He didn't. He just kept his head down, wasn't phased, withstood the pressure really well. And let's see what happens in this one, because start is going to be critical, particularly as the track in current conditions like it is. You're going to get an opportunity, I think, on the early sort of part of the first lap to get away. We saw Ben Musto make a start in MX2, and he literally went, oh, right, clear track. I'm doing 3 or 4 qualifying laps, so just going to try and throw everything at it. It worked for him. He obviously got close to getting closed in at the end. If you haven't seen it, if you just join in the stream, of course, you can go back later and watch it.
Yeah, it's all available to watch later on. And the joys of that there, internet. Follow us on Facebook, MXGB-TV, Instagram, MXGB-TV, our website at mxgb-tv.co.uk, on YouTube, MXGB-TV, and FIM-moto.tv if you are watching in Europe, and you can get us all there. We did see a lot of these guys have still gone down that far side of the gate, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out, maybe it's just a 125 thing, maybe it's a little bit harder over there. That's the only thing I can really think of. It's a slightly longer distance to the first score. Not much, but it's still longer.
But you're going to miss all the ruts as you get to the top as well. So there's a lot to play for as we
can see the luxury. The riders can't see it. Obviously, we get to watch the starter. You can see him in the doghouse behind. He presses down on the pedal. We should be able to see movement in his hips when he jumps on that thing. There he goes, gate down.
See, he makes a massive break from the middle.
St. Stephen's again.
St. Stephen's again, another cracking start. But it's the Rajirai Racing KTM and Waggett round the outside, and he's going to take the lead straight away. Oh! Richmond down the inside of his teammate, and they're all...
Much better start from Hayden Statt. He's right there in
There's
third.
a few people out in the boonies there as well. Somebody's gone down in the background across the line. So... Richmond's going to want to make this pass early. Watch them through.
Better start as well for Drew Stock.
Yeah, Stock was there in third. But it is the Rajirai Racing KTM. Oh, they put a bit of water down there, I think, Jeff. And right, we were just having that conversation as to where they could get the water out onto this circuit between races.
Water coming into the whoops as well. That corner coming in is going to be a little bit sketchy for a couple of laps until that water churns over.
It is Waggett then that leads again at lap 1. Is he going to pull the pin and go for it like he did in the earlier moto?
Well, there was only 13 points between Charlie Richmond, rider number 30 in second, who was leading the championship coming in, and Ryan Waggett. Ryan pulled back 3, so the gap's down to 10.
Oh, Waggett then, and this is the bit where it's getting a bit damp.
Stat looking much more menacing, as does Stock. As well. He's made because he had a terrible start in the opening race, couldn't really claw his way back into the top 3 as he would have liked.
So where was Drew Stock in that thing? Stock's there in 4th, so Stock, Stevens, Pickering then in 6th, so Pickering having a decent start in this one as well. So again, it is a KTM showing the Yamahas the way round at the moment, and again you can see these boys using that high wide and handsome line a little bit more than the bigger classes.
Yeah,
but it is our first race leader, Ryan Waggett. His form is going to continue. He's the man who's favourite for this one. With Hayden Statt getting a better start on the HS Racing Yamaha, is he going to have a chance to maybe put one across the bows of Charlie Richmond? Yes, I don't think we've seen that so far this year.
It'll be a good confidence booster for him if he does, because Hayden is one of 5 British riders that are going to be racing the Blue Crew Super Finale in Sweden next week at Uddevalla. Similar kind of conditions to this. The winner of that super final event also then gets the chance to go on and race at the Motocross of Nations in the Yamaha race in Ironman. So Hayden will want to get up to speed for that next weekend in Sweden.
He just lost a little bit of drive going up the hill, but he's very much in the battle for this one as Richmond tries to get down the inside. But the Rajirai Racing KTM of Waggett still holds thing. The Planet Moto first lap leader winner again across the line of Ryan Waggett.
Well, I can safely say that he is going to go out of here as the Planet Moto Series leader, because he was leading by 1 point.
Yeah, definitely.
He scored 2 5-points. That can't be bettered. So he is going to be in lead of that little mini championship as we head to Duns.
Yeah. It's kind of almost a lap and a half for the first lap leader, isn't it? So it's a bit of a weird one here, but he takes it for the second race running, and we can see Hayden Statt starting to look for alternative lines and try and square off Charlie Richmond as they come down on this little Fox alleyway. And, like I say, the guys are saying it's hard to pass round here. There's lots of places where it's open, but you've got to get... Oh, there's Waggett's down. Waggett's gone down. That looks like Waggett was down.
Yeah, it must have been. New race leader then, Charlie Richmond. Well...
Waggett's lost it. It looks like he spun out as he come out the corner, Jeff.
Yeah, quite possibly. You heard Conrad Muse just say how difficult it is to get the power down, and that's on a 4-stroke, on a 125. Even harder to try and stop that wheel from spinning.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, all change at the front. It's Richmond then from...
Oh, that's going to open it right up. So suddenly, Charlie Richmond, when he was losing points in the championship, he's now in a strong position. It depends how quickly he got up there. It looked like he was just getting on his feet, so I don't think Waggett would have lost too many places.
We'll see as we come through. to complete the lap. Still showing Waggett as the leader, but I'm sure that was him down on the floor.
Yeah.
Well, the stat is...
it's going to refresh here, just to remind you as well that lap times, Charlie Richmond's just gone quickest as well, to add insult to injury for Waggett. So he is the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, is your current race leader, Charlie Richmond.
So Waggett currently, he comes across the line in 4th, so he got back up really, really quickly. Zane Stevens, another great 5th. Finley Pickering 6th, Lucas Moncrief 7th. And then Chris Brindley there in 8th, Harry Lee 9th, and Jack Evans in 10th. That's the I think that's the furthest back we've seen Harry Lee for a while, because he's been a good, solid 4th, 5th, 6th guy all the way through this championship. So he's going to have to make a little bit of movement to try and back that up. But let's see what Waggett's got to fight back. And he came across the line, the gap back. He was 8 seconds, Jeff. So has he got 8 seconds in his pocket?
Not sure about that. Not the current track conditions. You never know, though. I mean, I think he was giving it his all in his first race. I think that was his genuine pace. He went wire to wire, but yes. I don't think he was holding anything back. So
he had nothing left. This is where Waggett went down in this right-hander here, and he looks like, from certainly what I saw, it looked like he spun the rear up, and the bike was at 90 degrees to the track. As Hayden Statt then on the HS Racing Yamaha is still giving a decent account of himself against Charlie Richmond. And like I say, Hayden was one of the guys that was a lot of press about at the beginning of the year in moving up, but he's just come off an 85, and the expectation that he was going to be a front runner right at the sharp end was maybe, I won't say optimistic, but I think it put a lot of pressure on him. Youngest rider in the class. And but he's he moves that down.
That's Drew Stock.
So Stock's gone down. The track's catching him out.
Yeah, well,
so that's going to move Waggett back up to 3rd.
Oh, Drew won't be happy with that at all. Had an opportunity there to try and make up for the disappointment of the first race, and he's laid it down in this one. He'll be raging under that Bell crash helmet. I just noticed that obviously we got in the championship, we're missing Alfie Getters Green. I don't know the reason why Alfie's not here. I haven't heard any reason why.
No,
but I didn't see him in I've just been through all the qualifying charts, so he's not. Yeah,
and he was, like I say, he was solid in the championship. There, he's there in I think in 8th place in the championship. So yeah, not sure why he's not here. He's certainly not a kind of guy to not come because of where it is. He'd be here all day long. So obviously an injury or some kind of problem for Alfie Gettys Green, so whatever that is, hopefully we will see him back at our next round, which is the double header, Jeff. Let's not forget that we've got that one coming up as well. But this is our first race winner, Ryan Waggett, currently sitting in 3rd, and he needs to get back to the front. What's the gap to our race leader, Charlie Richmond?
It is.
He was 8.5 seconds.
Yeah,
so that's about the same.
I think Charlie's in that driving seat now, can control the race, and the pace from it. He's got 3 seconds over Hayden Statt that will keep him honest. Hayden will keep pushing all the way. So I don't think what we're going to see here, I don't think you're going to see Charlie Richmond getting complacent out in front at all.
But yeah, certainly he'll be annoyed at himself for making that mistake, but he was there at the front putting on a proper push to try and repeat what he'd done in race 1. So Stock then remounted. He should be just in front of Zane Stevens. And another good ride from him on the number 80. So both of
Briggs teams,
they're both there in the top 5. That's a great result for them.
Well, certainly Zane's starts have helped him today. Two really good rippers. Not quite full hole shots, but he was there.
Local knowledge showing through. So let's see what the gap is next time by. But here's the battle then further down the field. So this is the battle with Stevens on the 80. He's coming under pressure from Lucas Moncrief. And Harry Lee just coming up the hill, so a bit of a battle here as well. We watch the number 80 down through and over this jump. There's Harry Lee, number 17. He's found his way up to 8th, so he's put a pass on Chris Brindley on that lap by the looks of it.
Yeah, there's not much between Harry Lee and Lucas Moncrief in this championship, so Lucas will be really wanting to try and pour some points back on Harry Lee here.
So Pickering then coming under pressure from the 531 as they make their way down the far end of the circuit, still looking a bit slippy down there.
Nice move.
Yeah, down the inside.
Terra Firma knack. Oh, he just about held on to it.
He's crashing instalments there, Jeff.
Wow.
He's lost 2 positions, but he did so well to he made that look like a great pass, but all of a sudden the reason that Pickering was the speed he was because that's all the ground
highlighted. Finley was probably thinking, well, good luck to you, mate. If you're coming in that hot, good luck.
But again, you can't sit back. It was a good effort, and to be fair, I think he just pushed the front a bit and lost balance.
It was a good save.
It was a good save.
There was 2 bites, but he nearly went down again after, nearly getting his leg cocked back over the bike. So Moncrief is going to have to go again, looking all AMA in his all-white Mon Industries kit there. Yeah, he'd be obviously having worked with Lucas I worked with Lucas. He'd be agitated with that. I'll tell you, he gets irate is a good word. But he'll be annoyed with himself.
Race leader Richmond then up the start straight. He's got a 4.5 second lead over Hayden Statt now, so he's just got to keep his wits about him and not fall foul of anything that this track may throw at him. And as we've seen, it's drying out now, Jeff. It's getting quite. I'm wondering. I mean, these 125 trying to keep these on top form. All the top teams will be jetting differently for this afternoon with the extra heat. It was lovely and kind of chill this morning after qualifying. You can't keep these 125s on song and just have them set them up in the morning and leave them all day at this level. You can see how polished it is on that berm.
Yes, you really can. As you said with the jetting field, we're getting into mid-afternoon, traditionally the hottest part of the day. Temperatures just slowly creeping up throughout the day, so yeah, jetting quite key.
Yeah, so all of the other bikes in the other classes, that all 4 strokes are all fuel injected, but these are old school bikes with carburetors and non-electronic ECU controlled ignition in the true sense of the word. The CDI and an igniter box. Of course, you can do a few alterations with stuff. It's certainly not like it is with a full 4-stroke fuel injection. But Richmond then, he's on a bit of a roll, isn't he? He won our last round at Preston Docks, having not won a race all season. And here he is in the box seat for taking his 2nd overall win of the year. Breaking the spell of everybody going 1-1, but that was bound to happen sooner or later.
I said at Preston, I think the kind of the flick of the switch was his performance at the Junior Worlds. You know, he
very much so.
The first moto, he's unfortunately couldn't put 2 motos together, but getting that 2nd in the opening moto at the Junior Worlds, I just think made him realise, I can do this.
Yeah, it's a big confidence boost, and obviously, you've been in the situation. I get around the paddock and have a chat to people, and it's one of those things for me, these guys that are going out there and braving it, putting themselves out there for EMX, and I feel that they need to put one race in that puts them on the map, and then they need to look at backing that up and having 2 solid moto scores. And once they've done that, there's the kind of, well, I've done this and I've done that, I just need to do that every week. And I think it's a big thing. And once Charlie had got that to, it was a bit of a muddle, but he made an intelligent start off the gate and he rode really well. Here's Hayden Statt, and he's there in 2nd at the gap. Then I think he's just he'll be looking at this and going, do you know what, I'll take this. I think this might be his best result of the year so far. He's certainly not won a moto. So 2nd place again after that wrist injury that he picked up. I'd say it was a bit of just a heavy landing, but give him a bit of a jarring. But he'll be glad, and like I say, he's going to be out there in Sweden next weekend. So conscious of the fact that important races coming up. Charlie's got a good lead on him. He just needs to bring this one home. He's got 4 seconds over Ryan Waggett.
Yeah, but going back to what you said about Hayden, he's got an important race next week. Like I said, the Blue Crew Super Finale. Riders that finish in top 3 in Sweden, and 2 wildcards then get selected to go down to what they call the Blue Crew Masterclass at the end of the year, where 1 rider gets selected for genuine support from Yamaha Europe to go and race the EMX 125 Championship for next year.
That's what Jamie
Keith won. Well, obviously, it didn't work out for Jamie, but he had a good level of support, so it could be for Hayden. So, and of course, like I said, the winner of the event also gets to go and race Ironman, so he'll be looking forward to that. I'm going to be definitely asking Charlie Richmond what the situation is with his finger if he keeps on two wheels and gets it into the winner's circle.
Yeah, I thought that it might have been.
It didn't look healthy, I've got to say. It was all bent and twisted and pointing outwards, so yeah, he complained in the first race about he thought he might have dislocated his little pinky finger.
Was it clutch hand?
It was. I'm trying to work this out now. Yeah. No, yes, it was. Yeah.
Because we saw him go off. I saw him go off the track and nearly clear himself out on a pallet, but that would have been the opposite side of the bar. So, but anyway, here he's stat. Looks like it's good to get a look at the youngster on the HS Racing Yamaha, and he's really just, finding himself in this class. One of the younger guys in there. I think Lucas Moncrief is actually the youngest.
Yeah.
But even so, as there's Richmond then, and like I say, he's getting himself into a position where he knows what it takes, and as we can see, he's I'll say he was gifted the lead, but he's got to be in it to win it. He was there. He was ready to pick up the pieces from Ryan Waggett, who's got to within 3 seconds of Hayden Stat. So it's going to come down to a tie break if Waggett can find his way past the 5:48. Drew Stock has managed to find his way back past Zane Stevens, because that position, I think, did change when Stock tipped off at the back of the start gate. So
that's this is by far Zane Stevens'
in fact,
best.
Stock is dropping down just as we say.
Yes, he is, isn't he?
He is. So all of a sudden, Zane Stevens is up to 4th, Finley Pickering 5th, Harry Lee 6th. So what has happened? Drew Stock currently showing in 10th.
Well, let's see if he keeps dropping down, or if he's crashed and he's now circulating again. We'll see when he comes round. But he is definitely, something's happened. Not just quite a lot for him to drop from 4th now down to 10th, and he keeps dropping down the list. So maybe Drew Stock, with regard to the championship, we don't know. We can't see what's happened, but it's trending that there's something major's happened, because he's falling down the list.
Yeah, Jack Evans now up to 10th. So the 4-1-8 of Drew Stock then, whatever has gone on there. I haven't seen any yellow flags, but they've not gone round a full lap yet. But Hayden Stat round the back of the start straight, and Charlie Richmond is at the top. But Waggett then, he's picked back up. He's pinged back up to 4. So maybe
transponder issue.
Maybe he missed the intermediate. Oh well, I'm glad about that, because obviously.
Yeah. So am I.
Yeah.
So I think that was a timing glitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Stock pings back into 4. So we'll keep an eye on that for the next one there. So Stevens 5th, Pickering 6th, Lee 7th, Brindley in 8th, Moncrief 9th, and Jack Evans on the 167. He is there in 10th. And again, another guy, Evans, currently 9th in the championship, 14 points adrift to Zane Stevens. But Stevens is going to, I think that he's going to leapfrog Alfie Geddes Green, obviously, in the championship. And he's took some points out of Lucas Moncrief today as well. So a good showing from the number 80. And that's S. Briggs Commercials team then doing some good work with both of their guys this weekend.
Yeah, they definitely are. It's currently shaping up with, as you can see on the timing clock at the top of the K-Tech timing column, 1:13 to go, plus 2 laps in this one. It's looking good for Charlie Richmond to take the overall. I would imagine with a 1-3, Ryan Waggett will come in 2nd overall, and then with a 3-2, Hayden Stat should get 3rd overall. But still, 2 laps and a bit to go in this one, and as we've seen in our sport, it only takes a blink of an eye for something to happen and for all to go pear-shaped. So they've got to, as they say, they've got to bring it in and across the line. Until you're over that line, you just never know.
So there's Richmond, and here's the battle then for 2nd, and it is getting close up. This is the Raji Roy Racing KTM of Waggett closing in on Hayden Stat. They're going to get 2 laps to go next time by. Richmond is comfortably away at the front. We'll see him going up the start straight in the background. There he is. But let's see what this battle's going to bring, because this is going to be desperate points for Ryan Waggett. He's currently second in the championship, and he will hold on to that no matter what. But he will want to try and not let Charlie Richmond take any more points out of him. He'll go away from this weekend with the same gap, 13 points.
As it was, exactly that.
And he's right on him, Jeff.
Unless, well, he's got to make this move first and foremost, but he's all over him now. He's
going to round the outside round here.
He's got the momentum, he's flying.
Stats going to
got the inside, then the hill though, should control the inside, and he does.
Nice move then.
Very nice move.
Waggett, he puts the bike where it needs to be, and gives Hayden Stat nowhere to go. So the number 55 KTM brings himself back up to second. He will tie on points the overall for Charlie Richmond, but Richmond will take the overall, obviously with the better second race score, assuming that the number 30 S Briggs Racing rider manages to bring it through these last 2 laps without incident. But that was a nice move. He's closed it down at about 1.5 seconds a lap.
Well, I mean, he's still fighting. It's not beyond the realms, but 6.3 seconds with 2 to go is a big ask.
I'm not seeing that level of drop off or sudden speed find in either way there. Richmond is riding a solid race. There he is. Look over the tabletop. It's going the other way, and but Waggett will. I think he'll be a little bit annoyed, but he still salvaged good points. That's where he went down, lap 2 or lap 3, wasn't it, Jeff? And gave up the lead, but to salvage a second position in such a competitive class, you can only say that he's made the best out of a bad job.
Absolutely, he's picked himself off the floor, but that was a real. That's where the whole race changed. Basically, Charlie has then had that advantage of clear track and just gapped the field, and he's looking very, very strong in this one. He knows, you can see him there. He'll have his pit board signals, of course, when he goes past pit lane straight, but he's also visually himself. And that's on a track like this. It's actually quite nice when a track loops around a valley, because you can sometimes, you don't have to look over your shoulder as such to see your competition.
Yeah, you can see what's coming. And so Richmond will come across the line, and this will be 1 to go. And Waggett will come across the line in second. Harry Lee has made moves through to find his way into 6. He passed Finley Pickering on that lap, Jeff. So, as I said before, he motored his way from the lower reaches of the top 10 through to 6. But great ride from Zane Stevens on the number 80, the second of those S Briggs commercial Yamahas. And I'm not sure if I don't think he's been doing any of the AMX stuff, but he's certainly riding his way towards the front of this RFX 125 Championship. If you say this is the feeder series for our MX2 and our Jude Morris Foundation MX2 Under 21 Championship, where our hopeful future stars will.
Well, it's a good sign. I mean, when some of these step into MX2, it's not MX2 it's not, as if that's not exciting enough. Chuck some of these in there as well in 2026, and the MX2 class is going to be a strong competitive class next year.
Yeah,
it is already, but you know what I mean.
I'm not sure who's going to be going up at this point, Jeff, whether Richmond will go on to a 250 or not, or whether he want another year in this class.
I think Richmond probably will go to a 250. Drew Stock may be the same. I could see certainly Hayden Statt and obviously Lucas Moncrief, staying down, because this is their first year in the class. Why would they jump straight through after 1 year?
Our race leader then making his way through traffic and past the back of the start straight for the final time.
Here, take another look. There he goes, because he can see them at the opposite corner, at the top of the hill.
Yeah, just coming up on the 24 of Cole Nally on the TM. But there has been a good ride then from Charlie Richmond, and he's taken himself to his second win of the year. And round of applause from the trackside there. A good recovery ride for Ryan Waggett. He will take second. Third place should be Hayden Statt, with Drew Stock and Zane Stevens coming across the line. And just as we say that, our live timing link seems to have laptop seems to have fallen over. So it should be then Harry Lee, Finley Pickering, Chris Brindley and Lucas Moncrief in the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th with 4:22, with Joe Granger also on the edge of the top 10. Right, so that's the second of our RFX 125 races over the line. We're going to take a quick word from our sponsors and we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
This weekend without a 1-1 in the RFX 125 class. It was instead a 2-1 that delivered overall verdict there for Charlie.
Let's go with this, yeah.
First two-time winner of a round this year in the 2025.
Just spin that around a bit like that, Charlie. Come around a bit, that's it. That's cool. Sorry to make you work hard after another long moto. Okay. I'll grab that, Ben, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Okay. We're down here in the winner's circle. That looks like a hot one, but it was a worthwhile one because you found yourself back in the lead. You're there still with the championship lead. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's good. I rode with a lot of pain, to be honest. I was just trying to flow, miss as much bumps as possible because I was struggling with the grip out the corners, but it wasn't too bad. Ryan was riding well, Hayden was as well, so it was good.
What is the lowdown on the finger? Was it dislocated or like it just took a good old whack on the knuckle?
Oh, I don't even know, to be honest. I haven't even got it checked out, but it's not very straight, but...
Hey, we're straightening it up later. The point is, don't worry about that. You got the job done. You've got to be pleased, particularly with that. Damage limitation and still a hold of the championship lead and coming out of here with the red plate.
Yeah, definitely. It was really good. Salvaged what I could, so it was really good.
Well, look, go and get your finger checked out. Hopefully we get it straight. Well done on a good weekend. Anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank S. Briggs Commercial, Airport Autos and all my other sponsors, Track Industry, Mobius, Rhino Power, Hardcore Racing for the good engine. Yeah. No.
Good luck. Well done, Charlie. Good luck for the rest of the tour. We're going to see him at the end of the series. Just push it out that way, mate. We've still, remember, if you're watching this, we're up at Duns at the end of this month with a double header, so that would be great. 2 events into one. Here comes Ryan pushing his bike in. As we said, listen, I know you're going to be disappointed. You've got the good start again. You was doing the hard work. We saw it on the live stream, kind of. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, well, we're trying to miss all the choppy bumps coming out the corner to get a bit more speed, but and then I give it a bit too much power and my back end went over them.
But you were up quick. I mean, you were up like a prize fighter straight away, but the damage was done. But it was a good recovery. I mean, to chase down there and push on at the end, you know you got the pace, and this championship is so still wide open.
Yeah, I had to get up as fast as I could so I didn't lose as much points in the championship. I come away this weekend, even points again.
Yeah, I've had Paul Winrow messaging me throughout. So you're going to give him a mention, everybody else that helps you out.
Yeah, Paulie helps us out a good bit. Blues tyres, Rippenroll goggles, 91 Moto, Dirt Store, Moto Shack for the graphics. Everyone else, please.
Keep it rolling. Go and get your breath back. You're giving us some great racing. We're really looking forward to Dunn, so good luck when you get there. There's Ryan Waggett coming in second overall today after the 2 motos. Who have we got there? We got Hayden Stat. Let's bring Hayden in. I think it's quite cruel that we let them push all their bikes over after a heat race. Don't just stand there, Joe. Go and help. I'll single you out. Hayden, a better start. You said you wanted a better start, and for the best part, you were there. A little bit happy with that performance after the first one?
Yeah, a lot happy with that one. I was able to get the star. We altered the gearing, so I got a really good jump and just hooked. And ended up on the back of Charlie for quite a while. I just wasn't able to stick with him. And then at that point, Ryan started catching us, and the fitness was lacking. So we're gonna have to get in the gym when we go home.
But as me and Phil say in commentary, this is your first year in the class. You're one of the youngest in the class. It's kind of still trending in a good direction. I know you always want more. Next weekend, a kind of big race for you as well. You're off to Sweden for the Blue Crew Super Finale, which opens opportunities. How are you feeling about that? Because this is not too dissimilar ground.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the Blue Crew. Obviously, going in, I think I'm a strong competitor for the win. So we'll just have to get there and see what I can do.
Exactly that. Well, look, have a safe travel over to Sweden. There you go. Hayden Stack coming in third this weekend. I'll move around this side, Hayden. Well done. Okay, we're going to get straight back to it now with the MX2 class. I'm going to hand the event mic back to Ben that's going to call the action. Don't go too far away. We've got 2 more races to go. MX2 coming up next. See you in a bit.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
So welcome back then to Dirt Store MXGB TV for the second of our MX2 and Jude Morris Foundation MX2 Under 21 Championship races. Well, we've had some fantastic stuff already so far today. It's been a beautiful day. We've had a good crowd in here down at Landrake, and we've got 2 more races to bring you before the conclusion of all of the action here. And we're remembering the fact that we just saw earlier on today Ben Mustoe take his first championship win in the class with I would say a fairly dominant ride in that first race. He took the lead and did not give it up, and fantastic to see another new race winner in MX2, and that will move him a little bit closer to the championship lead. 6 points off at the moment from our championship leader Tommy Searle, who came home in second with the 422 SC Sport Home Susquehanna of Charlie Heyman in second. It was a great race, and you'd like to see, well, I'd like to see Ben Mustoe back it up and maybe get the podium that so far this year, Jeff, he's just not been able to nail down.
I would like to see the same. We've seen it in the 125 class this year, you know, like we've had the first part of the season where riders have never taken their first race win, then they take their race win and back it up with a moto win in the second. They, you know, Richmond did it last time out. Yeah, Preston never won a 125 race all year. Wins the second, takes the overall. It's doable. Another start like that for Ben, and his confidence will be high.
It remains to be seen how much effort he put in that first race to hang on to that win. I
would love to see it happen. I mean, as I said, I've been part of a small part of Ben's journey when I was managing Team Green, and he come and raced for us for a season there on the 85, and you know, a good kid. Always impressed me with his attitude towards racing, his grit, his desire. So yes, I would love to see him repeat that.
Yeah.
And for the sake of the championship, it would just make everything so close.
Oh yes, it's been a fantastic day. Big thanks to all of our marshals standing out there in the warm today, and their marshals bibs and attire brought to you by Dirty.com, the people whose website you need to visit to book up your adrenaline sports and all sorts of things on their website to go and do zip lining and windsurfing and all manner of things. Thank you very much to those guys for providing us with all of the stuff that we need to keep our marshals identified and nice and cool looking as well. We're going to take...
Ryan, who obviously runs the whole thing there, as he does with Moto 101, just always does a great job with image and branding. Superb. So, yeah, go and check them out.
Like I say, race 1 results then was a win for Ben Mustoe from Tommy Searle, with Charlie Heyman third, Billy Askew fourth, Callum Mitchell in fifth, K Cars Makers in sixth, Oriel Oliver seventh, Joe Brooks returning from injury in eighth, Jake Nichols ninth, and Ollie Colmer on the Chambers KTM. He was there in 10th. We're going to take another short word from our sponsors, and we will be back with a gate drop for the second MX2 race of the day.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me.
And there we go, we're back. Look at that, lovely blue skies down here in Cornwall, lovely part of the world. If we come back next year, and I really hope we do, maybe you should, as soon as the calendar dates come out for 2026, go, Landrake's back on it, make a holiday, get on down here.
Yep, and that's something that I'm certainly going to be looking at doing next year, trying to drag out a few of these longer trips to taking a bit of the local area while we do it. I've been trying to do it for the last couple of years, and we're going to be doing that for the next roundup at Duns, which is the end of August, so we're going to be heading up north, and I think it's the 30th, 31st of August up there at Duns, Saturday and Sunday in a double header.
Is that what's happening, Phil? Somebody told me that you're entering the championship next year and going to have a dabble at it.
No.
Is that not happening?
No.
Oh, I must have heard that wrong.
You must have heard that wrong. I'm saying the level of talent required to do this at this level at my age, I don't think it'd ever be... it's never happening at any point in my life. It's been fantastic to watch all of these guys putting their best efforts into this, and sitting here talking about it on the sidelines is certainly a highlight for me. You've been here and done this, and
many moons ago. If it's starting to feel like it now.
I know.
Say, I was conscious of that the other day when we were coming back down to Landrake, and I was thinking, God, it doesn't seem that long ago that I was commentating on Conrad Muse in the 65cc class down here.
Yeah, well, I've
And
done
here we
quite a
are.
few 65s and 85 commentaries over the past 10 or 15 years, and it certainly is good to see these guys coming through to be at the sharp end of all of our classes. Like I said before, I think way back in the day, my first race, there's Joe Brooks. He's been really good, qualified second, and with Callum Mitchell, these triumphs seem to be packing out the top 5 or 10. There's definitely some good support for the dealers. There's Charlie Heyman, our top qualifier. A man who I thought might be a little bit disappointed with third, but he was more than happy with that, Jeff.
Seemingly. I mean, he had Wisehead on young shoulders, because he was like, that was probably the best to do. Didn't want to override it. I'm confident, but,
Ben Mustoe next to the doghouse. So he's sussed out pretty quickly that's the place to be. There's the 479 of Josh Vale, a man currently 10th in the championship at his first attempt. Again, a guy coming back from injury. He tweaked himself at the Hawkeston International, and he's rode himself back into fitness. Kai Carsmakers, Rafe Broadley, Gal Stevenson, Doonson, Freddie Bartlett there on the Ultimate Wheels Kawasaki. 807 Luca Pegg on the Yamaha. And number 4 of George Hopkins on the Triumph.
Sid Putnam on the inside, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the SC Sports Home, number 19, Husqvarna there. Again, we got this shot that the riders don't see. That's why the start pen box is behind. You'll see our start marshal go into that box. There's a big chain that goes back there with a big foot pedal. When it turns to 5, he'll judge the 5 seconds, stamp it down, gate drop, away we go.
So here we go then. We'll be waiting for the 15-second board goes up. And like I say, we've been saying, it's a long way. This 5 seconds at this point in time feels like an eternity when you're watching. When you sat behind the gate, it feels like an hour. So here we go then. Revs are up. And away they go. And is it going to be Mustoe that gets a good...
He was close.
Tommy that's got the start. Mustoe's round the inside.
He's there, though.
He's third. Who's that round the outside? It's another Triumph. No, it's not.
It's Putnam. No, it's not. It's
Charlie Heyman.
Charlie Heyman, sorry,
So Heyman then second. Load of them there. Always loads of people on.
Hey up. What's going on here? There's a bit of a yard sale. Riders cutting across.
Yeah, I think everybody's...
Who have we got there? George Hopkins, number 4. That looks like Dickinson, is it? Or no, yeah, I think it was.
So Tommy Searle then takes the whole shot. Was that Mustoe getting
punted? That was Mustoe getting punted big time out of the way by Oriel, was that?
Is it Oriel Oliver?
Yes,
it was Oliver, though. So the young Spaniard finding his way back into the top 5 after being struggling.
Oh, that's not good for Ben, because he was there, and that's actually put him back to 5th. Cars Markers has gone by as well.
Yeah, somebody off in that turn as well down the far end.
That's
Callum Mitchell.
32, gone down.
So he's spun up, coming out onto the top of the wave section. Okay. And let's be fair to our track crew. Looks like they've put a little bit of moisture down where they can, but they can't be watering the upslopes of the jumps or the bits that are polished hard, because that is going to be absolutely treacherous for these riders.
So not such a good opening lap for the Work Scaffold Total Triumph team this time around.
No.
2 of them having issues on the opening half a lap.
So Sale then from Heyman with It's like, is that Oliver now up to third?
See, Tommy, with all that vast, you just wouldn't bet against him coming out, missing that round, breaking bones in his back vertebrae, coming out and getting the job done here.
He's got to get his head down and not give anybody any way to come. There's Oliver coming. Oliver's not a threat for the championship to Tommy Searle, so I can see Tommy not putting up too much of a fight for that. Oliver's also not a threat for the overall, and Oliver now easily past Heyman into second position. So Heyman third. Is that Musto still there in fourth? I wonder.
Yeah, well, I think he's down to fifth. I think Karsmarker's got by him.
They've done some track prep at the top there. They've been through that with the Harrow. Everybody's safely up and away from that tumble. So our Planet Moto first lap leader will be Tommy Searle on the number 100, the red plate holder in the main championship.
There it is, crosses the line now. So 5 points. Oh, just about kept it on track. Boy, he was off there. Karsmarker's looking much more menacing this time out on the DRT bike at Kawasaki.
So Musto back in fifth, a second and a bit down on Karsmarker. So where is that going to leave him with the overall? Well, as it stands at the minute, it is going to be, I think it is going to be Tommy Searle that is obviously going to take the overall.
Well, I like you said, I think Oriel is on a charge here on the SS24.
It looks like Charlie Heyman's the man that's going to be second as it stands at the moment.
Yeah.
Because neither Karsmakers nor Oliver really figured in the sharp end of the results in Moto 1. And again, you'd think that the Spaniard would be the bloke for hard-packed circuits like this, maybe not as loose and dusty, but a nice line round the inside. Karsmakers up to third now, so Heyman loses another position to the man on the DRT Kawasaki.
Well, both of those riders in second and third, remember, new to this track.
Yes.
Just goes to show now, a better start.
Yeah.
They've had a moto under their belt. They're kind of starting to read the track a bit more.
Musto's still there, though,
yes,
Jeff. There he is, the 163 on the AC United gas. So, is this going to give him a little bit of a, do you know what, I've got to get this done? He's not hanging on, he's pushing forward.
Yeah, quite possibly. Because he can take, I thought Karsmarker's was down there. He can take into account that really, like you said, Oriel Olivier and Karsmarker's not so much in the hunt here for an overall. I mean, they didn't have a bad opening moto, so they're kind of
as it stands
there.
It stands at the moment, this is going to be second overall for Ben Musto, with Tommy Searle currently leading. He will take the overall on the day, but I think this will give Musto second with Heyman third.
ACU down in seventh, not good for him as well. The best thing Tommy Searle can do here, and he knows it, is just to try, dig deep, stay out front for as long as he can and keep Oriel and Karsmarker's behind him, because that is obviously padding out his points as well.
But Karsmarker is closing in a little bit. Oliver seems like he's kind of settled a little bit into that second position. He's battling an illness similar to Josh Gilbert over the last few weeks after what was a breakthrough ride at the British Grand Prix at Matterley Basin. But Tommy getting that dirt store triumph out of that turn. Definitely managing to ride through the injury.
Oh, he absolutely is. If you heard earlier in the broadcast, if you weren't listening earlier on, wasn't watching, Tommy's basically said with his back injury, for him, it's lucky that Landrake, because if it wasn't Landrake, he would have sat this one out. If he'd have gone to a track with like heavy sand, a bit more, like even more brutal, Landrake is a personal favourite of Tommy's.
Yeah.
So psychologically, that helps. He's good on this stuff. His practice facility up there in the Midlands is very, very similar ground to this.
Yeah, just off the side of the M1 there, up in Derbyshire, that is, or Leicestershire Derbyshire border, I think. So Karsmakers is there, and the Heyman then, they're just starting to pull out a little bit of a gap. Musto onto the back of Heyman. Joe Brooks in a great sixth place on the 419 Triumph, and he's there in front of the second of the Dirt Store Triumph of Billy Askew, with the Chambers KTM of Glenn McCormack there in eighth, Max Werner on the SS24 Gabriel KTM in ninth, and Henry Williams after that big off in the first one on the FUS Honda, he's there in 10th. So
good to see him back out there.
Yes, good to see him back out there. And Tony Neri obviously got that block straightened out. between the races, and good to see him back out there in 10th. Jake Nichols 11th, Doomson 12th, Ollie Colmer 13th. In fact, no, that's 13th is the 661. So where is Ollie Colmer in the?
Yeah, I haven't seen him. That's Josh Coleman in.
Yeah, Josh Coleman, Adam Collins, Josh Vale, and Gab Stevenson. So we are missing
Phoenix Tools, fastest lap of the race. Kay Karsmarkers, I thought he was on the march, and he's just laid down a heater of 2:05.478. So the Kawasaki rider is starting to close in on these two riders ahead. Planet Moto first lap leader, we said that was obviously Tommy. That's what we're after, the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, and it is Kay Karsmarkers, number 33 in third, is currently your quickest rider out on track.
Now, I would have thought that Oriol Oliver would not want to sit in the dust behind Tommy Searle unless he absolutely had to, but he doesn't seem that he's got to a point now where a little look by Tommy there, but he hasn't put any kind of pressure on him.
Heyman hanging tough as well.
Yeah, in fact,
he's still in there.
Heyman's gapped out a little bit on Ben Musto. I think everybody's just riding the gap to stay so they can. They're not following in the dust. It's not. I don't think it's as bad as it looks on screen.
For the riders, no, it's not. Riders, this isn't like kind of blinding dust that they can't see where they're going. They're cope with that just fine. Obviously, not great for your lungs, breathing it all in.
Yeah,
but no, they have got no issues with sight at this point.
No, but the weather, how it's been down here, as we've already said in the broadcast, Jeff, that the track crew down here at Landrake, Phil Congdon and all of his cohorts have absolutely done everything that they could to make this track, and it's been very raceable. They could have ripped it absolutely 4 foot deep, soaked it, and turned it into a rut fest, but it's been raceable. The corners are nice, everybody can go where they need to go, and it's just been a joy to actually watch these guys around here as Tommy then just moves to the outside between turn 1 and turn 2 to miss the worst of the braking bumps.
He looks very relaxed. I mean, I know Tommy's got all the experience in the world, multiple time runner-up in the MX2 World Championship, but he's leaning on that experience here. He's not panicking. He knows the track, and he doesn't look flustered at all. He doesn't look like in any discomfort. I didn't notice in this morning's practice though. I just thought he just looked a little bit different on the bike, and that is probably due to maybe stiffness in his back.
Yes, but anyway, he's always a man that you can rely on, and there's Karsmakers closing in on Oriol Oliver. The second was the gap last time across the line with 15 and a bit minutes to go in the second of our MX2 and Jude Morris Foundation under 21 races of the day. Action has been fast and furious. Feels like 10 minutes since we started this morning, Jeff, and
it does, yeah.
We've got a moto and a half to go already. There's Heyman. This will get him on the podium, and I'm sure he will be pleased with that.
Well, again, maths not my strong point, but I would imagine it will take him past, if it stays as it is, with Billy Askew in 7th. It will move him up past Askew in the championship.
Yes, because he beat Billy in the first one. Billy was 4th. It's certainly going to be close, Jeff, but we've still got a lot of racing to do before we get to that. But as it stands at the moment, it is going to be Tommy Searle that will take the overall win from Ben Musto in second.
Talking to Tommy Searle, he's just lit up our screen purple to do the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. So Tommy Searle digging deep as Dad Quinton coincidentally just walked straight past our trailer.
Oh, right,
yeah, that was Quinton thinking in search of a toilet. So so Tommy is on the gas here. He's digging deep.
Karsmakers then making his way up the Motul drag race bit up there, lovely fast straight, and he's trying everything he can to get onto the back of Oriol Oliver. The Spaniard not able to break away. It's a 1.5 second lead for Searle the last time by. Let's see if that's gone out. No, 2:06.1 that time. 1.4, so it's about the same, not a couple of tenths here and there. Nice bit of riding there from Kai Karsmakers, just staying out of that deep bit of the rut. Some wet there that he's missing as well. And like I say, good to see the announcement from Steve Dixon this week that he's retaining Kite for the remainder of the season, obviously with Bobby Bruce. Rider currently out injured. He's 7th, I think, in our under-21s, but Bobby Bruce, knee injury that kept him out of the last round. Not sure when we've got him slated for a return either, Jeff. So
no, I don't think there'll be a rush back with that anyway. The championship's gone in both cases, EMX 250 and British, so I don't think we're going to see Bobby rushing back. Is that Musto? Is that Musto? It's his race kit. It looked like it.
It was holding his wrist as well, Jeff.
It was definitely Troy Lee race kit. It looked like a 1 and a 6 on his back. I couldn't see it all the way across his back. I hope it's not.
I'm just trying to think where they were.
Well, we'll soon see if he starts dropping down the leaderboard here.
I think it may have been for where they are on the track, Jeff.
Yes, that's the other thing that made me think it was him.
Oh, that would be
a terrible shame. And he was holding his wrist.
Yeah, that's a terrible shame.
Yeah, let's see. I do think that was him, and I think when they come over the lap, we're going to see the rider in 5th, number 163, drop down the leaderboard here. Trying to see who the wider shot.
Yeah, the highs and lows of motocross, Jeff. It's a brutal sport at the best of times, but after such a result in the first one, as we look there at the 574.
Nichols getting Larry. He was not messing about. Jake Nichols down there inside the top 10.
So cars makers then still chewing away at the back of the 51 of Oriel Oliver on the Gabriel SS24, and they're closing in on Tommy. They are definitely closing in on Tommy Searle.
Yeah, Musto starting to drop. I think that was him. He's dropping down. You can see on your K-Tech timing column on the left.
He went down in this wave section, Jeff, so that's going to that's going to make an interesting podium then. So that's him out of it. That's such
a shame. Like you said, Phil,
we've got no favourites in this, Jeff, but he was due a result. He's run a race and he's just got caught out through those waves. Now tricky at the best of times.
This sport is just, it's brutal. It's like water. It just, any cracks, it just finds it.
Yeah.
You know, any little error or whatever, it punishes you for any mistakes. Such a shame for Ben Musto there, but he's clearly, as you can see, dropping down the leaderboard. Oriel is looking menacing here. Tommy, right. Interestingly,
Tommy's just looked over his shoulder and did not see Oriel Oliver closing in on him. He looked the wrong way. Not the wrong way, he looked over. I think Oliver closer than he thinks he is.
For overall, it's not going to matter if he overtakes him.
No.
And for the championship, Oriel's missed a round, so he's not in the championship either. Tommy was probably looking for Askew. For Musto and Heyman. Interesting that we can't see it, but I wonder if his pit crew are going to put the Askew's out when he comes round.
Musto's out.
Musto.
Askew's still there in 6th. Still, in fact, it's I think, has Brooks put a pass on Askew, or were they always in that order?
I think they were in that order anyway.
But a good second race from Joe Brooks. We saw him just losing a little bit towards the end of that first race due to coming back from injury. But Oliver now all over the back of Tommy Searle on that dirt store triumph with 10 minutes left to go.
Oh dear. But Tommy's done what I expected Tommy to do, even with his injury and lack of bike time. Once he had that start, he's really dug deep in the first part of this race to just go as long as he can.
It's all you can do.
As much as he can to bridge the gap over his competition in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, in these situations, I've said it before, Jeff, all you can do when you're coming back is go as fast as you can for as long as you can. And at least you know your speed's there and you can work on everything else. But here he is, Tommy Searle, getting pressure from the 51 Gabriel SS24 KTM Junior Team rider of Oriel Oliveira. Let's be fair, the Junior Team riders are Matthew Verner, who's having a good run in 7th, Jeff. That's as good as we've seen him. Again, another rider coming back from injury. Oliveira was originally the fill-in rider for Verner. After Verner. Oh, Tommy nearly went down then. A big push on the front.
Going back to that team, the SS24 Gabriel team. I mean, their season didn't start off great, did it? Round 1, we lost the pair of them virtually.
Yes.
So it's good to see, and they've kept with Oriel, so that's great.
But this is the race out the front, and Kai Karsmakers is still there.
Oh, he's there. He's in with a shot with this. The Kawasaki rider in third.
Yeah, Dutchman rides hard pack shocker, but Tommy Searle, he's not got his elbows out yet, but he knows that Aurel Oliver is not going to think twice about sticking that KTM front wheel where he doesn't want to see it.
Do you know what? Knowing Tommy like we all do as well, I know like an overall's in the bag, you know, and potential bonuses and all that, but he is absolutely thinking championship. He could let these two riders go by and win the overall, but he doesn't want to let those two riders, because that's more championship points. It's too early to start going.
He was a point ahead of Billy Askew this morning, and Askew finished fourth in Moto 1. Here we go, Oliver around the outside. Tommy chops across the nose.
Yeah, no way is he going to roll over here. Not in a million years.
Yeah.
He is going to push all the way and resist for as long as he can. Starting to look a little bit tight, Tommy, now.
Oliver goes down.
Understandably so.
The wide line. Tommy makes a mistake. Is Oliver?
Yeah, he has. He lost all the momentum.
Tommy's going to square back off underneath him, though.
Classic.
Oh!
Absolute classic experience there. Knew that he'd lost the move up the hill. Thought, right, there's no point fighting him into that corner. I'll get set to pass him back.
You've got to come back straight away. If that goes 2 corners, Oliver's gone.
That was experience shining through there.
And you can see Tommy now not railing into the ruts. He's using a nice shallow line on the inside everywhere.
Just out of your view, well, we've got this amazing battle going on. Callum Mitchell walking through the pits behind us here. He's out of the race, holding his elbow and his left wrist.
Yeah, another one of the walking wounded. We'll try and get an update on Ben Musto, but obviously be aware that we're sat here in the comms booth, and we're not party to anything else that goes on the circuit. Only what we can see on camera, and at the moment what we're seeing is Tommy Searle having an absolute bang out brawl with Aurel Oliver as Oliver tries to get down the inside, a bit of contact.
No way is he going to yield there. Tommy's going to make himself as wide as possible right now.
Karsmakers was 1.6 adrift. Heyman's still there in 4th. Askew 5th. So Askew has managed to find his way past Joe Brooks on that final lap,
Yeah.
Werner 7th, Nichols 8th, McCormack 9th on the Chambers KTM, and Dudson in 10th.
It's going to have a knock-on effect with the Jude Morris Racing Foundation Under-21 Championship as well, of course. 2 championships within 1 here. I think Charlie Heyman might come out of here as the new Under-21 race
It's going to be tight,
leader.
Jeff.
Yeah. Remember, Karsmakers is also in the Under-21s. Billy Askew, Joe Brooks, Werner, Dunson, they're all Under-21.
And although a lot of those
Tommy's not.
Yeah, obviously. Although a lot of them have missed races, they're still going to be taking points out of the guys that are there in between them. So, again, Oliver was a lot closer than this last time. Oliver goes down the inside this time.
Tommy doing the same line again and still not executing it quite as though he wanted. Got away with it a bit more that time.
Yeah, Oliver had got the pass mate there last time. But it was a nice move. So 5 minutes and change left on the clock. Do you know what? Charlie Heyman is not dropped off this one. He's not far back. 5 seconds off the race lead. That's a real good showing from the young man on the SC Sport Owns Husky.
Yeah, as you can see on your K-Tech timing tower there, we have got just under 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Has Tommy Searle done enough to the resistance? He actually got momentarily overtaken. Experience, fought back straight away. So, yeah, has he got enough left in the tank to fend off Aurel here?
It's going to be close, Jeff. Like I say, Aurel's had a go and he's not managed to make it stick. We've got lap traffic is going to be starting to come up, and obviously they're going to have to deal with the dust from the lap traffic as well. We have got our crew out there with blue flags, as always, doing the best that they can to warn these riders who are all, they're battling for points themselves.
Absolutely, yeah. They all are, and obviously we're going to start getting into the sharp end with the time on the clock.
Oh, Oliver is really close as they come around the back of the start, Jeff. Tommy's got a nice line there. He rides right out to the outside and keeps the momentum of that Dirt Store Triumph up the hill.
I've raced here enough time as well, Phil. Not sure, have you ever raced it?
No, I've never raced it.
Well, let me tell you this, that roost is not pleasant.
No.
By roost, I mean obviously the dirt and little stones and clay dirt getting fired off that rear wheel. Oriel Olivier is getting that whacked in his chops continually. It's not a nice. If it motivates you, yes, but it's not nice.
No. And it motivates you to get by because it is really, and your elbows and your arms and the inside of your chest, everything absolutely bruised to death on a Monday morning.
Much cleaner through there that time, Tommy Searle, and it showed.
Yes.
He executed it because he fluffed that the last couple of laps and he banged that out there perfectly that time around.
So 3:10 left on the clock. I think we've got 4 laps, Jeff. And as it stands at the moment, Karsmacher's 2 seconds adrift of Oliver in third. And then 3 and a bit seconds back to Charlie Heyman, but he will, looking at what we've got, with a 7-2 for Oliver as it stands at the moment. I think that this is still going to keep Charlie Heyman on the podium in that second position.
It will. I can see maybe something happening in the top 3 changing here. If any of them make a mistake, then after that I'd say Heyman's got a safe 4th, and then there's a bit of a gap to ACU. Can't see much changing other than that. So it's all about these top 3, and Searle has just withstood the pressure so well.
Like I say, no apologies for sticking with this battle, because this is what we come to see, racing at the front at the highest level at the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Our MX2 battle coming down to the wire. Oliver's going to go up the inside. Is he going to try and make the pass? Tommy goes a little bit wider, but chops across the front.
He's got some sneaky little lines, Tommy. Just going just inside of some existing ruts and crossing over race lines.
And this is where he's round the outside, Jeff, here.
He did that just as he come up round that big, at the end of that long straight in the middle.
It sounds daft, but he's defending by just being faster where he needs to be.
Totally.
He's not giving Oriel the chance to stick a wheel down the inside and move him over. Again, this is one of those places where, again, he's nice and tight there. Pops that over there. That jump has behaved itself. That usually digs out really badly on the upslope, and the same with this one, but they were almost concrete this morning and not rutted out at all, which is exactly what you need.
I mean, look, Oriel knows he's up against a class competitor, but I think he will be getting a bit frustrated now because, he's dealing with such an experienced rider.
But he'll never have raced Tommy in GPs.
No, not at all.
Would he have raced him in the Nations? Possibly.
Yeah, good question.
That's one for you guys at home. Get on the socials and tell us. But I think that there's a possibility that Oriel may well have raced. I'm sure he raced MX2 in the GPs, and obviously Tommy has been a staple of our MX of Nations team for longer than I care to remember.
This is getting really close now. Searle knows it, as we said. Regards to the overall victory this weekend, Tommy's got it in the bag. He could let the 2 riders behind him go, win the overall.
Yeah,
but he wants the championship points. It's not just about the overall.
Blue flag's been waved frantically at the side of the circuit.
Right in the thick of it as he comes up to Rafe Broadley. Where's Rafe then? Rafe is in 25th, so they're now getting into these close to the point scoring rides.
Oh, Oliver up the inside. He's got the pass made. He's pushed him out.
No, he hasn't. No, he got all in that loose dust. Of course,
Tommy's got to slick it down the inside. Blue flags.
There's some blue flags. Rafe had no idea what was going on there. Oh, wow. I'll tell you what, Kay Karsmarkers is going to maybe benefit from this on Oriel.
Is Tommy going to switch back down
look
inside
at this.
Sid Putnam? Yes, he is.
Oriel is now under pressure, like Karsmarkers is right there.
Both of these MX2 races have delivered today, haven't they? They've been fantastic.
Look, there's Karsmarkers now much closer to Oriel. Tommy's done well there. He has made light work of that and opened up a tiny gap.
Time's up, 2 to go. All of a sudden, this race has, I won't say blown itself out, but the time's gone. Tommy Searle's going to get the 2 laps to go board.
Oh, still 2 laps of constant pressure, though. Because there's no way well, even if he wanted to, which he wouldn't, Oriel can't afford to slow down because Karsmarkers is right behind him.
He's right there. Heyman will be... Heyman's there as well. He's done a faster lap time than Karsmarkers as well. So... Searle then makes his way down to Planet Moto waves for the penultimate time. He's got to get through this corner and get himself over these woods. And do you know what? He's got a nice little bit of a gap there. He's not going to be under pressure up the hill, Jeff.
Well, honestly, Phil, I think the next half a lap is really critical. If that gap stays as it is between now and when they cross the line for the last lap, I think Tommy's got enough. If Oriel can get that gap halved, it's on. Oh, Tommy just footing his way around. That actually worked out pretty good for him there.
He threw a bit of his way around that, which obviously 90% of our audience will have no idea what that meant. But this is as big a gap as he's had, Jeff, for the last 4 laps.
Yeah, like I said, I think if he can maintain this gap to the 1 lap to go board, I think he's got enough to work with. Oriel is trying everything here, this Spaniard. And Tommy, again, really clean round that corner. Yep, he's just got away a little bit here. They all look a little bit on the edge. They're not riding like,
but look at
I'd
that
say,
track,
completely
it's
fluid.
Absolutely, it's so rough there. But Tommy's down the hill.
He's rode some great lines as well, race lines. Just he's gone out into areas that are not so. Still a bit of moisture in the ground, and he's got some. He's picking up some good traction.
But he's going to come round, got the last few corners to go, and then it will be 1 lap to go, Jeff. And I think
he's broken.
I think he's broken. Oliver's going to have his mirrors full of Kai Karsmakers.
Yeah,
if he's not careful. But the Dirt Store Racing triumph of Tommy Searle with 1 lap to go. So his pit crew needs to be giving him a board +2, letting him know that he hasn't got to defend. Just get out there and ride your lines and you'll be fine, son. If you give him +1, he rides defensive and Oliver will be back on him in half a lap.
Yeah.
But 2.5 over the line, I'd give him +3.
Well, he's got 1 lap to go, or less than 1 lap now. He's set the quickest lap of the race around mid-moto as well, which showed how he dug deep. Remember, he was momentarily overtaken. He lost the lead for a split second.
Yes, he has.
And all that experience showed. He kind of just slowed it up, let Oriel come in quick, did the undercut, got him straight back. And from there, Tommy has really rode an immaculate race. He's really fought for this.
Nice tight line around the inside there. Shortest route at this time of the day. Never a bad thing to be doing.
Not only that, Phil, if there's a rider challenging you, you see them come around the outside of you and you just move and block their space. So it's smart thinking all round. He's not leaving any windows or doors open for Oriel to sneak in.
No, he knows he's got this covered off now. He just needs no mistakes. Well, that final run to the line, I think Oliver's going to have it all he can handle from Karsmakers. We wait, there's Oliver. So no, he's not Karsmakers. He's not close enough.
No,
but he's put in a great ride as well. But the 100, the red player holder, the man that missed the last round and still hung on by a point from teammate Billy Askew, who is there currently in 5th, will go away from this round at Landrake, extending his championship lead, Jeff.
Yeah, he is. This time, I'd like to think he's going to make it to the winner's circle. He missed the obviously first race. I don't know if that was he has issues with his back, but if he brings it in, let's hope that Tommy actually makes his way down to the winner's circle for a chat, because I'd love to find out how he feel in this moto. Well, I'll let you bring him in, Phil. I'm going to get down there.
Yeah, so Jeff's going to get himself off to the winner's circle, but we are going to show our appreciation for a fantastic race from Tommy Searle. He will take the overall here at Landrake in round 5 of our Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Oriel Oliver will come across the line in 2nd. Kai Karsmakers will come across the line in 3rd. Then it will be Heyman, Askew and Brooks. Jake Nichols, a fantastic 7th currently on the Crendon True 7 Honda. 8th will be Max Werner, 9th Kim Doomson, and 10th will be the 337 Chambers KTM of Glenn McCormack. There is McCormack just finding his way round the first turn at the top end of the circuit, and he is the man that is currently in 10th place. We have to give a total hat tip to our first race winner, Ben Musto, who got caught out in the waves 3 or 4 laps into that one while holding a nice close 5th place, which would have put him 2nd on the podium. And I hope that whatever injury he has sustained there is not going to keep him out of our double-header round at the end of the month. And he has been absolutely great to see him take a race win. But Tommy Searle then, our overall winner here today, and I think it will be Charlie Heyman in 2nd and Billy Askew in third. And we will go down and just take a quick ad break, and we will join Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, here we are, Dana, in the winner's circle. He's been here many times before. The teeth might be a little, not as sharp as they used to be, but there's still plenty of bite in the old dog there, Tommy Searle. I mean, that was an incredible race, regards of handling the pressure and all the experience you showed. Just talk us through it, because you momentarily lost the lead, but you didn't panic. The classic undercut, talk us through it.
Really good race. I knew it was going to come down to the start, and I got the start, so I was happy with that. And then I sort of controlled the race. I've been away. I've sat on a beach for 5 weeks, so I'm bit off it. So I had to take my time throughout the race, build into it, and then Oriel passed me. Actually, it was nice racing Oriel, really clean racer. It was good. He actually passed me. I messed the hill up. He had a good line. He passed me momentarily, and then I managed to shoot back up the inside, and I took the wind out of his sails a little bit. I could feel it straight away. He calmed down a little bit to then have another attack. But when 2 lap board went up, I thought, right, I'll stick a couple of good laps in. But back markers played a little bit, played a part in it. I got held up, then I think I got a little bit of time back. But I'm really happy. I worked hard, even though I said I was sat on a beach for 5 weeks. Actually went for 4 days, and I mountain biked every day. And it's not easy for me to do what I've done to get back here. I've been at physio 3 times a week. I've kept my fitness up throughout the time, doing what I can do. And it's generally not easy for me to get back to this level. So I'm happy with myself for putting the work in, even when it looked like the championship was done. And I don't think I would have come to any other track. Had it been Preston this week, I wouldn't have been able to do that around there, I don't think. But with it being this track, it gave me a bit of hope, because I love it here. It's quite smooth. You can pick your lines, but I'll stop talking. Good race.
Listen, I said before, you've got so much experience in tech, and we see a different side of you now with your vlogs and everything. But deep down, we know you're getting towards the end of your career, but you know you still want it badly. Clearly, that's just been proven.
Yeah, I do. I wanted to beat Ben in the first race. Even in my head, I was like, it's a bit out of order if I pass him on the last lap for his first British Championship win. But I still was like, I'm going for it anyway. That's what you got to do. But he got the better of me, won his race. So congrats to Ben. And I managed to turn it around the second race, got the win, and happy days. Dirt Store boys and Mega. John's put a lot of work in. Nick could be sat at home with his feet up. He didn't want to take the drive. So he's watching, keeping a lookout, and a big thanks to him that puts all the effort into this team, because the team's great and it's not easy to put on an effort like they do at Dirt Store.
And for getting behind the live stream, because loads of people at home will have enjoyed that.
Yeah, and the live stream's unreal. Yeah, I'll even watch it back. I'll watch that race back.
You will be now. Right, go and get yourself showered up. Get down here for the podium. Give it up for Tommy Searle. Let's bring in, in a second, Oriel. Oriel, do you want to come in? You have to bring the bike. He's going to push the bike in anyway. Let's bring in Oriel in here. Well, clearly loads of dust around your face, mostly from Tommy's rear wheel. First time you've been here, of course, so you're at a bit of a disadvantage learning the track. It's a very difficult technical track. That was much better in the second moto, and I guess that's because as you got a bit used to the track a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. This track, it's quite sketchy because there's some grip in some parts, but some slippery parts. So you need to be careful with the gas. But yeah, I'm happy that I finished second in the second race after a struggle in the first moto. But yeah, for sure we wanted to win, but right now it's where it is, and we are happy.
Of course, first time doing the British Championship. You're kind of out of the points championship because you missed the last round and came in late anyway. But are you enjoying the experience of? Because this obviously keeps you on your toes for obviously your GP racing as well.
for sure. It's a really good training. It keeps you on your toes for sure. And it's so important to start. So yeah, it's every time need to focus on the start. But yeah, really good training for the chippies. Yeah.
Well, as we said before, it's great to have you with us at the British Championship. Okay, we're going to move Oriel out of the way. Bring Kay in here. Okay, cars markers. It's been a good week, obviously, with the news that you're going to be riding for the DR team going forward as well. And again, for you, first time I think you've been here. A second time, so you know it a bit. But getting used to the bike as well, I should imagine, still a little bit more.
Yeah, we're still testing some bits and that, but yeah. Second race was much better than the first one. First one just, I don't know, wasn't myself. And then second motor we changed a little bit on the suspension, and then the riding was much better. I was up there with Ori and Tommy, so no, I'm more happy about the second motor, yeah.
Also, going forward, it's always good for a rider for their future to get the following year deal, if you're not on a 2-year deal, signed, sealed and delivered. So that must be a bit of a weight off your mind, knowing that you can go into the off-season now fully committed and planning for next 2026.
I didn't sign yet for 26,
okay.
But no, we have to see. I think Steve have a good chance, so yeah, we'll see.
Okay, well, I hope so. So we see you here racing the British Championship. Okay, they are. Okay, coming in third in that one. If you want to move out of the way, we'll just get this thing signed up. Good to those guys. Okay, we've got one more race to go, which is the Apico MX1 class here at Landrake. It's going to be really good. Obviously, can Conrad keep that clean sweep going? We're going to be coming back on the live stream after a quick commercial break. Don't go too far away. One more race to go here at Landrake for round 5.
We all ride for the same reason. We all race for the same goal. But we all need our own identity. Do it your way. Ride.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
So welcome back then to our final race action of the day here at the Motul ACU British Championship here at Landrake. It's been a fantastic day. We've just seen Tommy Searle take the overall victory in MX2, and our podium for that was Tommy Searle. I think Charlie Heyman and Billy Askew would be our top three, and that means that Heyman will win the overall in the under-21 championship. But yeah, Jeff, been a decent day so far. Big thanks out to all our production crew and everybody here at Landrake for making it all happen. Our MXGB TV film crew who've been outstanding as always out there in the heat all day, not missing a thing, and always glad to... we have the easy bit of just sitting and talking about what they put on the screen for us. It's definitely been a really, really good day, and we have round 6 and 7, Jeff, coming up at Duns in Scotland.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. It's a nice venue up there. We're going to see some fresh faces, I should imagine. Some of the Scottish riders coming out and ride. I hope they do, because they're going to get 2 days racing. Beautiful track laid out on a bit of moorland there, up near the Berwick area, not too far from Edinburgh. Beautiful circuit. I got no doubt. There you go, Duns Double Header on your screen. So, that's what we got going on. It is at the end of this month, 30th and 31st, as you can see.
Yeah. QR ticket on the QR code on the corner there for you to get your advance ticket. If you're going to come, save yourself double the amount of money. And obviously, I would imagine that as for all of our Motul ACU British Motocross Championships, there are camping options available. So get yourself up there for a double helping of British Championship Motocross. 2 separate days, so one day does not influence the other. But it will be a nice festival weekend of racing. A venue that you speak very highly of, Jeff. I've yet to visit there, but we'll be looking forward to that. And then on to the championship finale, which will be at Ling in Norfolk on the 21st of September. Again, another one of those tracks that I consider to be kind of the jewel in the crown of British motocross, and nice to end up. That's typically the opening round. There is our...
I think we have finished the championship at Ling. I know we have.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why I know that, because in 1998, I lost 4th in the championship when my bike seized at the last race of the series at Ling. So we've definitely finished the championship at Ling before. But we haven't done it for a long time.
Yeah, so obviously that's not still a bitter taste in your mouth at all.
Not at
so
all.
There we are. Next round then.
I'm not blaming the circuit.
Yeah, 30th and 31st of August at Duns, and then the 21st of September for our final race at Ling. We will just do a quick recap of Moto 1 results for the Apico Factory Racing MX1 Class. It was a win, of course, for Conrad Muse, keeping his 100% record on the Crendon True 7 Honda intact, with the 326 Josh Gilbert on the Lexa MX Honda in second. Tristan Purdon on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He came home in third. A good result for Taylor Hamill in fourth on the DRT Kawasaki, Jeff. And then Adam Sterry, he... I would say an uncharacteristic 5th place for him, but obviously he's not as at home on the hard pack. We'll see if he's going to make some bike changes on the Chambers KTM. He was 5th. 6th place Tom Grimshaw. 7th John Adamson. 8th Dan Thornhill, a great ride for him. 9th Louis Kessel, his first top 10 in British Championship in the main class. His best result so far. And 10th the Apico Honda of the number 50 of Martin Barr. So that is your top 10 race results. We're going to take a short break and we will be back with the final moto of the day here from Landrake.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Never through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Never through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
We're back.
We are indeed.
Yes, we didn't go too far away. We get blazing sun coming round now, Phil. My ankles are starting to get a suntan, if nothing else.
Yes, I'm going to have a bit of a bar tan as well, and certainly on my right leg.
It's been a glorious day down here, though. It really has. The track. I know we keep saying it, but if you've been living in the UK, which most of you have been, I know we got viewers from around the world, but for once we have actually had a nice bit of a warm weather, and it's been.
It's a cloudless sky, Jeff. I'm looking out of the comms box window and looking at the sky there on the feed as we see Adam Sterry on the H11 Chambers KTM come to the gate. It's been a beautiful day. It's been hot. Everybody's here enjoying themselves. Big thanks to everybody local for supporting this. Again, a big hat tip to Hawkins Motor Group. They've got a great display here. If you want your cars, Peugeots and Fiats and Hyundais and trailers and all manner of things that they deal in down in this part of the world. They've been around a long time and a big support to motocross. And again, Steve Hoskin Construction, who put out all the barriers. You've seen all the blue and white barriers. It looked absolutely spot on.
I noticed they're all sprayed. They're all really cool.
All brand new stuff. Supplied for us by Steve Hoskin Construction. So thank you for making the track, which always looks nice, just that little bit better for this round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship, as our last few riders come to the gate. Chris Mills on the 27 under there. He is there just next to the doghouse. There comes Dan Mundell on the number 75 KTM Enduro bike, the British Enduro champion. And
I love the fact that Dan is riding his enduro bike and he's kept it enduro. He could have whacked motocross mudguards and stuff on there, but yeah, I like the way that he's little tip of the hat to the enduro world, thinking no, I'll keep it as it is.
We've seen it before. Nathan Watson's done the same thing at the Hawkston International about 4 or 5 years ago when he was riding for KTM. But Dan, obviously, he's got his big thing coming up in the International 6-Day Enduro in a few weeks' time, and he will be hoping to bring home a gold medal in that. But we are here for our final moto of the day. Watch us on MXGB TV on Facebook. Like and subscribe, and help us to boost our reach. And obviously, you will get reminders. We're going out on FIM-Moto TV as well as the 5-second board goes up and the gates down, and away they go up the hill. Oh, is that Purden down the inside?
I think that was Charlie Putnam actually. Oh, Gilbert, just about rodeo.
Sterry gets the start. Adamson there in third, so the Lexa boys are away. It's Purden there in fourth.
Oh, look at that. Adam's not messing about this time. I knew he'd be mad with that first moto result.
So they come across the line. It's starting to get very, very dry down that end of the circuit, but we can't just be throwing water on top of hard pack. Everybody coming through. Is that Muse? He hasn't come through in the top 10. He is 10th, Conrad Muse, on the 426.
This will be interesting then. That would be good for the viewing to see him carve through the field. I'm sure he will.
Yes, I'm sure he will. So it was Sterry that led across the line from Gilbert, from Adamson. Charlie Putnam there in fourth, so it was his teammate that came across the line. We thought it was Tristan Purden, but it is the 91 of Charlie Putnam.
Obviously ignore the graphic.
Thornhill 5th, Taylor 6th. It's not the last lap.
No, it's definitely not the last lap. It's the first lap.
Yeah,
We'll get that gone. But this is going to be interesting with Conrad here because he's won every race of this championship so far on the track. We saw it at Hawkstone. He had that really could charge through the field. Different animal today.
Yeah,
and he hasn't made a good start. Is the win streak in jeopardy?
Yeah, and of course it's all right saying, I was caught in the dust. That's the dust that you've made everybody else eat all year. But Charlie Putnam, he will have altitude sickness there. I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying that. But he had a really strong Preston Docks race with his dad, who's a good centre expert and did a lot of British Championships. I'm sure you've maybe banged handlebars with him, but nice to see him up there in the top 5. But here he is, the 811 of Adam Sterry, a man who's had a couple of really solid GP rides of late, and he's got that Chambers KTM out of the gate, found his way past Josh Gilbert on the first couple of corners, and Gilbert is still right there in the wheel tracks with Adamson, his teammate.
Right,
they come up the hill.
Let's see where Muse then is showing his temp. I reckon he's going to come round higher than that. That was when they crossed the finish line on the first lap. So this is going to be, if he gets around this corner, it's going to be the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award is going to go to the 811 Adam Sterry as he crosses the finish line now.
So that's nice points for him in that. That'll help bring him back up towards Ryan Waggett then.
Yep, so there he is, Planet Moto First Lap Leader, the 811 Adam Sterry.
So he'll, like I say, he'll be wanting to bounce back. I won't say it's a disappointing fifth because it was, we know he's not a hard pack guy, but he will have felt that he will have been better than that.
Muse has already gone past 5 riders, 4 if you want to be, and up to 5th and on the charge. There he is coming into view.
Taylor Hamill, he's there in 3rd. Adamson 4th. Muse 5th.
He can't hang around this time. No way can he just ease into it like he said he did in the first race. He hasn't got time to do none of that this time around.
No, Grimshaw 6th, Putnam 7th, Thornhill 8th, Louis Kessel 9th again, and the 166. And I'm going to have to look at my rider list. Here's Josh Taylor. He's there in 10th. Let's have a look. See, Joel Rizzi did not. He's not very well up in that one. I don't know whether he was a DNS or not. We'll have to wait and see. No, he's definitely going round. So not a great start. Liam Knight there in 23rd.
Best lap of the race. Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. Adam Sterry on that first full lap has banged in a time of 2:06.738.
Oh, big mistake there.
Conrad, was it?
Yes, it was. He just lost the front on the way in. He's found his way past John Adamson, so he just lost the front in that hairpin there, Jeff.
Interestingly, in his post-event race interview, he said it's a track that currently you can't override. So he's going to have to be so patient here.
And I totally get where he's coming from with that. You can't bully your way around this track. We've just seen Tommy Searle hand out a lesson in doing just enough. There's the 7 of Louis Kessel on the on his KTM.
Yeah, that's a good start for Louis. Can he hold it in that top 10? Josh Taylor, another rider from down this part of the world. Josh always goes well around here.
Yeah. I seem to remember seeing Taylor riding on a 250F when he'd not been long off of a 125, and he was decent round here. But here he is, the local rider, Louis Kessel. He's there in 9th inside the top 10. Purdon then not making a great start, and he's there in, I think he's going to be 11th position. So this is a podium going, begging for the number 41 of Tristan Purdon. I think this might put Hamill on the podium.
I was going to say, I think it's going to open it up for Hamill here.
Yeah, we're going to have Muse, Gilbert and Hamill all the podium. A great 4th place in Moto 1 for Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, and he's backing it up in this one.
Sterry goes quicker again. So 2:04.679. So right as it stands, Conrad is not closing on the race leader. Back there in 4th. He's got to get past Hamill. He's got to get past Gilbert. And then ultimately Sterry to keep the win streak going. Not the overall, the actual he's won every moto so far this year.
I'm not talking about that, Jeff. I think that's just something that when you get to the end of the year and it's happened, it's happened.
Yeah, great.
It's but it's certainly something that I don't think Conrad is going to be.
Oh, no, I'm not saying he's worried about it. he's definitely not overly concerned about it. It'd be nice, like you said, if it happens, he's more interested in the championship. But
you see a nice bit of breeze there blowing the dust away. As Purdon's still not able to get past Josh Taylor. They're closing in. Taylor makes a mistake. But Taylor gets it back on the ground, and nice line down the inside. Purdon's going to have a run around the outside, and again, nice opportunity. Taylor's going to come back up the inside, but you can move around on this track. This is one of the things, Jeff. One of my things is that ruts are not lines. Being able to go inside out or outside in. We've seen racing passes in this in all the classes. Purdon throws it on the floor, tucks the front.
That's the podium gone for sure, and he looks like in some discomfort.
Yeah, that was one of those things where he doesn't even know why he fell off.
What do you reckon he did there, Phil? Because I mean, I couldn't really see how he.
Yeah, he just took the front as he was leaning in.
But how did he fall? Did he land on his shoulder? Or
he just went down he just lost the front, never even got his foot out. He looked like he was going to try and square off to get a run up the inside, to cut back to try and get a run at Louis Kessel up the hill, and he just literally lost it as soon as he tipped in. Maybe just caught a hole or a stone or something. But that's a shame for Tristan Purdon. So that's definitely knocked his podium aspirations on the head, and his charge through the field will come to nothing. Obviously, we saw him a little bit the worse for wear sat on the track there, but no doubt he will be up and away in a couple of minutes. Just knock the stuffing out of him a little bit. They're always a stinger when you hit the ground hard like that.
There it is.
Muse up to third now.
And setting the Phoenix Tools quickest lap of the race. So here we go, a bit of clear track for Conrad now, and he's starting to wind up the wick. Does a time of 2:03.839.
We'll have a look and see what the gap is back from Adam Sterry. It's looking about 6 seconds last time by. He's 6.07 seconds. So Conrad Muse then will be closing in at a rate of knots. Still a yellow flag waving there for Tristan Purdon.
Sterry's still going quick though, because he's just lit up the screens purple in the first sector of his current lap. So he's not exactly going slow himself.
He'll have to back off down here. There's still wave yellows at the bottom of the hill for the Tristan Purdon bash and flags. So he just sat there at the side of the track.
That does look a painful one for the rider of his grit and still be on the ground there.
But being handled well. Local incident, then the riders will see where Purdon is, and if he's still there the next lap, they will know exactly what they're dealing with. He's off the racing line enough for it not to be a danger for approaching riders. There's a good view of him there, so hopefully we'll get this final race of the day.
There's Tom Grimshaw in the back of John Adamson, I believe that is.
Yes,
again.
And obviously Tom got the better of John in the last one, but it was a good battle. Both of these Honda-mounted riders, like I say, fighting their way back from injury earlier on in the season. And I seem to remember John Adamson at round 2 looking like a prize fighter. Where he almost had 3 black eyes. He was that knocked about. And like I say, Tom Grimshaw coming back after an arena cross injury and getting himself finally back in the saddle at Preston Docks. Be interesting to see how many more of the GPs the Lexa team elect to do, because I know that they dipped out of the Lockett and Lommel double header kind of thing because of obviously injury to Adamson, and I think with Gilbert being a little bit ill,
that was the reason.
It wasn't worth the trip for one rider maybe, and with both of them being subpar. But it's great that they get the chance to ride GPs, and I think that's one of the reasons why Gilbert was keen to take that ride, that he thought that it gave him the best opportunity to go to these races. But Adamson's been decent, scored points a couple of times as well. But Grimshaw all over the back of him. We'll have a look and see where Conrad Muse is with relation to Josh Gilbert.
Yeah, just spinning up out of that corner there. We still see the medical flags being waved on the other side of the circuit, so that is still Purdon down on the ground.
So here is Gilbert then still there in second.
We're still following Adamson on screen there.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. So here's Conrad. So let's see, has he managed to pass Gilbert yet?
No, not yet. Still sat behind him.
Yeah,
there he is.
Just going out of shot,
getting closer, but he can't afford to sit behind. If he's going to
Yeah.
win this thing, he can't, not the overall, win the race.
Yes.
He can't afford to sit behind Josh Gilbert for too long.
No, you definitely can't. And obviously, as the sun comes round, Jeff, we've got a nice bit of breeze coming from the open barn door on our studio. And we've also got a load of sun shining in on the screen now. So I don't know about you, but I'm struggling to tell who's who. There's Adam Sterry just coming out of the waves then. And that is your top three, all in the same portion of the circuit. Sterry down around that right-hander, he'll come up the steps. There is Gilbert. And I think, I've got to be honest, I did not expect Josh Gilbert to hold the pace of Adam Sterry, with Sterry having a clear track. And there is the red plate holder, the Crendon True 7 Honda.
This is going to be good because Sterry hasn't got away like I thought he would. And actually, Conrad has stepped up the game. So this is soon going to be, well, it already is, but it's going to definitely, over the next 2 laps, I should imagine, tighten up. I don't know, definitely, but I'm going to take an educated guess that over the next couple of laps, these three are going to get closer together.
So it's just a case of Conrad Muse trying to eke his way forward onto the battle for the win to keep his win record intact. And like I say, we're not going to see him 4 or 5 seconds a lap faster than any of the other guys like we did at Hawkston in the opening round of the year. He's been very circumspect with his lines. We've still got the wave yellows down there, and again, these guys being proper pros, they know that if it's them at the side of the circuit, they would want to be making sure that everything's all right. We've got our medics down there as well dealing with that. So obviously Tristan not in too much trouble, else we'd be having a race stoppage for that one, and the medics happy to let the race continue. But here comes Muse then closing down half a bike length at a time. A little bit of a kicker. This jump looks massive when you stood at the side of it, Jeff, but they just
it's actually not a big jump for the riders,
No.
but the amount of soil put into the jump for Earth is a huge effort. Yeah.
Gilbert lights up the rear then on the Lexa Honda, and Conrad Muse starting to close in.
Yeah, he really is now. So let's see what Josh has got in the tank. You heard me speak to Josh after the first race, that he was happy after his Epstein's bar there to just even give Conrad a bit of a fight. So
never underestimate the quality of a rider that Josh Gilbert is,
particularly around here.
Yeah, that was, you see they had a big kick as he took off up that step there. The back end came right round, and that's given Conrad the chance to get right up the inside of him.
Yeah, and that inside line coming up round that sweeping left uphill is definitely the better line that Conrad's on. Took yards out of. I know Josh spun up on the corner before, but still, it's the better line. And Josh if he's still in front of him going into that section next time around, he needs to cover that.
Yes, he does. But again, you've got to be careful here. Is Conrad going to have a look up the inside? He's not quite close enough. Josh manages to take the inside rut and hold him off down the hill. And again, this is another bit where we're going to be coming up to where the yellow flags are still out, so there's going to be no overtaking through this portion of the circuit. And Josh can kind of have a little bit of a break. Well, he's just gone down the inside of the yellow flags come in. They're still... no, he's let him back by there, I think. So that's...
yes, he did, and he acknowledged it and put his hand up.
Yeah.
So Conrad doing the right thing, now gets straight on the gas. Then Josh is waving him back by.
Yeah.
Now, Josh, you didn't need to do that, because actually you were in the right anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So whatever's gone on, that's gone on.
I think Josh probably thought that he'd overtaken Conrad actually, or something back on the wave yellow. Bit of confusion between the two riders there. Nice to see them actually thinking about the rules and the yellow flag, though.
Definitely.
They were both conscious of the not overtaking on a wave yellow there.
So Conrad Muse then up to second, and now he needs to close down the 3.5 second gap to Adam Sterry. And I think that Josh Gilbert's probably gone, do you know what? I'm done here.
Yeah, quite possibly. You know, remember, he is coming back. He's had a fair amount of time. He literally said to me after that opening moto, he's been doing nothing. Sounded quite bliss to me, but obviously as a motocross rider, not. He's been frustrated. He's just literally had to sit on the sofa, an occasional little light bike ride. So it's going to catch up with him. Conrad making a big mistake there, getting out of the rut, that inside rut, and having to go across to the outside. So, like we said, it's not an easy track to read. He lost a bit of time there.
He did.
There's Sterry at the bottom of the hill, just in front of him. Not much in it. 8 minutes to go, plus to that. There's Sterry going over the tabletop ahead of him. Race leader on the Chambers KTM. Conrad now has clear track to try and peg him down.
These are the days when these guys earn what little money they earn. These hard packed tracks just take everything out of you, and Conrad Muse not closing down at a massive rate of knots on Adam Sterry. I did see the yellow flags have gone in there, Jeff, so that looks like Tristan has finally managed to find his way back onto his feet.
Yeah, that's good. So we can they can race hard now, all the way. Conrad sweeping beautifully round that big open right-handed first corner. You can see the bike rear end working overtime there, tracking pretty good. Obviously almost impossible to get the bike perfect on every section of the circuit. So it's, you know, a motocross bike's always going to kick up somewhere around the circuit. You're never going to get it stuck to the ground for the entire lap. But the bike seems to be working well. He seems to be happy. Has he got the gap down? Not really. Last time around,
3.3 with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So, and then we're going to be into. I mean, look, we haven't got a full grid here, so it isn't going to be as much lap traffic as we saw in the other two classes. And Adam Sterry is just riding his race and doing his laps. And all Conrad can do is chip away a tenth at a time,
which is what he did that last lap. 2 tenths, just shy of 2 tenths he took out of him. Now, if he executes that inside line, it's a shorter distance, done right. There you go. That's probably another 3-4 tenths there, just by line choice alone. Adam's going wider up that hill, and Conrad is just shorter distance, eating into that race lead. That was beautiful the way he jumped into there.
That's where your tenths come from. That's the thing. It's a couple of tenths here and a couple of tenths there. That's 2 seconds a lap, and he's just got that. Again, but then that's where they disappear.
Yeah. But he is, you can see now, it's a visual. He actually is starting to get that gap down. It's going to be less than 3.3 next time around.
But let's have a look at the rest of the top 10, Jeff, because while we've got this battle at the front with Conrad trying to close down the Chambers KTM of Adam Sterry. Josh Gilbert still there in third on the Lexa Honda. Then it's Taylor Hamill in fourth. He will be on the third step of the podium if the DRT Kawasaki rider brings that home. Fifth place again, the Lexa Honda of John Adamson. Then it's a small gap back to Tom Grimshaw. So Grimshaw not managing to get past Adamson. So the Pico Honda rider there in sixth. Dan Thornhill on the second of the Chambers KTMs. He's there in seventh. Another great ride from Louis Kessel. He's there in eighth on the KC Commercials KTM. And then ninth is Josh Taylor, and 10th, another top 10 for Charlie Putnam. I think he got one at Preston Docks, or he was certainly running inside the top 10, so he'll be pleased with that as well. So a good start and a decent performance. He's a new dad, is Charlie Putnam.
Yeah, that's right.
And sort of met him in the paddock with his young baby daughter yesterday, and well, it seems to have done good things for him.
So Conrad stepping it up. He's got the gap down. He took close to a second, or just over a second out of him that last time around, and also in doing so set the quickest lap of the race. So another Phoenix Tools quickest lap of the race for Conrad Muse with a time of 2:03.517. So yep, that's why the gap came down.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day's racing here, Jeff, and we've still got this battle going on as they go up into the Apico loop in the top field. Only used for the British Championship is that loop normally. And Conrad Muse closing in with just under 5 minutes to go onto the back of Adam Sterry, who I have to say has had a much better ride in this one than he did in the first one. Just maybe a track getting a little bit rougher has suited him. Obviously the man still based in Belgium, I think, but having a good run in GPs this year, and certainly we saw him at Finland, and obviously I'm expecting that maybe Uddevalla will be a bit of him as well.
Well, I mentioned before, actually, this isn't a bad prep Udavella.
No, I mean it's quite a gravelly circuit, but lots of hard square edge bumps.
Yeah.
2.3 last time was our time check.
Looks like he's got away a little bit again there.
Well, I was going to say that, but I wanted to see a second view of it before I shot myself in the foot. But on the gas,
let's see.
He's not giving this up, is he, Adam Sterry? He's like, if you want this, mate, you've got to work for it.
I mean, the gap will come down again, but Conrad was a bit closer than that half lap ago. It will still come down from 2.3, I should imagine. Yeah. 1.29.
So it's a second off this time. And they start to get in traffic. Hopefully, Alan will find his way. Now Riley just moves nicely out of the way. And they come through the Planet Moto waves, double through.
Well,
Conrad is right there now.
Yes, he is. Let's see what Adam's got here regards of resistance. Fight tooth and nail. Obviously, Conrad is carrying all the speed. It is a horrible feeling when you've been holding a rider back and you've been leading most of the race, and then you get towards the end of the motor and then they're right on you.
There's an inevitability about this that I don't feel good about. As we look at the K-Tech Tower, it will show the gap as 1.2. Although Adam's taking that corner just as nice.
As well, he is, you're right, jumping in lovely. Again, this is where Adam's just got to really dig deep and try and make himself as wide as he can, not leave any obvious doors open for Conrad to ride into. You know, with the classic block pass, I'm not on about for Conrad to ride in there and take him out. That's not going to happen. But if he just gives him an opening, Conrad could ride in, do the classic block pass. That's all you need to do, no more than that. But,
what have we heard the most on your podium interviews today, though, Jeff? How difficult it is to pass around here.
Yeah.
So Conrad he's got to make a move somewhere where he can make it stick without taking any risk. And whilst I know Adam's not going to chop him up, I mean, he's got a nice run up there like we saw Tommy doing. I don't think he's just going to ride around the outside or the inside of him.
You can actually see Con now looking for alternative lines. I've noticed he's been just on a couple of places on track where he hasn't been all race. Just trying to find like a bit of a hook, something to turn off of, maybe get a drive out of a corner in a straight line.
He's going to try around the outside here. Adam's going to go around the inside line. That's going to put him nicely on the right line down the inside. This is where we saw Conrad do the cut back in Moto 1.
He's got the drive up the hill.
The hill. It's going to be close.
Adam knows.
On the inside.
Conrad read him like a book.
Oh, Adam's holding him off. Oh, he's going to put him down the inside. Conrad takes the lead. Oh, that was a little bit more fraught than it looked. I think Adam thought he'd done enough to get the job done and get the pass back, but Conrad was having none of it. But he had to do that.
He had to do that. Adam was going to go inside into that corner, saw Conrad, think I'm going to move out into his line. Conrad, as soon as he started moving over, Conrad went, okay, I'll go back on your line.
Yeah, that was respectful, but Conrad had to shut the line off for Adam Sterry around the outside there. Otherwise, that was going to turn into something that was going to go through the waves and maybe another few corners. Now let's see if the 811 has anything left in the tank. As Conrad Muse comes round and puts a lap, and I think that's the 220 of Josh Canton, or whether he is just going to take the what will now be cleaner air, because obviously he's going to be getting some roots from the back markers. Now I think there's going to be 24 seconds of the clock. He's going to take the 2 laps to go board this time. He's going to maintain his 100% win record on that Crendon True 7 Honda. But a good ride from Adam Sterry. That's as long as Conrad Muse has been off the top spot so far this year.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll be interested to see Conrad's reaction. I mean, he'll be happy with another race. Listen, there's still 2 to go. It's not done yet, but he's in the driving seat. If he does bring this thing in, he'll be happy to win another race win, but he probably won't be so happy that he had to work for it again. He was really disappointed at the opening round. He went 1-1. And he was so annoyed with his starts. It took the edge off the victory for him.
I'm just trying to work out in my mathematical head whether a 2.5 beats a 3 beats a 4.4.
Oh, I would imagine the 2.5 does.
Yes, so I think that means that
rubbership maths.
I think that means that Adam Sterry may get the 3rd step at the podium over Taylor Hamill as it stands at the moment. We'll have to wait and see.
It's too hot. I can't even have the mental capacity at this stage of the day to work that out, Phil. Let somebody. We'll just wait for confirmation.
So the 2-lap board is out then for Conrad Muse in this final Motul ACU British Motocross Championship at Pico Factory Racing MX1 class, the final race of the day in what have been, I'll say, challenging conditions, but these riders have certainly had a workout. Massive thanks to all of our marshals and track crew and medics who have been reasonably unbusy. Obviously, Tristan Purdon's tip-off in this one notwithstanding. Very easy in these conditions for stuff to go west very quickly, even as far west as we are. But you see what I did? You see what I did
there? Yeah, well done.
And Conrad Muse is going to maintain his 100% record here, but I think he'll know that he's had a workout in this one, and he's paced. That was a lovely line, and you see him jump across the ruts there.
Yeah, that's similar to what Searle was doing as well. So
yeah, but
just a little bit of track craft. Oh, he's hanging with him.
He's not bloke in the background. Adam Sterry has not given this up just yet.
Not at all. Why would he?
Coming round the back of the start. Say, difficult to see there, Conrad up the hill. It was 1.8 across the line when they took the 2-lap board. And again, just the nose. I think he's just trying to be overly careful now, Conrad Muse, because he knows that this track has got the potential to just kick back at you.
Do you know what? Sometimes, in many cases, that's worse than actually having a bad moto and falling a couple of times. When you come from a long way back, you put yourself in a position to win, and then you go and make another mistake. That is one of the most frustrating things ever as a motocross rider. You're like, yes, what an idiot. I put all that work in to get back there and then just lost a bit of concentration.
That's a lovely bit of the track, that, Jeff. That view there, you don't get that view from anywhere else on the circuit, really. We wait for them to come back into view up the hill. There's Conrad then.
Changing his line, look, as well. He was inside moto. Sterry is there, man. He is not relinquishing.
No, he's not giving this up, has he?
No. Definitely not.
I think he wants to see a 1 point something across the line. He wants people to see that he made Conrad Muse work for this one. It'd be easy just to sack it off a little bit at the end and not to push. But this is the dictionary definition of keeping him honest. Gilbert still in third, Hamill fourth, Adamson fifth, Grimshaw sixth, Thornhill 7th, Kessel 8th, Taylor 9th and Putnam 10th. So the top 10 not been particularly mobile other than for Conrad Muse making his way to the front of it. But he's only got a few corners to go. 2.5 seconds last time by. Just coming up to put a lap then on the number 75 of Dan Lundell, who moves out of the way, and he'll be Sterry's right with him. I'll get out of the way. But it's a couple of corners to go. Like I say, I'm not sure this is a managing the gap as he just comes past Chris Mills. Sterry's chasing down the hill, but he's not going to make it. So Conrad Muse then will go 1-1 for the 5th time this year. He'll go to 250 championship points and take the race victory. A great ride from Adam Sterry in second. He led this one till almost the end and got pipped with 2 laps to go, but that was a massive improvement from Moto 1. We'll wait then for third place rider Josh Gilbert to come across the line, the local man. And on the Lexa Honda, he will come across the line in third, and that will give him second overall on the day. And then the mathematics of does the 2.5 beat a 4.4, and I'm pretty sure that it does, and that will put Adam Sterry on the podium in third position. We wait for the rest of our riders to come across the line. So still only Gilbert across the line. It's going to be Hamill and then Adamson. A few of the guys who are a lap down. There comes Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki. He was decent in the front half of this race and was putting pressure on until the gap started to go about. So Hamill comes across the line. Hamill comes across the line 4th. Adamson 5th. Grimshaw 6th on the Apico Honda. He's there in 6th, and then it should be 7th for Dan Thornton, which I think will possibly be Dan's best British Championship result ever. Louis Kessel 8th, and the KS Commercials KTM, and that's his best result. He's definitely in the top 10 overall. 9th for Charlie Putnam and 10th for Josh Taylor. So that is a wrap on the race action here. I hope you've enjoyed it. Make sure that you follow us all on all of our socials, on Facebook for MXGB. Follow us on MXGB-TV. Instagram is MXGB-TV. Our website, mxgbtv.co.uk. Our YouTube channel of MXGB TV, and the FIM-Moto TV platform for all of your European and world level racing. We're going to hand over to Jeff down in Winner's Circle, who's going to talk to our top 3 then, which will be Conrad Muse, Adam Sterry and Josh Gilbert.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Here we are in the Winner's Circle. It's hot, it's humid. Another race win. Not how you want to do it. We said this at Hawkstone. You won, you went 1-1, but you weren't happy with your performance. You made life tough, but a solid ride. Timed it to perfection, really, to run to the front.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough race. That was hard, you know. These boys were riding good, and I didn't get the best of starts. I always know when I start next to Josh, it's going to be difficult. You know, he's a good starter. So, yeah, I didn't get the best of starts, and just tried to push to the front without taking any risks, basically. And unfortunately, that wasn't much faster than the guys in front were going. So, yeah, I done what I had to do. The boys rode great. Josh let me by there down the hill. I'm not too sure. He didn't pass me on the wave yellows, so yeah, fair play to him for letting me by. But yeah, no, it was a solid race. I had to push for Adam all the way to the end, and I think it made for some great racing for all the fans that come to watch. So tough day. We kept our streak, only just, but yeah, we've kept it for now.
Because of the track conditions, was there any sense of panic with that start? We saw you make on the live stream just a couple of little mistakes. Like you said, there's a limit of how much you can push on the track when it's like that.
Yeah, definitely. Like when I got that start, I was thinking, oh no. I was thinking, let's just grab as many points, and then it kicked in a few laps in that I didn't want to lose the streak just yet. So I started.
Phil in commentary said he's not worried about that. I'm glad you've proved him wrong with that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Of course, it's always a thing. You know, I wanted to do a clean sweep, but yeah, good points for the championship today. And like you said, it was tough coming through. The track was gnarly today. You had to really be technical to make a pass. You know, it was like old school racing. You had to be very throttle control out the turns and be creative, like Justin Morris taught me back in the day. So that all come into play today, but good job to the boys. This one's my mechanic Rob. It's his birthday today, so yeah, this one's for you, Rob.
Doesn't look very old, does he, Rob? You still no stress working with this guy. No, not at all. Well done, Conrad. There you go. Conrad Mew taking the overall down here at Landrake round 5. And, of course, keeping the win streak going. Let's bring in Adam Sterry, Chambers Racing KTM. Adam, a great start, unlike the first one. Talk us through. We didn't have you up here in the first one, so just a quick recap on the first race, or would you rather just skim over that?
Yeah, I think we better skip over that one. First race I didn't get the best start, and it's difficult to pass around here, and I just really struggled with. Didn't feel like I could turn. I just wasn't in a rhythm. I rode bad for myself, and didn't have the rhythm, so knew I needed to make a couple of changes. We changed tyre and I made a couple of suspension changes, and I was able to get a better start in that second race. And Josh had the inside, and I thought the inside was free on the third corner, and I thought I have to go for it now, otherwise it's gonna be so hard to pass. And I went for it. It was a bit hard, but luckily Josh didn't go down, and he understands. So,
but again, you pushed as long as you could, and you knew he was coming. I mean, you kept him honest all the way, even after he made the flag. You really pushed hard in that one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is closest I've been. I can actually see him at the finish, so that was a step forward. And he, as always, he rode really good, and a little bit hard with the dust. Same for him when he was behind me. I feel like I had some good lines. When I was following him after he passed me, I feel like I had some lines where I could close in, but nowhere where I could make him a pass if unless he made a mistake. So, no, good job to Conrad again. Obviously, he's riding really good, and we keep working.
Keep working, that's all you can do, right? There you go, coming in second in that moto. I'd give it up for Adam Sterry, solid performance, and I'm sure this guy's going to get a good round of applause. Again, local hero, as it were. Let's bring in Josh Gilbert. Josh, another solid ride coming back, I said, from this illness. I've got to ask you about the very first corner. You were a bit loose going round there. Talk me through that.
Literally just said that to Conrad. I said, because he was behind me going round there, I said how I saved that to start with. I knew getting the start was like a real big advantage around here. So I just I knew I could see Adam on the outside of me, and I knew that I had to get around there in front of him to get in the front, and which I did, but Adam dived it down the inside of me on the third turn and sort of caught me by surprise a little bit, which I really kicked myself for. I left a tiny bit of an opening and he took it, which I think if that didn't happen, I think the race might have come a little bit differently. Also, the waved yellow kind of threw me off quite a lot because I didn't know what to do. And then Conrad passed me, or just passed me going into the turn before it, and I actually switched it and managed to get the drive out. But I wasn't sure I was past. Yeah. I was in front of the yellow flag, but then there was a part of me that thought, oh no, I don't know if I've overtook him on a waved yellow. But I didn't. But there was that panic, and I was going around thinking, oh no, what have I done it? So that's why I let Conrad back pass, because I was really unsure, and I didn't want it to come back and bite me.
We could see that. We could see the confusion between you two going on there. But overall, coming back, having that amount of time on the couch, with this illness, you've got to be pleased with a bounce back this weekend. Yeah, definitely. To get back on the podium, it's been a couple rounds now without, because we had a Blacks who was on track for a podium. It didn't end up, but and then Preston Docks was just survival mode, get through the weekend, and now I feel a lot better. We'll just keep working now for Duns. I also like Duns, so I'm hoping for actually a little bit more at Duns. Good stuff. Well, we'll see you there. Yeah, good luck. Go one more time. Just like to say thank you to everyone that's come out to support. It's been nice. It is, obviously, when you ride in your hometown. Yeah, one more time, give it up for Josh Gilbert, riding in front of all you Cornish people down here. Okay, I'm not sure what we're actually going to do now. I'm going to try, I think, roll on into the actual podium presentations for all classes. I'm not sure if we're going to start with these guys as they're here. Start with 125s. I can't see any 125 riders down here. I actually don't have any results. I'm not just going to randomly call it. Here's some he made earlier. Okay, so we're going to roll into the 125 category. Hopefully they're here. Coming in third this weekend is Hayden Statt. Hayden, you about? Have we got the awards ready? I think Tim Lightfoot, the ACU chairman, is going to hand the awards out. I'll stand out of the way. I don't need to be taking limelight. Yes, give it up for Hayden. Second this weekend, tied on points, goes to number 55, Ryan Waggett. Is he running down here?
Here he comes.
Fair play. Kids have got the energy, haven't they? I'd be rolling down that hill, but at this point, at my age... Come on, Ryan, you've got plenty left in the tank yet. We're going to call him up for second place. And we'll wait to get his award first. And the overall winner this weekend, getting it done by means of winning the second moto. Give it up for Charlie Richmond on the S Briggs. Yamaha. Fastest lap in both motos went to Charlie Richmond. First lap leader, Ryan Waggett, still leading that championship as well. The red plate, Tim, that means signifies who's winning this championship. Still firmly in the hands of Charlie Richmond in the middle here. He keeps the red plate as well. But equal points, obviously, with Ryan Waggett this weekend. So it stays as it is, a 13-point gap between those two. One more time, everybody here.
Attention the paddock, just a quick one. If you've lost a set of Iveco van keys, we have them down here at race control. If you've lost a set of Iveco van keys, we have Pico. Yeah, we found them. Right, we've got an owner for that. Cheers, guys.
Right then, let's move in now then to the final class. You've just seen them coming off the track. So top three in the Pico MX1 class. Coming in third overall this weekend, it's Adam Sterry. Second place is going to be a popular one, not quite the race win, but great to see him back on the Lexa Honda machine. Give it up for Josh Gilbert. And your overall winner on the Crendon True 7 Honda. Getting it done again, hands in the air, and give it up for Conrad Muse. And of course, regards of the red plate, well, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to work out that Conrad Muse has still very much got a firm hand on that. Going for this win streak, so far unbeaten this year. So that's it, regards of everybody here at the venue. Thank you so much for coming down, supporting MXGB Round 5. Yeah, it's just great to have so many people come out. Hope you've enjoyed the racing. Once these guys step out of the way, we're also going to sign off the stream once they got all the pictures. Come on, Conrad, get that brain working. It hasn't done enough today. Edward Scissorhands. Yeah, do you want a hand with that? I'll take the number 1 plate if you want. All good, Dave? Right. Okay, we're going to sign the stream. I'm going to bring the team in. Come on in, my cohorts. It's not just to me. First of all, obviously Phil, that's been on the mic with the live stream. You haven't heard him so much today, but on the live stream, Ben Rumbold been doing obviously the event commentary as well. Just very quickly, Ben, from your perspective, talk us through a great day.
Yeah, stunning day. I mean, it's a different challenge that we've had to the sand and the challenge just to keep the voice going even. But yeah, great work there. MX2 was so unpredictable, but yeah, Tommy did what was necessary, which we've seen so many times from him, so that's so cool. Conrad was amazing coming through the pack there as well, so I kind of jokingly said to somebody it would be good if Conrad got a bad start, and it actually was. So yeah, it was a great day's racing. It's a gorgeous day, and that's just what we want.
We like our job, don't we? Phil, we called it in that last moto there. We're saying we're not too sure if Conrad's really worried about the win streak. He's just proved that he actually is. He really wants to go unbeaten with that, and it's been a great day calling the action in the booth.
Look, we've had fantastic racing across all of the 5 rounds so far. Today's not disappointed. I'm already looking forward to the doubleheader at Duns. 125s are outstanding every week. MX2 is just mind-blowingly competitive. And obviously, there's the thing with the MX1 is somebody going to take a win off Conrad Mew. So all to play for. Can't wait for the next round at Duns.
Get yourself up to Duns. It's at the end of this month, August 31st, a double header. And just before we sign off the live stream and everybody else here, keep an eye on our social media. Remember to keep liking, subscribing with the live stream, but also on social media. But particularly the social media the next week or so. We've got a bit of an announcement coming, forthcoming in the next couple of weeks regarding the championship for 2026. So not going to reveal it now. So just keep following our social media. We've got a bit of an announcement coming up. That's going to probably drop before the next 2 rounds at Duns. So keep following us. Remember, of course, we got the Prox Pit Pass, all the behind-scenes stuff that you can watch on the YouTube channel this week as well and on our socials. Again, thanks to everybody coming out. Thanks to our incredible marshals, track team. It's hard to talk after a long day. These guys calling the action. Thanks for sticking with us. Keep supporting British Motocross, and we'll keep raising the bar. Thank you very much. Have a great day. See you later. Talking. Right, she's watching on.